Since 2002, the Mythbusters have used science to separate fact from fiction. This year, however, that wild ride is coming to an end as Adam and Jamie hang up their lab coats and eccentric hats. But not before what's rumored to be the most spectacular final season in television history.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's get to work.
Okay, final season, here we come. Jamie, I think it's fair to say that you and I have a bit of experience in testing idiomatic phrases.
Sure.
We've made concrete airplanes. We've proven that it's best to go out with a bang. We've even slipped on banana peels in the name of science. But today, we are testing an idiomatic phrase we have not tested before, but is particularly apt.
Silence is golden.
No, but nice. All good things must come to an end. Because after 260 hours of television, after 14 years, this is the last season of Mythbusters.
So what do we got?
Well, this episode is going to be something we've never actually done before. We are going to be teasing some of the awesome stuff we shot this season, but we are also going to be peeling back the curtain and showing the audience exactly how we filmed this season. Mythbusters behind the scenes.
Sounds like we should start with something like a montage, perhaps?
Right you are. Cue the montage.
From a rocket-propelled first episode, Mythbusters became a television phenomenon.
This is gonna kill you.
With a patented combination of comedy,
Quack, damn you.
carnage,
Jamie wants big boom.
and clever science,
It's scientific!
the guys have brought memorable mayhem to the small screen for 14 years and change.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
But for their go big, then go home final season, Adam and Jamie are cranking things up to the max like never before. And in this episode, we're revealing some of their secrets.
Maybe you could give me a minute.
Normally, when we start a new season, we just pick up where we left off. We find the most popular myths from viral videos, movies, history books, whatever, and we just go for it.
But for this final season of Mythbusters, we wanted a series of episodes that resonated with us as Mythbusters, but also the scientists this show has turned us into. It's actively moving, look at that. And so to try and achieve all that, it began with what I can only describe as the mother of all brainstorms. Mythbusters' final season. We need 12 iconic episodes that represent the history of Mythbusters. I'm gonna throw out the first one, duct tape.
Explosions.
Explosions. Yes! The core brain trust of Mythbusters is Jamie, me, our showrunner Dan, our director Steve, and our 4 amazing producers. And the group of us sat down and came up with a list of episodes that we felt would properly send us off in style.
Rockets. Gotta do something on rockets.
Rockets, okay.
Now, it wasn't quite as efficient as that, partly because we wanted to get it right, but partly because it's barely controlled chaos around here for most of the time. And Adam's constant deliveries don't help.
Is this for me?
For Adam?
Fabulous. I'll be right back.
Adam must get 3 or 4 packages every single day, at least.
Oh, yeah! We gotta find a way to put this into the show.
Can we just get on with it? I have no idea what he does with all that stuff. All I know is that he leaves it sitting around and in the way.
Okay, where were we?
We were talking about the revisit special.
But back to the story. After 2 long days, we had finally come up with a list of episodes that we not only thought were really strong, but also really did speak deeply to the 14-year history of Mythbusters and resonated with us. And look at this, even Jamie's excited.
Yep, it's no spoiler that this season is pulling no punches. With episodes devoted to detonations.
Holy
Duct tape.
You made it into the loft.
Dramatic drops.
There it goes.
And away she goes.
And dastardly diets.
Made it through!
Not to mention an epic grand finale. The guys really have created a farewell season that's second to none.
3, 2, 1.
So after compiling that whole list, the next step for us was to figure out how to do that all safely. We have an excellent safety record over the history of Mythbusters.
Ow, ow, ow. Ow! Oh. Am I missing an eyebrow?
And we don't want to sully it now. We want to go out with a bang. We don't want to go out with a bang, if you know what I mean.
We're known for our explosions, and this season, it has a lot of them. We blew up mail trucks, a giant fruit smoothie, some landmines. The biggest explosion we've ever done. But my point is, you'd think that all these stories would be the most dangerous in our rundown, but the fact is, they're not.
Now, explosions are actually one of the safer things we do.
We've exposed the creamy center.
I mean, sure, if something goes wrong, it goes really, really wrong. But with all the fail-safes and the best practices involved, it's really unlikely to screw them up.
3, 2, 1, go!
No, from a safety standpoint, it is always the one that you think is going to be easy that is going to kick you in the butt. And this season, the classic example of that is drifting on dirt.
Yep, testing if drifting on dirt really is the fastest way to drive may sound simple.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, come on.
But in this final season, it was anything but.
I think the critical thing that we really need to watch out for here is dust. It's going to obscure visibility from Jamie and Adam when they're driving. In the event that anybody perceives any danger, to get on the radio and say abort.
This story turned into a butt kicker for safety because there was so much dust. We filmed this in the middle of a drought, and whenever we drove around a corner, a massive pile of dust got kicked up. We even tried wetting it with water, but in the summer sun and out there, it was kind of useless.
The big issue with the dust is that our course was a kind of a circuit. So you could make one turn kicking up a cloud of dust and then another turn where you drive back into that cloud where you're going at speed and you literally can't see a thing.
Yep, and with a cliff on one side and camera crew on the other, that was not a good combination.
Every time he takes off, it's like a film about the Dust Bowl.
In fact, there was literally danger at every turn.
I can't see anything. I can't see anything. Okay, abort.
So the guys opt to not only train like there's no tomorrow,
Wait for the power. Easy, easy, easy.
Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
but they also film much of the story from the air, taking the camera team out of harm's way.
Yeah, so thanks to our safety protocol, we broke out our drone for some truly epic aerial shots. And obviously by the fact that I'm here, you know that I didn't die.
It's no giveaway to say that drifting does go to plan. But it's not the only time this season that Adam drives blind.
I can't see! I can't see!
As he puts his life on the line trying to sign off in style, something that we're not fully revealing yet.
So the trouble with trying to make the final season so ambitious is that when it comes to actually making the episodes, it's hard. I mean, we were opting for a go big or go home approach, and I think some of our producers may have actually preferred to just go home.
We had to find a Sikorsky helicopter in the middle of California fire season.
This is a great day for an experiment.
We had 3 days to source a 16-foot-long sword forge, an object that quite literally does not exist.
Man, I've never seen anything like that before.
But beyond all that, the biggest challenge for us this season was Tanker Crush. That was absolutely massive.
Tanker Crush is a final season spectacular about a train car which, thanks to a steam cleaning screw-up, gets catastrophically crushed.
Now, the story starts out just fine because we begin with some pretty tense small-scale tests. But we knew that at some point we had to go full scale with a 70-foot train tanker car. And well, that was one of the hardest gets we've ever had.
Okay, keep very quiet. We don't often show you this part of the show, but this is where the magic happens. This is our production office, and those are our producers that find the impossible to find stuff, like a 747 or RPGs. But right now, this might very well be Mission Implosion Impossible, but we'll give them a couple more days.
In actual fact, it was another 3 months before the guys hit pay dirt. But boy, did they come up trumps.
I mean, look at this. We've locked down 2.5 miles of train track, a mile of road. We've got about 35 guys and a dozen trucks to support the implosion of that giant 70-foot-long tanker car. This is gonna be cool.
Undoubtedly, Tanker Crush is one of the biggest experiments in Mythbusters history.
Man, that thing's so friggin' big.
And one of the highlights of the final season, where the stress and drama becomes almost unbearable.
Wow, man.
It's nerve-wracking.
It is, and I know that the moment I blink, it's gonna happen.
23.
Dang!
25 and a half.
Oh.
But the result will have to wait. After over 3,000 eclectic experiments,
It's a balloon made out of lead.
the Mythbusters are embarking on their final season.
Holy crap!
And in this special preview,
We're gonna find out just how MacGyver we are.
they're revealing not only what's in store, but also the secrets to their success.
It's totally fair to say that Mythbusters would not have survived these 14 years without our fans. In fact, at least 30% of our episodes come directly from fan submissions. Thanks for the car, Chris.
Yep, prior to the final season, more than 200 myths tested on the show had come directly from fans.
So for this final season, we wanted to pay homage to that incredible editorial contribution by devoting a whole episode to the fans being in charge, courtesy of our Reddit special.
What are you laughing at?
Just the front page of the internet.
At the Redditor's request, the guys try to punch through paper, throw Buster out of a helicopter, and set off the mother of all glitter bombs.
3, 2, 1. Now, those are great stories, but Reddit wouldn't be Reddit without a little bit of a subversive element going on, and so it was sort of inevitable that fans would suggest a story about farts. Specifically, can you see a fart on a thermal imaging camera? And this one started causing us difficulty right in the story planning process.
That's because with breaking wind for real proving impossible, the guys had to build a machine that could do it for them.
The machine presented a problem for us. It had to emit gas at the correct body temperature that we emit gas at, but it couldn't look too close to its physiological analog. Like I said, this is a family show.
I don't get it. I mean, an ass is an ass is an ass. We've all got one. What's wrong with building one? We built one for airline toilet seat suction, right?
Yep, who could forget Carrie's famous butt build? But hers never had to produce gas, an altogether less appealing process.
Looks great. It's a really, really nice
It really looks great. You like that?
I'm looking forward to spanking it.
If Jamie had his druthers, we would have just made a mold of his undercarriage and made that work. I am really glad we didn't do that.
Maybe like
Hang on.
right there.
So I've got to jump in here. You can't have that, Jamie, seriously. I mean, that is a dead set. You cannot put that on TV.
What if we had a dress around the whole thing? You know?
And then we can't see
Right, then yeah.
So you want to see the but you don't want to see the
I want you to design something that does the functions of without being on TV. So something like maybe a whoopee cushion or something like that. That might work. Okay, I'll leave you to it. Get into it.
Thanks. Once the director came up with the whoopee cushion idea, Jamie and I got pretty deep into the reeds with the design until we came back out with something that was effectively a whoopee cushion in a water bath that not only worked perfectly,
We're gonna try and do this all with a straight face.
it looked hilarious.
That thing looks like a big that's farted. Adam's machine was actually a pretty neat bit of engineering. It had the added bonus of not smelling. That's not to say that this season we haven't been grossed out with smells. 2 words, Rocket Special.
3, 2, 1!
Without doubt, rockets have helped put Mythbusters on the map. So for their farewell, the guys drive to the desert to test some final rocket fables. Can you really shoot for the moon with some far-out fuels?
Nice.
They start with gummy bears.
Launching in 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oh, hey! Go! Oh. A duck.
Then they try an eclectic concoction of rock candy and carbon.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's not very high.
Before long, Jamie decides what this story needs is a turn for the worse. So, back at the shop,
Mr. Hyneman,
Hello.
I need some poop.
How much?
50 pounds.
50 pounds. How fresh?
I don't care.
I love this little behind-the-scenes interaction. Jamie has just told our producer that he wants to build a rocket powered with poo, and the only question Eric has is, how much do you need? That, my friends, is a seasoned Mythbuster producer.
yep, and once the rocket fuel in waiting arrives on set,
Oh, man, that's nasty.
so begins one of the grossest experiments in Mythbusters history.
What the hell is that? It's already giving me nightmares.
Look, I know what you're thinking. Why would anyone ever want to make a rocket out of poo?
That's the way I like them.
But also think about the fact that it's just a waste product. No one's doing anything with it anyway. So for a long mission to Mars, if it can be turned into extra rocket fuel,
Oh, that's got to be nasty.
that's really smart. That's Jamie, as far as I'm concerned, thinking really nice and big outside the box.
So far, so good.
So there is method to his madness. And once back in the desert,
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
the guys carefully load Jamie's stink bomb onto the stand. But will it really change mankind for the better?
3, 2, 1!
Well, one story that just might involves landmines.
Oh, for years we've been wanting to do this story. It's so great. Can you traverse a minefield in a hovercraft? We never got around to doing it because we were never successfully able to find either mines or a minefield or a hovercraft.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes.
But this season, we finally got a chance to do it. Sure, when we filmed it, it was kind of a pain in the ass because I pretty much did all the work while Adam just messed around on the hovercraft. But anyway, thanks to me, we do have an actual experiment.
Yep, with a hovercraft finally located and some homemade landmines, the guys do put this long-awaited myth to the test. And while we're keeping the results under wraps, there's one thing we can reveal.
Yeah, landmines are awful. They're really awful, awful devices. So if you can find a way for innocent people not to get blown up by them, that'd be really good. Ah, you big baby.
In addition to making sure that the stories we chose this season are as epic as possible, it was also really important to us to make sure that the visuals were the best we've ever done, and I think it's mission accomplished. Really, I think the stuff that we've shot this season is as beautiful and as cinematic as anything that's on television right now. My DP is behind the camera right now giving me a kind of a, really? Look, and I'm totally serious. This is a beautifully filmed season.
Yep, this final season is a visual treat, not least thanks to the drones.
We have dabbled with drones and UAVs over the years, but this season, they were used in every single episode, not just for cool shots, but also as key elements of our storytelling process. Probably the best example of that is our duct tape special.
I'm ready. We knew we had to make a duct tape episode for this final season because making weird shit out of duct tape is kind of what we do.
That really is quite hairy.
But because it's the last season, we wanted something bigger than we'd ever done before, so obviously we made a duct tape trebuchet.
Trebuchets are not just large. They're long-range weapons that are part of a landscape, and we wanted to film them in a way that demonstrated that. Drones were perfect. Here you see the trebuchet getting built, rising up from a mishmash of duct tape and timber, eventually becoming a weapon of war. Here you see flaming fireballs whizzing by the camera. And that, by the way, is not a spoiler.
Adam's right. The duct tape trebuchet has a secret twist in the tail. But it wasn't all good news.
The drone cameras worked beautifully for the trebuchet shoot. Other cameras didn't fare so well. At one point, our trebuchet misfired and sprayed its fireball just like 50 feet in front of it, landing right in front of a pair of $3,000 cameras. Whoops.
Despite the duct tape snafu, the rest of the final season sees the camera team crank it up to the max and beyond. Plus, they also shot some comical show openers.
Yeah, for 10 years, every show started with the narrator guy saying, on this episode of Mythbusters, before the editors cut to basically a highlights package of the show. But for this season, we've been making special opening teases, which are slightly weird and slightly cryptic.
This season, there's Jamie as the mainframe.
What is error?
There's a zombie supermarket.
Lining up and everything.
That gives me an idea.
Adam is MacGyver.
Ah, you big baby.
A pastiche of Pulp Fiction.
We happy? Adam, we happy?
Yeah, we happy.
Some car destruction that goes terribly wrong. And the ultimate cooking chaos.
Eat shrimp, savage.
One of my favorite parts about the Cooking Chaos episode is Jamie and I had a genuine food fight. What you didn't see is that he got really upset leading up to the shoot about food getting all over his shop. So he made one of our producers, Jax, put on a hazmat suit, a face shield, and rubber gloves, and poor Jax is there trying to catch all the stuff we're throwing. Bolognese, spaghetti, custard pies, just to keep food off Jamie's floor. We were able to clean it.
That's perfect. We'll go with that. All right.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that she didn't do a good enough job because even now, I'm still finding bits of food where they shouldn't be.
How you like that?
Without doubt, the show openers set the scene. But to up the realism, the guys are also making this season personal.
There's another technology that we deeply embraced this season, and that's the world of virtual reality. Oh, wow.
Right. For every single episode, we filmed a VR experience that lets viewers see exactly what it's like to be on set with us. We've got our small-scale tanker experiment. We've got a zombie attack. We've even filmed something that showcases what it's like to be inside an explosion.
In a lot of ways, embracing VR demonstrates what this whole season is about for us. It's our final season. We could have made it more easy on ourselves, but we want to keep pushing. We want to keep getting something that we're proud of, and embracing VR is all about that, period. Dude, I know I was just there, but this is like I was just there.
Having fired over 500,000 bullets,
That was an adrenaline rush.
having destroyed over 280 cars, and having lost their dignity too many times to mention,
Is this as disturbing as I think it is?
the Mythbusters are shutting up shop. But not until they've had a spectacular final season.
was a good one.
We made sure that this season is jam-packed with a lot of fan favorites. There's a viral video that's already become a classic that more than 5,000 people suggested to us. Dude! There is more to duct tape than giant trebuchets.
Here we go! Awesome!
And then there's rockets of the airborne kind, but also of the sled kind.
But of course, we've also included plenty of explosions.
Whoa!
Blowing up.
Holy. Our best explosion this season, I'm gonna have to go with one that involved the famous fictional honorary Mythbuster, Angus MacGyver. Come on, there's no way we could finish Mythbusters without doing one more MacGyver myth.
I like this sled. Maybe I'm gonna try it out.
Indeed. And this one involves finding out if wet cement can really smother an explosion.
How you doing?
I love this story because it's like cement truck in reverse. How do you use cement to stop an explosion? That is some awesome meta symmetry going on right there.
And after one of the craziest controls in Mythbusters history, it's over to Jamie.
So then we set up for Blast 2, an identical van with an identical amount of dynamite, but this time we're filling the van with cement before setting off the blast.
Perfect, right there.
Only there's a problem.
Kill it.
The dynamite, which is meant to get smothered by the cement, floats up to the top.
So this is absolutely an impasse. We cannot continue. And then Jamie and I look at each other and think, what would MacGyver do? So we cut this hole just big enough for me to squeeze through. We laid down a board, and I shimmied down it using muscles I didn't even know I had.
Whew, all right, I'm in.
I can't even describe how hot it was in that van. And I'm wading with my pants rolled up to my knees in wet, funky concrete, moving live dynamite.
Yeah, you aren't going anywhere.
It was like perfect. MacGyver inside the MacGyver episode.
It is a classic moment of Mythbusters ingenuity. But was it worth it?
That totally went off, and all the dummies are standing.
So the second explosion happens, and we are astonished. I mean, we are high-fiving. It's exceeded all of our expectations. It is a totally surprising result. And then it turns out it's surprising because it's not a result. It's actually a total failure. It's a snafu, and we're gonna have to redo it. Look, I know I say that failure is always an option, but I gotta tell you, sometimes it's really tiring when it happens.
Failure is always an option became one of our major mottos over the last 14 years because, well, we do screw things up from time to time. This final season, we kind of had more screw-ups than ever, though.
Look, I don't know whether it's Murphy's Law or just the fact that for this final season, we pushed too far outside our comfort zone. But Jamie's right. There was a large number of big screw-ups on this season, not least of which, during the rocket episode, I tried to make a rocket using crushed up insects and pretty much failed spectacularly across the board. I was trying to make what is essentially a long tube of rocket fuel out of crushed up crickets, and everything I tried failed. I tried baking it, and that failed. I tried drying it out and then baking it. Fail, fail. Everything I tried, total disaster. That could have gone better. We ended up having to do something we've almost never done on this show, which is to end up cutting that whole sequence out of the episode. So as far as crickets and their viability as a rocket fuel, I'm sorry, NASA, I just don't have the answer. Failure is just another word for learning. And I'm really good at learning, if you know what I mean. I got shrimp up my nose. Ah!
Whoa! That hit a lot of things.
Go!
But the biggest failure of the season is from car lift. It's a myth that says you can supposedly lift a family car clean into the air using nothing but a humble vacuum cleaner.
This is a great example of a classic Mythbuster story that got Jamie and I super excited. We loved the build, we thought it was gonna work, and then very quickly, we ended up wishing that we had never seen this story.
Ah! Rats, rats, rats!
We try everything,
It's gonna work! It's gonna work!
but whatever we did, we couldn't get the car off the ground.
Yes! Ah! What?
That's a result. I mean, myth busted, right?
Well, we thought so, but the very next day we're rehearsing the blueprint rap when our producer finds something that stops us completely in our tracks.
Look, we're running out of time, so it strikes me that we might have to bust this.
The math says it should work.
Yeah, I know. It's just this computer. That might
Guys,
actually...
before we call this, take a look at this.
What is it? This is a working vacuum car lift?
Yep.
No.
Someone better do it.
So our producer found this really obscure video from the 1960s of someone actually succeeding at this, which unfortunately for us means failure is not an option. We have to keep going.
Yep, it was suddenly action stations on Plan B, where the guys actually build something way more simple than Plan A.
Let's do this.
But we won't yet reveal if simple is effective.
Now, I realize there are a lot of people who like watching Mythbusters and shouting at the TV as Adam and I make mistakes.
Whoops.
And what can I say? Those people are going to be doing that in Car Lift and quite a few other episodes, too.
With so much failure, it's no surprise that at times this season,
You're boring the off me.
the tension has been telling.
Ow, it hurts. Okay, slow down a little bit on that. All right, don't be that. We love making this show, and when you love doing something, you want to do it really to the best of your ability, and that means that it's often quite difficult. So it shouldn't be any surprise that at times the stress level on our set is very high.
All we have to do is take off one of these and run it to our AC line.
You still have to run a separate line to each one of these 5 for the second leg.
All you have to do is unscrew one of these and then run AC into it.
I don't think you're right. The switch only activates one of 2 legs. I could be done with this in like 5 minutes.
And
All right, I'm gonna walk away for a while. What's absolutely crucial to the relationship is that Jamie and I don't hold grudges. We always eventually make up. Although I will say, we should have set those timers up in my way. Jamie?
What?
Sorry, I got pissy because it's like, I'm done with the other method and we're still farting around with this one.
Whether or not Adam and Jamie's timer issues get sorted is being kept under wraps.
I made it through!
But we can say that this season, failure's not always the option.
This season, we take on a story called What is Bomb-Proof? The myth is that if 2 identical explosions go off at exactly the same time and you're standing right in the middle between them, do you survive because the blast pressures cancel each other out?
Now, when we came to film this at Ione, the shoot was initially beset by a lot of gremlins, not least of which that Jamie and I got caught in a mini tornado.
It wasn't an ideal start, as a freak wind almost caused their experiment to sink without a trace.
Oh, for You all right?
Yeah.
But eventually, calm waters return, and the guys continue.
The key part of this experiment rested on the 2 explosions going off perfectly simultaneously.
Wow.
Not to the millisecond, but to the microsecond. But in this instance, and I don't know who or what was smiling down on us, but literally the first test we did, those 2 explosions went off perfectly at the same time. We even checked the high speed, and it was like 1 frame to the next, precisely.
It's kind of crazy. That was probably something like a 1 in a million shot, and we got it right on the very first go.
In this final season sneak peek, we've seen there'll be some incredible highs.
Yeah.
And some predictable lows. But for this season, it's also the case that the gloves are off.
This final season is about as diverse a season as we have ever made.
It's time for Zombie!
But for one episode this season, we decided to break the rules and cut loose a little bit. Groovy.
Yeah, after almost 1,000 myths, there's one episode in this rundown where the showrunner says, Jamie, you're always wanting to do stuff just because you find it interesting. Well, here's your chance.
No myths, no movie scenes, no urban legends, just Jamie getting the green light to tackle something he's interested in. And what he chooses to tackle is about 11 kinds of awesome.
Yep, cars, physics, and info. Jamie chooses to find out if you can ever flatten a car with a massive amount of explosive. And right from the get-go, he's already in his element.
Look at him. Sometimes I think that Jamie is the human equivalent of a hermit crab. Like a hermit crab can't survive outside its shell, but it doesn't make its shell. It has to go find it. I think in an alternate universe, if you gave Jamie the choice, he would choose the hard shell of a piece of earth-moving equipment to exist in 100% of the time.
Having primed the bomb range, Jamie does a series of small-scale tests, some of which work well.
Yeah.
And some of which go out of control.
Whoa. I don't think they've landed yet.
But eventually, he figures out a plan for full scale, and the guys head to their home away from home.
There's our setup.
It's perfect.
At NMT, the setup was really pretty elaborate, with I-beams and large sheets of steel.
You mean come up and over?
Not to mention a real hefty amount of explosives. All that stuff was great, but what's really meaningful to me about this kind of thing is that these experiments are adventures. You never know where they're gonna lead. Some people climb mountains, we blow it up. What are you gonna do?
It's interesting, but there's a lot of episodes we do that Jamie is just not that interested in. Star Wars, take it or leave it.
I really don't get why you're into these things.
Laws of attraction, just a little bit awkward.
Hello, angels.
Hi, Jamie.
But this time, we saw a side of Jamie we had never seen before. He was excited. He approached it with gusto. He tried multiple iterations, and he was even giggling between. This is what it turns out Jamie had always wanted, to just be free.
Oh.
Of course, we're not going to reveal the result of the car carnage now.
3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Oh, that's a piece of the frame. Wow, stuff is still falling.
But we will say that Jamie's not the only one who's got a favorite this season.
When all is said and done, my favorite myths often happen to be the ones in which we come to a conclusion that could actually positively affect somebody's life. From our back catalog, I love Underwater Car, where we show a technique with which people could actually save their lives.
I survived! The Mythbusters technique worked!
I also love plane boarding, where we came to a result that might actually positively impact the flying experience.
In an orderly fashion.
So for this final season, it was really important to me to find a story in that vein, and I found one that I got really excited about, and it has to do with how we line up to buy things at the store.
Most stores use the pick-a-lane lineup method. But apparently the snaking Serpentine system is a way more efficient way to wait.
Unfortunately, when we came to start filming, we found that no store would actually let us use their premises. So we had to build our own, which was kind of annoying.
Oh yeah, cash registers. It's real.
Yes, what should have been a straightforward story soon becomes anything but, as it's all hands on deck to build their own
Mythbuster, where shopping is fully experimental.
Our other tagline was, we're making this up as we go along. So we had our store complete with 5,000 products we had to price in the old-fashioned way. And then with something like 120 volunteer shoppers, we basically opened up and let them line up just like you do in a normal store.
I felt a little moment of pride that we just opened our first business and we've got all these customers. You know, over the years, we've gotten a lot of grief about our sample sizes. But for this myth, we got hundreds of bits of data, all of which were analyzed by some experts from UC Berkeley. So it's one of the most scientifically valid tests we've ever done.
It's definitely scientifically sound, but will it really arm the audience with important information?
Clean up on aisle 5.
Well, one myth that probably won't is the zombie revisit.
We've logged some pretty impressive numbers over the course of Mythbusters. We've used over 15 tons of explosives. Whoa! 83 miles of duct tape.
This is a long way down.
We've destroyed over 200 cars. But the figure that really blows my mind is that we have used over 3,500 volunteers. I had no idea the number was that high.
From every state in the U.S., volunteers have come from far and wide to help Mythbusters test all sorts of tall tales.
Give me a hooah!
But none are taller than the zombie apocalypse.
This season, we did a huge retest of Gun versus Axe because so many people said that we screwed it up. So we put out a request for volunteers asking them to show up at our location on a specific day already dressed as zombies.
Now, you'd think that because that's a bit of a hassle that we'd only get about 10 or 20 or something, but in actual fact, we got 200 Mythbusters fans in full-on zombie getup arrive. People are weird.
The effort that people went to was amazing. There was great zombie makeup, great zombie costumes, phenomenal performances. And we didn't even tell them that Jamie was going to be shooting them in the face. But they didn't seem to mind. Well, they're zombies.
But there's something bigger at play here. Something about the reach of Mythbusters, or maybe the reach of science. 200 people turn up for a full day in the middle of the week to be shot at in the face while wearing dress-up. While it's absurd, it's also kind of humbling, and it makes you realize how important this little science show of ours really is.
Across this final season, we'll be revealing Mythbusters by the numbers. Like 2002, the year the adventure began.
That was absolutely outrageous.
And 2016, when the journey ends.
I killed all the zombies!
This season, we're using 5 tons of explosive.
That was a bone rattler.
And we're destroying 178 props from the past.
Oh, yeah!
5 busters and 1 epic cement truck. Adam and Jamie are giving us an insight into their final season.
Here we go. Are you okay?
A season that's got spectacle, science,
Hello?
Oh, hey.
and seediness like never before.
Boobs.
But it's also got the emotion cranked up to the max.
It's gotta go!
So this is the last season of Mythbusters. It's real, and it's 14 years and it's over. Sorry.
Am I emotional about the end of the show? Well, yeah, I suppose I am a little bit. We've been doing it since 2002, and it has been more than just a job, to be sure. We've done some amazing things over all those years. We've made lead balloons fly, we've shown that elephants are afraid of mice, and we put square wheels on trucks, along with a whole bunch of other stuff.
But more than that, we seem to have played a real role in making science cool, and that was genuinely an accident.
That's crazy!
But I think it stems from the fact that no matter how ridiculous and ludicrous the opening question is, we will tackle it methodically with the scientific method, moving from experiment to experiment, genuinely building our knowledge. Nothing to me could be more awesome than that.
Yeah, I'm really happy that we may have had some small role in getting people interested in science, but not just interested in science, being physically active with science and trying things. That's a bit different. Now, I've always been really fond of building, and it's been a really key part of the show. So if we've encouraged somebody to form a question, a hypothesis about something, rig something up, build something or whatever to test it, then that's a job well done as far as I'm concerned.
14 years ago, the Mythbusters started a journey.
This is M5, my special effects shop.
A journey that, thanks to cool science and how-to builds,
Wow!
took them all the way to the top.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Everything they've learned along the way, they've thrown into this epic final season. Especially the grand finale.
We happy? Adam, we happy?
Yeah, we happy. So we're getting to the point. It's time to start talking about the finale, our last episode ever. I'm good to continue.
We wanted to go out with a bang, but because we've set the bar so high, it's hard to work out what exactly to do. But after a lot of discussion, I think we finally got something that actually holds up pretty well.
I don't want to give too much away, but I think you'll be very satisfied. We give Buster the send-off he always deserved. Buster, I'd like to say that it's been an honor and a pleasure working with you. I have gained much enjoyment and knowledge in our association, and I'm going to send you down with your favorite bottle of Mythbusters champagne. You ready, buddy? Here goes for old time's sake. That is so appropriate. Sorry, this one's real. Oh, man, that's it! Thank you, sir. We do something to leave our high-speed legacy absolutely second to none. And we set off the biggest explosion in Mythbusters history. I mean, how could we not? Inside this cement truck, 150-pound bags of info.
1 pound.
1 pound. 5,001 pounds. The largest explosion in Mythbusters history. 3, 2, 1! And, well, we put our entire Mythbusters history on the line in one of our favorite locations ever to retackle one of our favorite stories ever and take it to the max.
Yeah, it's something else. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, the Mythbusters grand finale has to be seen to be believed. But there's more to this send-off than Adam and Jamie.
One more thing. We thought it was important to spend some time reminiscing about the history of Mythbusters, and we spend an entire episode this season doing exactly that. In fact, we reunite with the awesome talents of Carrie Byron, Tori Beleche, and Grant Imahara to talk about these last 14 years and what they've meant to us, the highs, the lows, and everything in between.
It's an emotional roller coaster.
Seriously?
It says so right here in the script, like we always do.
Really know how to kill a moment.
Yep, that's written down too.
At any rate, the final season is awesome and it is epic, and we hope you have every bit of fun watching it as we did making it. I think it's time to cue the awesome montage. Are you ready?
Yes, let's get to it.
Okay, we're gonna count down. 3, 2, 1. We are getting into hovering position over the target. Warning, warning.
Yeah!
Are you ready?
Ready to fire.
3, 2, 1. Are you ready for the vacuum special?
The Hyneman abhors a vacuum.
Jamie, I know how much you love riddles, and so it's riddle time. Here goes. What sucks but does not suck?
Vacuums.
That's right. How did you know that so fast?
We just did that opener with model trains and a vacuum cleaner.
Fair enough. Okay, this is a story that has been on our books since literally we started collecting myths. We've just never tackled it because it always seemed like it was too big for us to tackle.
Just get on with it.
All right, it involves something that's the opposite of one of our favorite things. The opposite of an explosion is an implosion.
Go on.
All right, there's a guy. He's tasked with cleaning out one of those tanker cars on a train that holds liquid, and he's using a steam cleaner. So he's steam cleaning the whole thing, and of course, as he's doing that, he's warming it up. And it starts to rain. So he caps off the tanker car and walks away. The cooling rain causes the steam to contract, and as the myth goes, the train car crushes itself.
From a vacuum.
Exactly.
That is big. Those train cars they're huge.
I know.
After more than a decade of detonations, totaling over 900 explosions, for the first time, the Mythbusters are tackling an implosion. And to do justice to this impressive long-running record,
This is gonna be cool.
they'll be focusing an entire episode on this one supersized story.
I mean, look at this. It's going to be the biggest productions we've ever undertaken on this show.
Causing vacuum violence on a massive, unprecedented scale.
It's gotta go!
But first, some shop-sized science.
An imploding tanker car. How could this happen? Tanker cars are giant, 70 feet long, 15 feet high, thick steel casing meant to contain things like fuel, even in case of a derailment. How could something like that spontaneously implode and crush itself? Well, if it did, in fact, happen, it had to do with pressure and pressure differential. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me show you with this metal can. If I take this thin metal can and seal it, and then hook a vacuum pump up to it and start pumping air out, we understand what will happen. It will crush itself. Whoops. But how could something like that happen without the action of an outside vacuum pump? Well, let me show you. Now I'm about to perform a critical action in this experiment, and that is to take a little bit of the hot water and pour it into the can. Because in the original myth, the tanker car had been steam cleaned inside and out. Now I'm about to initiate an implosion. First thing I do is cap the can. Now, fully capped, this vessel was full of steam and air that was heated to its boiling point. Now, that air is rapidly cooling. As it's cooling, they're creating a negative pressure inside the can.
Yep, and that's the whole ballgame. A difference in pressure. Filling the container with steam pushes out the air. But if the vessel is sealed while it's still hot, and then allowed to cool, the steam condenses, and the internal pressure drops, meaning the now much greater external pressure pushes in on the surface. And that's bad news for the can.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, it's actively moving. Look at that. I'm doing this with my mind. In case you were wondering, this is all telekinesis.
Mind games aside, the scientific principle is clearly sound. Now, it's just a question of scale. Can steam cleaning produce a pressure differential that would cause a giant steel train tank to crush?
The two sides have actually met over here.
To answer that, Adam and Jamie will learn as much as they can and slowly build up to the industrial-sized mythical implosion.
Yep, it's generating some steam.
But first, does faster cooling make a difference?
Go. Burner off. Now, I want you to cool, and I want you to cool rapidly. I'm gonna use the coldest thing I know, and that is a CO2 fire extinguisher. Here we go. That was much more spectacular. Look at that. So there you have it, a little proof of concept of how a sealed vessel can crush itself with just the application of a little heat and a little cold. That sound, if ants had a Latin rhythm section, that's what it would sound like. But it's a very different thing to crush a flimsy metal can versus something meant to hold pressure and meant to be very durable. And I think I've got just the thing to experiment on.
We're going to ramp things up quite a bit to this 55-gallon drum, which not only has steel walls that are many times thicker, but also structurally it's much stronger because it's round and it's got these ribs. So it'll present much more of a challenge.
All right, now we just wait for it to boil.
For this first test, we're just going to heat the water up until it's boiling vigorously. Then we'll seal it up, turn off the heat, let it cool, stand back and see what happens.
Sealing it up. There we go.
Now that it's sealed, a pressure differential can develop, and the wait begins for the steam to cool and condense.
That kind of makes me nervous.
If this sturdy steel barrel collapses, confidence will be high that the full-scale tank car can also crumple.
How long did it take the little cans to crush?
Those crushed very, very quickly.
I'd imagine they're not structurally near as strong.
No. I think it's going to be one big catastrophic kind of funk. It's going to sound like hitting it with a baseball bat. Oh! What's really cool about this is we heard a couple of bings and bunks at the beginning. This is killing me. But right now, this thing hasn't made any noise in 15 minutes. But what I know is happening inside there is that it's cooling, and that steam is reverting back to water, and it's creating low pressure in there, which is pulling the sides in. They're resisting that because of their structural integrity, but at a certain point, I expect the outside casing to fail, and it should be pretty spectacular. Next time we hold the camera up with Mag.
Oh! There you go.
Wow!
You can feel that.
Woo! That was so cool.
I could feel that in my chest.
Yeah, well, I'm not
weird.
sure if that's just my heart leaping out of my throat because of the... That was amazing.
It was a nerve-shredding display of power. When water vapor is cooled, it can cause a strong steel drum to completely crumple.
Wow.
Made a circle into a triangle.
It did.
There's clearly a lot of potential in this one simple process.
Wow!
And an ominous sign of the full-scale potential. But Adam isn't ready to move on. Before they can tackle the supersized tank car, he wants to know exactly how much negative pressure they're dealing with.
This time we're going to do the same test again, but we're going to have a vacuum pressure gauge attached so that we can actually monitor what that pressure is. We will also be timing how long it takes to cool down and monitoring the temperature with an external thermocouple. That's a fancy way of saying thermometer. All right, it's bouncing between 193, 195. We'll be logging all of this data as this thing cools down, builds its negative pressure. Okay, timing starts now. And the vacuum gauge is already moving. That's awesome. And eventually crushes, in the hopes that we'll be able to apply what we learn here to a full-size thing eventually.
Yep, and because...
The only difference between screwing around and science is writing it down.
Adam plots the increase in negative pressure measured in mercury.
So right now it's just at 3 inches of mercury.
Against time and temperature.
6 inches Hg.
How much of a vacuum will crush the can is unknown. But quantifying the failure point is the first step to understanding the process.
Look, we're not exactly sure what we're looking for in this. We're just trying to get to understand the process. So very consistent 2.5 degrees per minute. I like linear data.
I'm partial to exponential curves myself.
So the more data we gather from this as it cools down and eventually crumples, the better equipped we are to deal with contingencies out there in the field. Oh! Whoa! That was just at 16 inches of mercury.
It's interesting that they're consistently forming triangles, but it kind of makes sense because it's the strongest form that it could crush to. These implosions are fascinating. There's a slow, intense buildup of the pressure differential and with no warning. But what did we learn? Well, it took 8 minutes for the steam to cool, which dropped the pressure to minus 16 inches of mercury. Considering that 30 inches of mercury is a full vacuum, that's significant.
Cool sounds.
And that's just from heating a little water in the drum. What happens when we introduce a high-powered steam cleaner into the equation?
Temperature's climbing fast.
Coming up on Mythbusters.
That is awesome.
Not only is this,
without a doubt, one of my favorite small-scale experiments we've ever done. Whoa!
The story is on track to be the biggest logistical challenge they've ever tackled.
Holy
Pressure vessels and pressure differential are familiar themes the Mythbusters hold dear to their physics-loving hearts. And in this one-story episode, they're investigating a monumental implosion.
This is gonna be cool.
Can condensing steam really cause a supersized freight train tank car to crash?
Oh! Wow! This is great. We are gathering data, we're learning stuff, we're moving forward. Oh! Whoa! 16 inches of mercury. But the most important part about this right now is that the original tanker truck had apparently been steam cleaned prior to the implosion incident. Therefore, we're going to move on to another 55-gallon drum, but this time we're dispensing with the burner and the boiling water, and we're going to steam clean it in advance.
Okay, here we go.
Go for it. We're going to try and get its temperature up 150. And a lot of steam in there before we cap it and see if we can initiate another crushing incident. 170. Temperature's climbing fast.
Will the high-pressure steam cleaner make a difference?
All right, sealing at 203.
It seems so. This crucial component of the mythical mishap has raised the starting temperature by 10 degrees. Consequently, it's taking longer for the steam to cool and condense.
So much tension.
And the negative pressure to build.
16 minutes.
Whoa! Ooh. That gets you every time.
Whew, that is a heck of a rush. That was 17 and a half.
There was a greater pressure differential.
Oh, yeah!
It took twice as long to implode. And appeared more violent.
It's actually collapsing a lot more than the other one did.
I think we put more energy in the system with a higher temperature and the steam.
Yep, more heat means the steam has more kinetic energy. And faster water molecules create more pressure.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That is completely crushed.
So when the steam condensed in the capped container, the eventual pressure differential was greater. And the drum took even more of a beating.
If you fill one of these 55-gallon drums with water, they weigh over 400 pounds, so they're really quite strong. But in the presence of the vacuum, the way that we're applying it, they crumple like a soda can in your hands. So it gives you an idea of what kind of forces are at play here.
Aaron, check this out. That's the previous test. That's the current test. See how much smaller this one was crushed? It's a lot more energy. That was awesome. Can I say it? That was a barrel of fun. Actually, by the time we were done, I'd say it was about 1/3 of a barrel. Here's what I feel like we have learned so far. We have learned that a higher starting temperature equals a more vigorous reaction. Clearly, when we go to full scale on this, we're gonna want the highest possible starting temperature, and that might be maybe the most difficult part of replicating this story.
But behind the scenes, problems are afoot.
Okay, keep very quiet. We don't often show you this part of the show, but this is where the magic happens. This is our production office, and those are our producers that find the impossible to find stuff that Jamie and I need to use in episodes. This is the team that has found us things like a 747, RPGs, or calling the FAA to get us permission to drop a car from a helicopter. But right now, this might very well be Mission Implosion Impossible, but we'll give them a couple more days. So what is it we need exactly? Well, obviously a tank car, one that's been decommissioned and yet is still structurally sound. That's hard enough, but we also need a place to implode it. That implies tracks to run it on and a location remote enough that we can safely control that implosion involving millions of pounds of force and thousands of pounds of steel without hurting any people or infrastructure. And the two of those together are the reason we have never tackled this myth before.
With the production office facing long odds and a short deadline, Jamie and Adam get busy drumming up more data.
So what else can these barrels tell us that'll help us out in the field? Well, shape and geometry are critical when it comes to pressure vessels. And so we're going to build a more accurate scale version of our tank car cylinder and see what difference that makes.
Will the elongated cylinder of an accurately scaled tank car crush more or less easily? To find out, Jamie has been busy welding while Adam whips up some wooden wheels.
Almost there.
And gets back to his special effects roots.
Ooh, there we go. I'm much happier when our experiments look the part. Awesome. Moving ever closer to our goal of causing a fatal catastrophic implosion of a full-size tanker car, we have now built ourselves a scale tanker car. 4 55-gallon steel drums welded and sealed together. We're gonna hit it with a steam cleaner, bring the temperature up, cap it, and see how long it takes to implode and what we can learn from that. This is a very cool scale experiment.
As before, they simulate the steam cleaning process.
Great for our skin.
Until the temperature maxes out.
200.
Then they seal it up.
All right, capping it up.
And resume their nerve-wracking wait.
Timer's going. Oh, hey! Oh, you can hear it boiling.
Oh.
You can totally hear it boiling. That's awesome.
I can't help but think that this would be weaker because of the lack of any bulkheads down the length of it.
Okay. 7 minutes in, we're at 11 inches of mercury. It's gonna be like a big steel set of hands clapping.
Yeah. It might well, you know, macaroni there, but...
That would be so awesome. Oh, that was fantastic! Woo! Oh, that was fabulous! That is awesome! You were right, it was weaker. It failed at a lower negative pressure than the previous one.
Another spectacular implosion. The accurately scaled form failed faster and under less pressure.
That's just awesome.
Data that suggests this supersized myth is right on track.
That was awesome. I guess all we need now is a full-size tanker car.
Yeah, that'll be interesting seeing that happen to something 70 feet long.
That would be a hell of a thud.
If it happens.
Yeah. All right, let's go find one.
For over a decade, the Mythbusters have traveled to incredible and expansive locations to carry out their investigations.
Good to see you. Welcome to the White House.
They've managed supersized logistical operations of massive proportions.
Ladies and gentlemen, 70,000 feet.
But in this extended, in-depth story, they're tackling the toughest of them all. Welcome to Oregon, the end of the line for the tall tale of the imploding tank car. After months of prep, sweat, and fears, the team has pulled it off. It's time to stock and roll.
If it is indeed possible for a tank car to crush itself, well, then the testing of it is going to be one of the biggest productions we've ever undertaken on this show. That is the biggest steam cleaner you have ever seen. We need not only the tank car and some train tracks, because that's how they get around, but we also need a facility where we can shut down access to those tracks for safety. Let's get to crushing.
There's no doubt about the size of the undertaking. And the first piece of this giant experimental pressure puzzle is bringing the heat.
This boiler is the heart of our experiment. This is a 2 million BTU fire tube style boiler. Now, what's in here is a series of tubes surrounded with water, and obviously is going to heat up that water, and it's going to create a head of steam that comes up about here. And that steam is going to be up to around 360 degrees Fahrenheit. That's what's going to heat up our tank car.
And here's why the steamer is packing so much punch.
Gonna go get some tank cars.
It was almost impossible to locate. But in a coupling made in geek heaven, Adam hooks up with the supersized star of the show.
I totally get the whole thing about model trains. Ha! How cool is that? I had a whole bunch when I was in high school. Hello, ladies. This is our experimental baby, our tank car. Isn't it beautiful? 67 feet long, 10 feet diameter. It holds almost 30,000 gallons of liquid. Unless you think that the shell is thin, it's actually almost half an inch thick.
It's the biggest single prop ever used on Mythbusters. Weighing in at 67,000 pounds, made from cold rolled steel, it seems impossible that it could crush like a tin can. To check its interior integrity, Adam pulls the short straw.
This is not for people who don't like confined spaces. You might think that crawling into one of these tank cars is a simple matter, but they transport all manner of different fluids and liquids, which means there can be all manner of different gases in that tank car that could asphyxiate you. Oh, man. You have no idea how hot it is in here. There's an entire set of safety procedures we had to review before climbing down in there. I'm wearing a safety harness lest I become unconscious so I can be pulled back out. The walls are 101 degrees.
A quick recce, and Adam's nervous, but satisfied.
It's just a shell. There's no internal gusseting at all. And I'm talking quietly because this thing is a freaking echo chamber. If someone dropped a wrench up there, I feel like my eardrums would bleed. So what I'm seeing here is 6 openings from the inside of this tanker to the outside world that we have to make sure are totally sealed to make this work. I think that's all I need to learn down here, and because it's hot as Hades, I'm gonna get back out. See ya.
It's loud, but sound. Too sound.
Oh, man.
To ensure they can form a pressure vessel, the team bypasses the safety features by sealing the release valves. What's next?
Remember, this myth is about heating the tank car up, and then it happens to rain and cools it down. So this thing right here is called a monitor, and it's a spray nozzle. We're going to try to adjust the angle and the pressure in such a way, more this way, that we can get as much of an even coverage of the tank car as possible. I'm happy with that. That's a perfect rainstorm.
This is a giant production, and one of the key things we want to monitor is the temperature of our tank. Behind each one of these windows, we're going to have a thermometer. That thermometer will go to a wire, which will go out there to the tank car, where it will be attached to a thermocouple. Let's hook it up. Cool!
In addition to temperature, the second crucial parameter is the internal pressure.
This is officially the biggest thing I've ever drilled into.
Adam plumbs the steel wall and inserts a vacuum gauge.
We just turned this tank car into an experimental vessel.
And it's primed for the first step of the test. The colossal steam cleaner is fired up, and Adam is struggling to take it all in.
I'm having one of those moments right now, rabid excitement about what is about to take place. At the same time, it's combined with a complete disbelief about what we've got set up here. I mean, look at this. We've locked down 2.5 miles of train track, a mile of road. We've got about 35 guys and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a dozen trucks to support the implosion of that giant 70-foot-long tanker car. This is gonna be cool.
So this myth starts with the lonely train car that's just delivered its payload, and it's sitting here on the tracks waiting to be cleaned.
The cleaning comes in the form of steam. Go ahead and open up the valve and start putting steam in the tank.
Valve opening.
Piping hot at over 300 degrees, its goal is to remove every last trace of residue from the previous cargo. It's happening.
Yeah, it's already rising. Unfortunately, once the service guys had done their job, they closed every hatch and valve on the tank car, something they should never have done.
This is gonna take a while.
Yeah, a lot of mass to heat up.
Yeah. Even more unfortunately, it then begins to rain, and the completely sealed tank car full of highly expanded steam begins cooling rapidly, precipitously dropping the interior pressure.
And then what happens next is the whole tank car collapses in on itself.
Now, is that going to happen when we replicate all of those story points? We don't know. That's why we're testing it. But we will be monitoring everything from the safety of our bunker here. Well, we've been heating our tank car now for about 3 hours, and its temperature has been steadily rising, and it's very close to our small-scale temperature of over 200 degrees. That's great. Any minute now, we're going to call it. I'm going to suit up. I'll cap it, get the heck out of its way, and hopefully we'll watch it crush itself. Here we go. This is it. I gotta climb on top of that thing. It's almost 210 degrees. Shut the top manway, then I shut the bottom valve.
Adam enters the exclusion zone alone and climbs the boiling hot steel. He has to be fast and careful while he creates a 60-ton pressure vessel.
Okay, we're sealed up here. I'm climbing down.
I'm closing the valve now. Valve is closed. I am de-assing the area.
Mission accomplished. It's capped, and the countdown to catastrophe begins.
That went smoothly. Once I get back in the bunker, it's gonna be time to make it rain.
Yep, when things cool down, everything is right on track for the mythical implosion.
All right, fire department, let's make it rain.
Copy, making it rain.
Looks like is it hitting it?
It's hitting it on the far side. I think it must have gotten budged because there's no wind.
Adjust it. So our water isn't fully hitting the tank car. I'm gonna go adjust it a little bit.
This experiment is proving to be not just the biggest, but also one of the trickiest.
This is the kind of thing that we don't want to happen. We want to see this tank collapse, and if anything is wrong, that means we have to get close to the tank to fix it, and that's bad.
Oh, better from my end, Jamie. How about you?
Works for me. Check the kinks in the hose behind you.
Hose looks good.
Adam completes the readjustment And back at Mission Control, they're all set for catastrophe.
Oh, perfect.
It's been a monumental effort.
All right, fire department, let's make it rain.
But the team finally has all the many parts of this mythical freight train mishap in place. Cue the physics.
5 inches of mercury. 6.
Nice. It's climbing steadily. That's what we wanted to see.
The rain cools the steel. The steam inside begins to condense, and the negative pressure rises.
That is climbing a lot faster than our small scale.
The small scale car crushed at 11 inches, the single oil drum at 17. But a full-scale tank car implosion has never been recorded. The Mythbusters are once again in unknown scientific territory.
12 and a half.
Oh, I'm psyched.
The pressure differential,
13.
means there is already more than 1.5 million pounds of pressure pushing on the exterior surface.
Man, that makes me nervous. That thing's so friggin' big.
I know.
And it keeps on rising.
17 and a half. We've now exceeded our small scale pressures.
It's ramping up, just like the suspense.
Come on, baby.
19 and a half.
And the tension.
21.
Wow. Man.
It's nerve-wracking.
It is, and I know that the moment I blink, it's gonna happen.
23.
Damn!
25 and a half.
Holy
15 minutes after sealing in the steam, the negative internal pressure is almost as low as it can possibly go.
26 and a quarter degrees is almost a full vacuum. That occurs at just under 30 inches of mercury.
And still there's no sign of an implosion.
Boy, they make these things tough, don't they?
As the minutes tick by,
This is killing me. We're at 18 and a half minutes.
the negative pressure plateaus.
26 and 5/8.
And for the first time, the guys think the tank car might not collapse.
Remember, folks, science can be boring.
Look, everything is working here exactly as we planned. Our methodology is dead on the money. It's not working. We got a superheated tanker that was steam cleaned that we've now been raining on, and the pressure is built far beyond what I would have considered to be a fatal, catastrophic pressure to this tanker car, and yet it's holding on at 27 inches of mercury. This is astonishing. This is a very durable item.
It hasn't budged. Okay, folks, we're gonna wait for it to be an even hour. And if we haven't seen any movement on the needle by then, we'll call it.
The pressure leveled off at 27 and hasn't budged, and neither has the tank car. So when they hit the hour,
here we go.
They reluctantly concede defeat. Pull the plug and let the air back in.
Hey, nice work on the rig. Everything we did worked beautifully, but you wouldn't break.
It's not our fault. Technically, what we did to this car to try and make it collapse with a vacuum was flawless.
Oh, it's like the train car is peeing on me out of spite.
Got the tank really hot. We sealed it up really well. We pulled darn near a perfect vacuum on it, and yet nothing we did to it made it collapse. So it turns out these cars are actually built pretty darn good, but you know what? We're not done yet.
We've gotten back on the phone. We've ordered another tank car, as if the first one wasn't difficult enough. Now, why are we going to such extreme lengths here? It's because despite evidence to the contrary, we don't think this myth is busted yet. Look, the car that mythically imploded might have been damaged in some way that we couldn't see. It might have been corroded on the inside, some way in which it was made more susceptible to crumpling.
So we found another one, and although it'll take us all night, for you, it'll be a matter of seconds.
Yeah, let's crush some stuff.
With their more corroded car in place, they're removing the steam and rain from the equation and taking a shortcut to pulling the pressure.
This time around, though, we're going to use this big-ass industrial vacuum. It'll pull exactly the same vacuum that we got with the steam.
Is there anything duct tape can't do?
But it's going to do it in a fraction of the time.
Yep, the goal is to match the realistic negative pressure achieved using condensed steam with this giant vacuum cleaner.
All right, so you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, so we have our second, more decrepit tanker car sitting over there on the track, and our giant vacuum hub is just starting up now. That is a beautiful piece of equipment. It's going to pull a vacuum. It's going to pull the same exact vacuum we pulled with the boilers and the pressure and the cooling, etc. I do not want to take my eyes off of it. Just want to watch it do its thing. Except it should do it in a fraction of the time. I want Implosion.
There's hoping.
That's what I want.
The giant vacuum pump is fast. It's rapidly removing air. And after just a few minutes, it's already approaching the maximum negative pressure it can pull.
We got a negative 25.
Negative 25.
Will the more corroded drum succumb?
Only at 27.
Holding at 27 inches of mercury. That's exactly where we were yesterday.
Yeah.
It's been a long and winding train track.
But you wouldn't break!
And the team is about to find out once and for all if a steam cleaning accident can cause a giant steel tank car to crush. They've reached the same negative pressure they managed with steam.
Holding at 27 inches of mercury.
And several million pounds of force are pushing against the half-inch thick steel, squeezing, squashing, and pressing. But the minutes tick by, and it remains resolutely intact.
27.
Still holding at 27.
Unlike their small scale, it may not be imploding, but it is an astonishing result.
You know, as frustrating as this is to not see the train car collapse, this is looking like it's a very valid myth because everybody that we talked to swore up and down that, oh, no problem, this thing's going to collapse.
That's it. That's an hour. Let's cut it.
Turn it off.
Copy.
So it just goes to show you got to test things.
That's the sound of disappointment, ladies and gentlemen.
These tank cars are actually pretty tough little bastards. But as always, we have one more trick up our sleeve.
Yep, this has been such an ordeal. There is no way we are just going to leave it here. We are now going to arrange for our tanker car to encounter a bit of a, shall we say, accident. All we need is a crane to drop something big and heavy on our tanker car. And luckily, it turns out that the sheriff who's been helping us out has access to a crane.
That is how we roll.
So we're going to use that to lift this about 30 feet above that, and then we're going to drop it. Hopefully, it'll leave a nice big dent in our tank car, and then when we pull a vacuum on it, that dent will cause the whole thing to buckle up, kind of like pulling a single card out of a house of cards. At least that's what we hope.
Yep, it's an extremely unlikely series of events, but it is possible.
That looks good to me, Jamie.
After their simulated collision, they'll pull a final vacuum to recreate the steam cleaning and see if that causes a crumple.
This is intense. Dropping 3,200 pounds
on a tank car. Something we didn't expect to be doing in this episode. 3, 2, 1.
Bullseye.
Yeah.
That's ideal.
Look, I can see something like this happening naturally on a train yard. A telephone pole falls over.
Well, or the equivalent of it in interior wear. And the fact is that they do put corrosive chemicals and things in these things, and it can erode.
I can't hold it in any longer. Here's the thing, right? We dropped this concrete block, and then we thought, oh, we gotta clean up all the concrete, right? We gotta clean the concrete off the track, et cetera, because there's gonna be big chunks of it everywhere. No, come here, look at this. Come here. It landed precisely, exactly where we picked it up from, upright, ready to be picked up again. That's a very respectful concrete block. That's the most cooperative big thing we've ever dropped.
Yeah, and it landed exactly, it did exactly what I wanted it to do.
Yeah, this is great.
With their completely accidental damage done, it's deja vu all over again.
All right, Dean, go ahead and start the vacuum.
The vacuum pump fires up, starts sucking, and the pressure plunges. Will the kink in the steel compromise the structural integrity?
I'm gonna say the denting compromised it. I'm gonna guess 17 inches of mercury is where it fails.
I don't know, I'm detecting a pattern here.
You're gonna say nothing at all?
Uh-huh.
That's probably the safe money. What did I say, 17? 17. Can I get a 17? Anyone wanna give me action? Cool.
10 minutes, 21 inches of mercury.
That is a hell of a vacuum pump right there.
Yeah.
It's also a hell of a dent. It's a perfect dent we made.
Yeah.
23 inches. Come on. Come on, you melon farmer.
Finally.
Oh, 23 inches of mercury. Holy cow.
This is all about the geometry. Just like with a chicken's egg, it's really quite strong and you can't break them in your hand if you squeeze them. But all it takes is one little crack on the side of the frying pan and you've got a dent, just like what we put in this tank car, and the whole thing unravels.
Man, look at that. That is beautiful.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Something that large and sturdy being deformed like that. It's kind of hard to take it in.
Really is.
It doesn't seem right somehow.
I'm getting a kind of a scale vertigo.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we had pulled a nearly full vacuum on two 67-foot-long tank cars and achieved bupkis, nothing. In desperation, we dropped a 3,200-pound concrete block on it and left a huge dent. Not a recommended technique for proper care and feeding of tank car, and yet it seemed to do the trick because at 23 inches of mercury, that tank car folded like Jamie's proverbial house of cards, like this. Here, wait, play my sound effect over the actual thing. Watch this. Just like that. It was beautiful.
It looks like a big plastic bag that got deflated or something, but it's friggin' thick steel. And for it to do that, It's physics.
They finally got the implosion they were looking for. But they had to stack the deck so far in favor of a failure, this one's going to be difficult to call.
Well, this one was a bear. How do you want to call it?
Well, I think the myth as stated, we have to conclude based on the evidence that it's busted. Your average tank car, even under an impressive amount of vacuum pressure, isn't going to implode.
Agreed, but if it's dented or corroded or otherwise compromised, it could happen.
Spectacularly so. Okay, let's get the hell out of here.
Okay. We need one of those pumper cars.
Yes, I totally want one.
You ready for the explosion special?
Maybe you could give me a minute.
Ah, you big baby.
Jamie, when we're all done making Mythbusters, how would you like us to be remembered?
How about for our promotion of critical thought?
And how do you think we will be remembered?
For blowing crap up.
Exactly, and that is why in this episode we are celebrating by making it an entire explosion special.
What's on the docket?
Well, we are finally going to tackle an explosive we have never had any experience with before, landmines. Like this. But first, we have a new twist on perhaps Mythbusters' most favorite and famous explosion.
That would be the cement truck.
Yes, it would. And it stars our favorite fictional honorary Mythbuster, Angus MacGyver. Let me set you the scene.
Let's go, go!
A mail truck has been fitted with a bomb full of dynamite.
Keep it coming!
MacGyver brings a cement truck over to the mail truck and starts filling it with wet concrete. When he gets it above the bomb goes off. The cement seems to prevent the bomb from causing any real damage.
It worked.
I honestly don't know what would actually happen.
Which makes it a perfect myth for us to test.
3.
When it comes to countdowns,
2.
the Mythbusters
1.
have an explosive 14-year history.
Bye-bye.
And to celebrate their love of big bangs, they're putting a MacGyver spin on an old Mythbusters favorite.
Well, there's your problem.
To get things rolling, the team decamped to a much-loved location.
If you're going to blow something up and you need more than just a few pounds of explosives to do it, generally the neighbors don't like it. And that's why we've come to one of our favorite places to blow large things up, Hyneman, California. And we're in the middle of thousands of acres of empty space, and we can do pretty much whatever we want here. That seems about right.
Our plan today is pretty straightforward. We're going to be detonating 2 mail trucks. Why 2 mail trucks? Well, one obviously will be full of wet cement, but our first blast will be empty.
Yes! The Mythbusters Postal Service. The skeletal bird with dynamite in his talons.
Why are we detonating an empty mail truck? Well, that's because we can't know if MacGyver's actions had any effect on the blast unless we have something to compare it to. That's our control.
For set dressing, the cop car that MacGyver hides behind is dropped into place. But the key to this myth is the mail truck's explosive cargo.
By looking at the clip, we've determined that they used about 84 pounds of dynamite. Now, this right here may look a little bit more festive, but this is actually what 84 pounds of dynamite looks like.
To quantify and compare the damage between the control and the concrete blasts, they'll measure 2 parameters. First, the shrapnel.
We want to know how dangerous the shrapnel might be, so we are implementing shrapnel catchers. We have cut out a ton of plywood dudes that we are going to place on a 30-foot radius between us and the blast so that we can see if chunks of metal fly off, will it kill someone standing that far away? Let's mullet it up! You know, while it's universally agreed that MacGyver brought ingenuity and cool problem solving to network television, it's not often discussed what he's done for the mullet. Business in the front, party in the rear.
The second parameter is the pressure wave.
We'll be gathering precise data on the strength of our blast using one of these. This is a pressure transducer. Our blast obviously will put out a tremendous amount of energy, most of it in the form of a blast pressure wave. That wave will meet our pressure transducer. It'll exert a little mechanical energy on a tiny crystal inside the transducer called a piezo. When we hook it up to a computer, it gives us exactly how strong the blast pressure wave was, where that pressure transducer was placed. Having all 3 of these data points for both blasts ought to give us a really good picture to see if MacGyver's cement made a difference between the control and the cement blast.
With the dual data gathering systems in place, it's prediction time.
Now, our control test involves an empty van. Now, according to our bomb techs, that amount of dynamite in this empty van is going to make it, well, just disappear. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be completely opened up. I know there's going to be an awful lot of shrapnel coming off of this. Whether it's completely gone or not, I'm not so sure.
Almost there.
We've got, you know, a chassis and an engine. I think it's still going to be left here.
Mr. Hyneman, you ready?
Okay, arming and ready.
This is MacGyver Control Empty Postal Van, 84 pounds of TNT in 3, 2, 1. Boom! That, I think there's still some stuff flying through the air.
Yeah, nobody go outside yet.
Nope.
What goes up comes down.
That was maybe one of the bigger thuds we have felt in a while.
Yeah.
Yep, you've got hail. A hail of metal shrapnel.
Oh, look, the eagle has landed.
And plywood shrapnel catchers.
That's gotta hurt.
It's pure carnage for our shrapnel catchers. Legs and hands and mullets everywhere. I don't think there's a single shrapnel catcher that's intact. I think we blew them all to, I think this is the literal definition of smithereens. Wow. You predicted that the engine would stay put?
Yeah, I said the chassis and the engine were gonna stay, but everything else was gonna go away, and that's pretty much exactly what happened.
Nicely done. Well done there.
Well, as impressive as the damage is, everything that went away was actually just sheet metal. That sheet metal effectively became shrapnel and just went for hundreds of feet in all directions. What's left is the actual structural stuff, like the frame and the engine. And that stuff, being that it was underneath the explosive, it's more or less still here, if not exactly functional. The
blast was significantly more powerful than expected. At 30 feet, the shrapnel damage was clearly catastrophic. But what about the pressure sensors?
Oh.
Whoops.
It looks like all 3 of the sensors we had out here are totally busted. So we did this explosion as our control to gather data to compare the next explosion to. And unfortunately, we didn't get all the data we set out to get. Our sensors, our pressure transducers, actually all of them failed because the shrapnel tore through them and we didn't get any readings. But I think it's absolutely safe to say that 30 feet from the blast would absolutely be the lethal zone. How this will compare to the next blast, well, that's still something we're gonna have to figure out.
With the cables for the pressure transducers shredded, even at 250 feet, they have no control data. And the next step will take some figuring out. So it's on to story 2, where the guys are breaking new ground by going underground.
So, landmines.
Yep. The myth is if you want to cross a minefield and you want to do it safely, which I assume you do, the vehicle of choice is a hovercraft.
And that would be because the hovercraft doesn't set them off.
That's the myth. That's what I think we should test.
You know, I don't think I've ever driven a hovercraft.
Especially over a minefield.
One stick of dynamite.
This is a story of firsts. Over the years, the team has tackled every conceivable explosive tech. Except one, landmines. But first, this story's other first, the state-of-the-art craft in question. Supposedly, a hovercraft is perfect for safely traversing a minefield because it evenly distributes its weight on a cushion of air. To find out the truth, our novice riders require lessons.
We got the left and the right steering, and we have the throttle. That provides both the lift and the thrust.
Once in the driver's seat, Adam discovers it's surprisingly easy to handle.
He's having way too much fun.
Yep, and they're also starting to get a feel for how 600 pounds of man and machine could possibly power through a minefield without mishap.
Well, they're basically boats that float on a cushion of air. And that cushion of air is retained underneath the boat by a flexible skirt. And there's an engine that's pumping air down into that skirt.
Now hold it, hold it, hold it. Now counter steer. Perfect.
There you go.
Yeah!
That same fan and engine, though, are also pushing air out the back through these fins, and that provides it with propulsion and steering.
Okay, maybe I went a little far.
I just spent about 40 minutes tooling around on this lake, getting to know the rudiments of driving a hovercraft. And it's actually quite analogous to some training we've already had in both driving and power sliding on water and wet surfaces, and also drifting. This is far more extreme than both of those. It's kind of like driving a somewhat controllable air hockey puck, because that's what it is. This is a much better experience than the last time I drove a hovercraft. Well, that one was a lot more primitive. I was using $75 worth of hardware.
We're almost there, we're almost there, we're doing great!
It just didn't go that well for me. Let's just put it that way. Let's just leave it at that, okay?
Wow! Woo!
As far as operating this thing in a minefield, I think this is going to be kind of like operating a boat in a marina. Yeah! I think it can be done, but you have to plan ahead, and that's going to be the key.
This is great!
That, my friends, is the sound of Jamie Hyneman being enthusiastic.
I don't know about you, but I feel ready to drive this across a minefield.
Let's go make a minefield.
Let's do it.
back at the beginning,
Go! That is not enough to blast somebody off the seat.
the big booms weren't so big
Whoa!
Whoa!
or beautifully captured, and often didn't go according to plan.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Over a decade later, and the Mythbusters have upped the explosive ante and covered every combination of tech and target, except one: landmines. And the myth that a minefield can be crossed by hovercraft. How they go about testing one of the world's deadliest military devices is a tricky task.
PVC tubing.
We obviously need mines to conduct our test, and out of this, I will produce a set of artificial mines. Now, they won't blow up, but that's only half of what a mine does. The other thing it does is register a certain amount of pressure in order to tell it to blow up. A mine is really effectively a scale that says blow up when a person steps on it, like 150 pounds. Look at that! Or a truck, like 700 pounds. And the soul of our fake mines will be this little metal button. This is, in fact, a pressure transducer, and it will allow my fake mines to behave just like the real thing in every way, except for explosives.
While Adam makes the housing for the programmable pressure trigger, Jamie replaces the C4 with an air-powered mortar designed to give off a safe, movie effect blast.
That right there is the tank, and we'll have a funnel on the end of it filled with stuff that's going to get shot up in the air. Pretty simple and straightforward. We step on the landmine and off she goes. Kaboom.
Right.
With Jamie's mortar assembled and loaded with fake rubble, it's ready for a demo.
Takes a minute for it to wind up.
All right, any second now, and we'll do the explosion. It's killing.
Oh!
That's great.
Looks pretty good to me.
Jamie's air mortar worked an absolute treat. We were using a mixture of black cork. This is just like an inch-thick black cork board you stick push pins into, and special effects material we call Fuller's Earth. It's used to make everything dusty in films. And what's really nice is that this can fall down and it looks like rocky debris, except it doesn't hurt anybody. And that's like pretty important to us. I think this is going to be the perfect mixture for our fake minefield.
That's the film effect explosion. Back inside, Adam has a prototype of the pressure pad ready for demo.
So here is the function of our mine. We've got the body that is the casing, and we've got our pressure rod here. And down at the bottom is that little pressure transducer screwed into the bottom of our ABS pipe cap. And that will work just like a real thing.
So while the team mass produces 20 accurate and programmable landmines, it's back to the MacGyver myth. Adam and Jamie want to know if this cement solution is cinematically scientific or a made-for-TV tall tale.
3, 2, 1. Boom!
So far, the control blast didn't exactly go to plan.
Well, we like to say failure is always an option, and it has to be, because we had a total failure of our pressure transducer system.
Whoops.
Oh. But we do have a plan B.
Yep, we're going to focus on the physical evidence. Our cutouts tell us the shrapnel was catastrophic at 30 feet. But we can also compare the strength of the control to the concrete-covered blast by measuring how far the shrapnel flew. That's a heavy thing, and it shot at about 150 feet. First, we marked out the more sizable pieces on foot. That's got to be one of the farthest chunks. And then we get the big picture by air.
This right here is the newest piece of amazing camera equipment that Mythbusters has brought to bear on shooting our episodes over the past couple of years. This is called a DJI Inspire 1. And we use the Inspire to witness our entire debris field in one shot.
Yep, from this bird's eye view, the debris field can be mapped at a maximum radius of 675 feet. With that stat replacing the pressure transducer data, cue truck number 2.
This is our 84 pounds of dynamite. And the reason I'm locking all this stuff down is that this stuff is lighter than concrete and it might float. That way, these detonation cords and things like that won't come out, hopefully.
Similar to the shelves in the original clip, Jamie's placed one bundle of dynamite down low and one up top. And screwing them to the wooden frame should prevent them from floating free when the concrete flows. Meaning it's time for man of the moment.
How you doing?
MacGyver.
I like this look. Maybe I'm gonna try it out.
Our mulleted hero springs into action.
And perfect, right there.
Matching the clip, he directs the dump truck to unload 8 cubic yards or 32,000 pounds of wet cement.
It's coming out. It looks kind of like a cow taking a dump.
It really does look like a cow taking a dump, and I've never even seen that. Wow.
It'll take 30 minutes to fill her up, but there's a problem.
Kill it.
What's up?
Look at the bag of explosives that came out from under the table.
Oh.
Despite Jamie's precautions,
What do we do? What can we do?
40-odd pounds of primed-to-explode dynamite is dangerously detached. It has to be secured and fast.
We can cut a bigger hole and crawl through this.
Ironically, they've got to MacGyver the situation. With the cement already 12 inches deep, they can't go through the doors.
I'm sorry, but I have to take off the MacGyver wig.
The cement is rapidly setting. The sun is heating the truck interior to a stifling 150 degrees. And there's an unexploded bomb to be manhandled.
Whew. All right, I'm in. Oh, that feels.
All in a dangerous day's work for the Mythbusters.
Right, I just remembered this is 40-some-odd pounds of TNT. Gonna handle it gently. All right.
To make sure they match the clip,
Thank you.
the loose bag has to be submerged under the concrete. So Adam boxes it in and with some 2x4, screws it down.
Yeah, you aren't going anywhere.
Before escaping with a brand new pair of concrete boots.
Yes! Oh! Yes! Ah!
Nice work, Houdini.
Thank you.
How to escape upside down out of a container full of concrete and explosive.
And with that,
Let's clear the area. Let's start pumping.
MacGyver's back on track to save the day. Or is he?
This is a new problem. Like we needed more. It might be pushing out the sides of our truck and leaking out. 32,000 pounds. That's 16 tons. My guess is that's more than this truck was built to take. Wow. That is a lot of pressure on those doors. It's a lot of mail.
In the clip, the truck wasn't affected by the extra weight, but in real life, it's only just holding together.
Let's kill it.
The team has to move fast before it fails.
So where we are right now is that we have just covered the bomb with concrete. And we are working very hard to, as the bomb techs would say, de-ass the area. Trying to get all the equipment out, then we'll get all the people back to the bunker, then we're gonna blow this puppy.
3, 2, 1. Wow.
Hey, welcome to 1987. Here's the problem. MacGyver is confronted with an 84-pound bomb. Keep it coming! He convinces a local cement mixer to back up to the mail truck and fill it full of cement. The question we want to answer is, you ready to do this? Would his cement have made any difference?
Are you ready?
I'm totally ready.
In the clip, it looks like almost nothing happens at all.
Okay, wet concrete explosion in 3.
Like there's a boom and the truck jumps and there's a little fire and that's it.
2.
That would be the most ideal outcome.
1. Wow. That totally went off and all the dummies are standing. It worked.
That worked gangbusters.
It did.
It's an astonishing result. As per the clip, the explosion was almost completely smothered.
That is amazing. I'm completely blown away.
Let's face it, some of the stuff we've seen on MacGyver is downright silly. But this one turned out to be actually darned impressive because, you know, it looks exactly like what we saw in the clip. Most of it appears to have been absorbed by the mass of the concrete. It just absorbed it.
This is our debris field. It's one big thing.
A darned effective technique. I never would have thought it.
After inspecting the onlookers, the news keeps on getting better.
Well, I'm standing here with our shrapnel catchers, and what you might notice is there's a great difference between them for this blast and the previous one. Yep, every single one of them is still standing. That was incredible. Maybe the most surprising result we've had in a long time.
But...
oh, shoot. A couple of unexploded sticks of TNT there.
Cancel the cake and put the confirmed party on hold. A closer look reveals the muted explosion was down to a misfire, not MacGyver. It seems the concrete dislodged the detonation cord from the dynamite.
Remember how I said that failure is always an option? It is starting to feel like the only option. We found a garbage bag full of unexploded dynamite, and then Jamie, like a surgeon, used the forklift to peel the front off of this mail van. Stop! Stop! And that's when we found another garbage bag full of unexploded dynamite.
Is that the other bag?
Yep. Our best guess is that we detonated 2 sticks of dynamite. That's not the blast we were looking for. So here's what we've got to do. We have to come up with a methodology for making absolutely sure that dynamite goes off when it's under the cement. Once we have that methodology worked out, we are going to implement it, bring back in a cement truck, fill another mail truck with cement, and try this for real.
Coming up on Mythbusters, we test deja vu all over again.
While the guys get set to fix their MacGyver missteps, over at Alameda, it's time to lay the minefield for their hovercraft to cross.
This episode's a bit of a tough one. It's a kind of a minefield. It's actually a genuine minefield. We need to build one. That's what you were thinking, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've chosen a minefield that is about 50 feet long and about 8 feet wide. This is not testing whether we can evade these mines. This is testing what happens when we go over them with the hovercraft. So we feel that this configuration should guarantee we're going to do that.
Every 3 feet.
Okay, there you go.
Yep, this deadly $sign design will ensure that when the hovercraft crosses, it'll hit most of the mines. Now, can Jamie dig it? Yes, he can. Nothing makes the Hyneman happier than the right tool for the job.
Beautiful. Now you may be wondering why we're doing all of this digging. That is a beautiful machine. Because mines usually just put them in and they're sitting there waiting to release their horror upon the world. Our mines are not autonomous mines, right? Because we actually have to wire them up to a system, allowing them to be switches for our air mortars. So, allow me to introduce you to our mines. Yes. Remember me building this in the shop? Well, now it's got a paint job and a title and a wiring bus so that we can wire these mines to our central system, which will allow us to adjust the pressures they go off at and set off our mortars.
And while Jamie spends the day digging the trenches for the 20 mortars and mines, Adam decides to test drive the hovercraft.
Yeah!
1 or 2, or 6, or 7 more times.
I keep waiting for Jamie to come on over and go, stop screwing around. I'm doing all this digging, and it's time to get to work. I'll be like, I am working, Walrus.
Hovercraft hijinks aside, laying this high-tech minefield is a mammoth 2-day undertaking.
There's 20 mines. There are cables that run to every single one, signal wires that run from each one of the mines to each one of the mortars, and then power that runs from all the mortars back to control station. Plus, we got to make sure there are no leaks in any of our pressurized mortar canisters.
Well, I've got a few hisses here or there, but they're very small, so I think we're good to go.
You're getting a little bit of Mythbusters behind the scenes here. The guys behind me are helping us create cork for our mortars. If you remember, we're using a little bit of Fuller's Earth dust and some black cork. Actually, it starts out like this in big sheets, and we're crushing it up into little chunks that when they fly through the air look like rocks hitting you. It's an old movie special effects trick.
And speaking of movie special effects,
Look, our minds in this experiment are effectively scientific instruments, and our mortars, they're movie mortars. They look a lot better than they sound, but we can fix that. Our sound editor can actually add a really nice explosion sound over the mine every time it blows up, like this. That sounds good. I have to tell you, this is one of the more complicated builds we have ever embarked upon. We've spent a couple of days now digging, pressurizing, mining, mortaring, wiring, and testing, all to what end? To build a functional yet non-lethal minefield we can test with. And the most important part of this minefield is this: the mines. They're activated by a small pressure transducer that acts like a scale, and we can have it set off the mine at whatever pressure we decide.
And when they're activated, these fancy mortars that we've buried go poof.
At the beating heart of this operation, the thing that joins all of our mines and all of our mortars together and makes them functional, is about a half-mile of Cat5 cable, all terminating here in this rat's nest, which our honorary Mythbuster and electronics and metering specialist David Harding claims will allow us to adjust our mines to be set off by any pressure that we choose.
And to find out if their complicated setup is working, they're first testing it on foot. Cue the designated dead man walking.
Now, I could just walk out there and step on one, but where's the fun in that? I'm gonna walk this minefield blindfolded while being guided to doom by Mr. Hyneman.
Don't worry, I'll watch your step.
All right.
Okay, David, arm the system.
System is armed.
From the control center, each mine is calibrated to go boom at 35 pounds of pressure. One light step, and Adam will feel the full force of a movie effect explosion.
This is weird. I gotta say, I know this is totally safe. Commencing walking the minefield. Like, I won't get hurt by the mortars that we made, but it's a little nerve-wracking.
Now bear to your right a little bit.
It's okay. It's just a flesh wound.
The minefield is scarily accurate and completely safe.
Oh! Oh! There goes the leg.
Oh, you still got another one.
And when Adam recovers from his gruesome fake death,
Oh!
they can reset the field for vehicles.
Can I be dead yet? Ah!
Ah, you big baby.
I think I'm dead. Let me remind you, we're testing the myth that a hovercraft can traverse a minefield without incident, that it won't set off any of the mines. Woo!
But this required us to answer the question of what, in fact, is a mine. There are thousands of different kinds, and they're set off by many different things. Some are set off by electromagnetism, some by vibration. But the most common of all mines is set off by pressure. That's the kind we decided to go with. Oh! It's effectively a scale with a bomb attached to it. No!
Ah, you big baby.
So after their successful systems test, the team recalibrates the mines to an anti-vehicle setting and prepares for a control comparison.
All right, David, so we set the mines to 300 pounds?
All right, 300 pounds.
Excellent. To test our mine's ability to be set off by the pressure exerted by a vehicle, I thought we should have something kind of military. Then I thought, let's use my four-wheel baby right here. But while it is really close to playing the role that we wanted to play, I think it could look a little more military. So I'm going to add one detail to make it a little more badass. It's not a real minigun. It's totally made of plastic, but it does spin. That is really fun.
Before the hovercraft is sent into battle, Adam's Jeep with fake plastic minigun will be used as a control.
This is where the rubber meets the road. It's time to do our vehicle versus mines test.
All right, Jamie, you ready?
Starting the engine. And after we see what happens with that, it'll be time to move on to sending our hovercraft across the same course.
Commence the vehicle mine setting test in 3,
2, 1, go.
The Jeep weighs in at just over 3,000 pounds.
There goes one.
And 1/4 of its weight, 750 pounds, is focused through the relatively small contact area of each tire, easily setting off
Get my car dusty.
any of the mines they cross.
Now, in the case of the hovercraft, not all of its weight is concentrated into one small area. Well, that worked quite well, didn't it?
I guess now it's time for the hovercraft.
So the question here is that weight or that down pressure that it's exerting on the ground enough to set off one of these mines?
My prediction is that the hovercraft is going to make it just fine. Even though it weighs, fully loaded with a person, over 600 pounds, I don't see it exerting 300 pounds down on its underskirt. It's just, it's not going to happen.
We're about to find out. With Jamie in the hot seat and a high-tech minefield rigged and ready to blow, can a hovercraft really float through an anti-vehicle minefield?
Oh, yeah. Here it goes. Oh, yeah! Yeah! You didn't set off a thing. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was smooth, explosion-free sailing.
Oh, yeah!
The S-curve layout ensured Jamie crossed a majority of the mines, but not a single one went boom.
Yeah! You want to come back around for a second run?
On my way.
Maybe a little slower this time. Yeah!
Despite reducing speed, giving the mines more time to register the passing hovercraft, the Hyneman gets away unharmed.
Not a thing. That was beautiful. Yeah!
Well, there you have it. We drove across the minefield with the vehicle, and we're setting off the mines. The hovercraft, not so much.
I was right. I like being right every now and then.
Look, it may seem counterintuitive to you that a 600-pound hovercraft can't set off a mine engineered to go off at 300 pounds, but this myth is all about the exact kind of pressure. A human foot, a car tire, those are point sources of pressure. But the hovercraft is distributing its weight across its entire footprint, across the entire cushion of air that it's riding on. That's why it can't set off our mines. That's why it is the perfect craft for making its way across a minefield.
But it still weighs 600 pounds. How well does it spread that load, and can a hovercraft cross any minefield at any pressure setting?
Now it's the moment of truth. Our minefield is set to an anti-personnel pressure. That is 35 pounds to trigger our mines. I've already walked it and shown that I'm plenty to trigger it.
Okay, Adam, you're good to go.
All right, here we go. Traversing a minefield in a hovercraft. Set to anti-personnel setting in 3, 2.
Here we go.
Same thing, no mine action.
Yeah! That is awesome!
The mines, set to go off at the lightest footstep, are once again unmoved. Adam then does his best to linger with several 360s.
Yeah. Can you hold it in one spot?
But the hovercraft and its cushion of air defies death from below.
At this point, it's looking mighty good for this myth. But are we done? Come on. You know us. You know we're going to take it to the most extreme place we can. That's what we're about to do.
So we've set this to go off at 5 pounds. The Easter Bunny could set this off. Okay, here we go.
It's the ultimate test for this myth. The Hyneman and Hovercraft are 120 times heavier than each mine's threshold. But once again, they float serenely across unharmed.
Didn't set off a single mine. That is beautiful. I love it.
So how does this work? Well, the answer's in the numbers. If you divide the weight of the hovercraft by the contact area, you get about 0.06 pounds per square inch of downward pressure. So there's not nearly enough pressure per square inch.
Well, I gotta say, I think this is about as easy a myth to call as we've ever encountered.
Yeah, it's confirmed.
Totally confirmed. The hovercraft is the absolute vehicle of choice for traversing a minefield.
Sure is.
I gotta figure out how to get myself one of these.
What? Oh, sorry, I can't hear you.
How am I supposed to get out of this minefield?
Looks good.
All right. That's the last thing that truck will ever do. If you're just tuning in, we've been messing stuff up all over the place. Unexploded TNT there. And in the process, have had a few of our own MacGyver moments. Ah, yes! That's a mail truck. Inside of it, 84 pounds of dynamite. Any minute now, we're gonna find out just how MacGyver we are.
But first, this time they got to ensure everything goes boom.
The last time we had some bundles of dynamite that were sitting underneath the table, well, it didn't work so well.
Our best guess is that we detonated 2 sticks of dynamite.
This time around, I'm going to be putting our dynamite inside a box that's made out of 1-inch plywood, and it's going to be completely sealed and anchored. It's going to work this time.
So why didn't our dynamite go off in that last test? That's actually kind of hard to answer, but here's the thing. Our bomb techs that we work with always set up our explosives so that everything is as safe as humanly possible. Bad guys don't worry about such things. Suffice to say, we have prepared the dynamite in such a way for this next test that we are guaranteed that it will detonate.
It will explode, but will the cement smother the blast?
There are a couple of different things to think about.
That's our package?
That's your package.
And the first is that concrete is heavy, and it's gonna absorb a lot of the explosion.
84 pounds of dynamite, 185 pounds of pure man.
On the other hand, there's something known as water hammer.
Push, good.
And that's what happens if you close a tap really quickly, and it can deliver a hydraulic shock to the plumbing, which can actually rupture it.
That is beautiful.
Now, this concrete could deliver something like a water hammer to the exterior of the truck and bust it up really efficiently.
There we go.
Now, whether that does it more efficiently than it did without any concrete in the mail truck, that's what we're about to test.
That's it.
Let's cap in and get out of here.
Okay.
It's been one of the most testing test setups in Mythbusters history.
All right, sir, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'll go ahead and arm it.
But they're primed to finally find out if MacGyver's quick-thinking cement solution would have saved the situation.
This is MacGyver, mail truck filled with cement and 84 pounds of dynamite. And 3, 2, 1, go!
It made a jet straight up.
That was a thud.
Truck's all gone.
The truck was completely destroyed.
Well, there's your problem.
But there is evidence that the concrete altered the characteristics and intensity of the explosion.
This is really interesting, Jamie. In that first blast, there was a shock wave. And it knocked all the legs of our shrapnel catchers off. But I'm looking at the shrapnel catchers that are nearby, they're mostly intact. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say there was not a significant shock wave emanating out. It looks like probably most of that force went up, and what was coming out was all shrapnel.
This is interesting. Unlike the control, this time there's a hole in the ground where the truck used to be.
Wow, we made a crater.
And the debris field, at 250 feet, it's not nearly as widespread. It's less than half the size of the control. And it makes sense if you think about it. Most of the concrete surrounded the explosive, meaning that the energy was directed up and down instead of outward towards the shrapnel catchers. Over the decade or so that we've been doing this show, we've done thousands of explosions, and while they're all unique in their own way, it's really useful to look for the similarities that tell us something.
3.
In this case, he did an explosion underwater in the lake. And it created this massive geyser that went up hundreds of feet. And it's not unlike what we just did here, where the concrete was surrounding the explosives, but there wasn't much of it, if any, above or below it. And so it created a jet that went down into the ground and created this crater, and it went up very high in the air as well above it. It's those kinds of cross connections that in total help us understand really how this stuff works.
Yep, but although the plywood passers-by weren't ripped apart, they were peppered.
Let's face it, the concrete may have altered the direction of the pressure wave, but it didn't save the day. The shrapnel catchers are riddled with holes. The aggregate in the concrete, the loose rocks, it all became a lethal shower of death. And the truck did not survive in any way like it did in the clip.
Found the back door.
This one's pretty easy to call.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, time to call this. Did MacGyver's concrete technique alter the blast?
It did indeed.
Did it protect people in the vicinity?
Not at all.
No. Does it match the clip that we saw on the TV show?
No.
No. I think the call on this one is pretty clear.
It's busted.
It's totally busted.
You know, at this point, we've probably blown up more weird crap than anybody alive.
Yeah.
Dude, I think I found it.
We happy? Adam, we happy?
Yeah, we happy.
On this episode of Mythbusters.
Dude, it's real. This is it.
What exactly is it?
This is the end of the line. This is our last ever episode of Mythbusters.
So what do you want to do, sit around and mope?
No, I do not. We have actually a fantastic episode planned, and mayhem is front and center on this. We've got a rocket sled.
Buster, you're the stuntman of all of our dreams.
Wow! Huge explosion. Wow. A truck wedge on steroids. And a whole bunch more.
Well, sounds good. What's first?
Well, one of the things Mythbusters is most famous for is our extensive use of our high-speed camera.
Agreed.
But we have never filmed an explosion at tens of thousands of frames per second.
Well, you know what? If we're going to do that, we should make the last one a monster.
I totally agree. You heard him. Don't touch that dial because the last ever episode of Mythbusters starts right now.
They say that all good things must come to an end. And Mythbusters is no exception. Having lived through 14 years of world firsts, spectacular science,
Oh, man, that's so cool.
and television triumphs, Adam and Jamie's wild ride is wrapping up.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
But to sign off in style, they're starting this grandest of grand finales by going supersized and super slow.
We begin this last ever episode of Mythbusters with our extensive experience in high-speed cameras and high-speed explosions to blow something up and get the most gorgeous high-speed shot of it.
And so to do that, we've come out to this beautiful desert testing ground. It's the perfect location for us to film some really, really massive explosions.
Our target? Why, this beautiful RV. RV stands for recreational vehicle, and blowing stuff up is a form of recreation for us. Now, we've chosen this because Mythbusters has a long and illustrious history messing with these things. We've driven through them. We've fired rocket-propelled grenades at them. Heck, we've even used them for show openers.
Put your pants back on. We've got work to do.
Today, we're going to continue that long and illustrious history by turning this into dust beautifully.
It's not just history that makes the RV the perfect pick.
That's what I'm talking about.
But being made of materials both hard and soft, it should make for a kaleidoscopic kaboom.
A little color for our RV.
Especially at a frame rate that's mind-blowingly fast.
Here we go. Pop quiz. What is this referring to?
The answer is that that's the frame rate that this camera is going to be documenting our explosion in. And by the way, this will be the fastest frame rate that we've ever documented an explosion with.
Yep, as Jamie stated, this is the highest frame rate we have ever recorded an explosion with. And as a point of comparison, I want to point out that for our most iconic explosion we ever did on this show, which is, of course, the cement truck, we have no high-speed shot of it because our camera malfunctioned. We're hoping to remedy that with this little treat.
Yep, despite conducting over 900 explosions, when it comes to dissecting a detonation, their explosive frame rate has maxed out at 10,000 frames per second, 5 times slower than this final farewell.
That was a little more energetic than I thought.
And with an enormous amount of info, the guys are going large.
That is a lot of boom.
But not before some science.
This right here is 855 pounds of ANFO. Now, when this stuff goes off, it's going to release 5,355 megajoules. Sounds like a lot of energy, right? Well, it is, but consider this. The energy contained per pound in a candy bar is greater than that inside a stick of dynamite. Now, that means that this isn't just about the total energy content, it's about the speed of the release. When that candy bar is consumed, it's going to take pretty much a day to release all its energy. But when we set off this Ampho, it's going to be released in a tiny fraction of a second. And that's a whole different kettle of fish.
With a detonation velocity of 14,000 feet per second.
Another day, another 850 pounds of explosives.
The Ampho will sure pack a punch.
Last one. There you go. That's it. We are almost ready to go. Our RV is now packed with 850 pounds of Ampho, the same amount as we used to detonate our cement truck. Now, for the cement truck blast, Jamie and I were about 1.5 miles away over open water, and we were actually in open air. In contrast, for this blast, we'll be much closer, 1/2 mile away, but we'll be in the safety of a bunker.
But will it be spectacular enough for Adam and Jamie to hang up their high-speed camera once and for all? To find out, the guys hunker in the bunker.
This is where I want to survive a zombie apocalypse.
And get ready to rock.
Here we go. We're about to detonate our RV with 850 pounds of Ampho. On your mark, Mr. Hyneman.
Okay, detonate in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wow.
Look at that. Kaboom.
There's nothing left. No hole, no nothing. It's like it wasn't there.
If Jamie wanted Big Boom,
wow.
Jamie got Big Boom because their RV has gone AWOL.
Wow. I can see chunks everywhere. Well, that was 850 pounds of Ampho versus one RV, and clearly the RV was worse for wear. This is actually the most surviving tire of the actual car, and this was the spare. There are more efficient ways to pull a tire off of a rim, but none that are more exciting.
But this experiment was all about creating a high speed that's the bomb. So was it job done?
All right, this is the best part, watching it on high speed.
To find out, Adam starts by cueing the close-up.
Oh, look at that. You get to look at the inside of our RV lighting up. That's 850 pounds of Ampho, expanding at, give or take, 15 times the speed of a bullet. Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful.
If the close-up had you impressed, just wait for the wide.
Oh, and there comes the shockwave. That might be the most beautiful shockwave we have ever recorded. Look at it. It's like a lens. It's like a Photoshop effect. Just incredible. Never, ever have we gotten this deep view on an explosion.
It's taken 14 years to get this footage. Possible now only because of incredible camera technology. And the second-to-none skill set of Adam and Jamie.
Wow, that's intense. It's just this incredibly bright light right there. I love that.
For this final farewell, it's well and truly first mission accomplished.
Well, that was a pretty spectacular way to start out the finale episode. What do you think?
Darn tootin'. Love those big blast bubbles.
Me too. Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not all. If you like that, stick around. It gets much, much better.
After 14 unforgettable years
It's scientific!
and 3,000 eclectic experiments,
This is gonna kill you.
this is Adam and Jamie's final farewell.
Wow.
And the chaos is about to get cranked up to the max.
So what's next?
Well, I've been trying to think of something that is awesome and spectacular, yet also poignant and pays homage to the totality of our history.
That's deep.
Well, I think I've come up with something. Do you remember Truck Wedge?
Yeah, it was great.
So what I'm thinking of is we build a new improved truck wedge, attach it to a more powerful and bigger truck, and then on a runway we line up all 14 years of Mythbusters history, all the props, the wooden cutouts, the busters, the cars, the planes, the boats, and we drive right through the center of all of it.
So it's a symbolic kind of a thing.
Indeed it is.
When it comes to wanton destruction
That was awesome!
and scientific slaughter, the Mythbusters have set the bar high. But in this grand finale, they're raising that bar to infinity and beyond.
Whoa! Ow! Ah! Whew. No final episode of Mythbusters would be complete unless we came to our favorite and most iconic location. I am standing on the runway at the Alameda Naval Station. It is 1.5 miles of pure experimental goodness. And it is on this runway that we are going to do the Mythbusters version of a trip down memory lane.
Yep, it's here that Adam's setting up the most expansive experiment the guys have ever done.
Whoops.
A truck wedge finale that will test momentum versus Mythbusters history in a mile-long lineup of 60 cars.
That is exactly as much fun as it seems.
And almost 200 props from the past.
There we go. Not one, but 2 water heater rocket little red schoolhouses.
If the truck makes it all the way, it'll be the ultimate hit and run.
Tab A, slot B. You need planes built in a hurry? Come to Savage Plane Reconstruction.
But with the course still days away from being ready, it's over to Jamie, who's got to contrive and construct the mother of all steel wedges.
I've got to build this massive steel wedge that I'm going to attach to the truck. Now, to do that, I've designed a number of triangular steel plates that'll weld into this structure. That's not the difficult part. The difficult part is I need to get the thing socked in really close so that I can attach it securely to the chassis, and it'll fit.
Slowly but surely, the wedge starts to take shape.
We mean business.
And it's shape that is critical to this epic experiment. Thanks to its pointed nose and cone-like contours, the welded steel wedge should be able to slice through everything in its path. And then push it to the side, provided the truck's speed stays high and its driver stays on target. And with this last ever rig nearly ready, Jamie's getting jazzed.
This is the kind of stuff that I really like because this went from a thing in the computer to a thing that's really kind of impressively nasty, and it's pretty badass.
Indeed. But before it lets rip for real, there's another final fling to begin.
Pop quiz, which Mythbuster has put their life on the line more than any other?
Me?
No.
You.
Ow! Wrong again.
Tori.
Oh, actually. I was thinking of Buster.
Well, he has put himself out there for us.
Indeed, and in this final episode, I think that we should say goodbye to Buster in a manner properly befitting his incredible contribution.
Like a superhero.
Exactly.
Faster than a speeding bullet, stand by for Buster's last stand.
What is it that defines a superhero? I tell you what doesn't. It's not a phone booth. It's not a costume, as good as I look in this costume. No. What defines a superhero is that they sacrifice their own existence for the betterment of humanity and for the world. And who on the Mythbusters crew qualifies as a superhero? It's Buster. For the last 13 and a half years, Buster has repeatedly sacrificed himself, thrown himself on the altar of science for your entertainment, but more importantly, for your knowledge. And in this episode, Buster is retiring, and he has chosen to go out in a manner that befits his status. In this box right here is the new star of Mythbusters.
It was 2003 when Buster first set foot in M5.
Oh, look at that.
Where it was love at first sight.
I think we should call him Buster.
At least until his second day, when the abuse began.
Go.
In his second week, things got worse.
Poor guy.
And that set the scene for 14 long years.
How you feeling, buddy?
In the name of science, Buster's been repeatedly blown up, crashed,
That is a headache.
and hurled to the ground.
What?
Without doubt, Buster's been a true hero, taking one for the team time and time again. So what awaits him in his last ever experiment?
Oh, he's ready.
Well, to say he's shooting for the moon would be on the right track.
Yes, this rocket sled is Buster's chosen means of saying goodbye to the series, and it's going to get him up to over the speed of sound for 1,000 feet, to his final destination being the superhero that he is, somewhere on the other side of this wall.
That's right. With Buster welded into position, he's gonna go supersonic for science.
I think that's gonna do it.
But not before he's dressed like the superhero that he is.
Buster, I'd like to say that it's been an honor and a pleasure working with you. I have gained much enjoyment and knowledge in our association, and I'm going to send you down with your favorite bottle of Mythbusters champagne. You ready, buddy? Here it goes for old time's sake. That is so appropriate. Sorry, this one's real. Oh, man, that's it! Thank you, sir.
With Buster bruised for the penultimate time, Adam heads downwind to paint a suitable target.
I think that is fitting.
Before he explores some Mythbusters memories.
Walking around up here on this plateau where the rocket sled is, a lot of memories, Mythbuster memories are coming up. But also there's actually a lot of our equipment up here. This place is a graveyard to Mythbusters memorabilia, not least of which is this beautiful thing I'm sitting on. This is the post with which we finally completed the bifurcated boat story. One of the best things we have ever done with that rocket sled until now.
Bifurcated Boat was absolutely a classic Mythbusters moment, where Carrie, Tori, and Grant followed that age-old Mythbusters mantra that if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
It's right down the middle!
But not every piece of NMT debris is from the show.
I don't exactly know what they were firing at this sheet of metal. Clearly many different types of ordnance, but what is most astonishing is that none of them make it through. So the only thing I can conclude is that the president's car is probably made out of this stuff.
Back to the experiment. And next, it's time for the rockets.
Rocket motors of this size and type put out 5,620 pounds of thrust, and we're going to have 10 of them on our rocket sled. That's what's going to propel Buster to speeds in excess of the speed of sound by the time it hits the barrier.
When the rockets are lit, a jet stream of gas will blast out the back. And because every action has an equal and opposite reaction, that blast will push the sled forward at almost 800 miles per hour. A speed so fast that this will be Buster's final curtain.
Buster, you're the stuntman of all of our dreams.
With the goodbyes said, the guys go down the tube for the countdown.
All right, guys, I'm going to give you a 10-second count. You ready, Mr. Hyneman?
I'm ready.
Okay. This is Buster's last stand. 1,000-foot rocket sled ride to the end in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, whoa!
After a decade of destructive dedication,
Nice work, Buster! Nice work!
Buster has literally had a blast.
His ass is on fire!
And in this, his last ever episode, it's time to say goodbye.
Buster, you're the stuntman of all of our dreams.
In more ways than one, it's quite literally doom and gloom, as a surely an omen storm has suddenly let loose. But it's too late to back out now, because Buster's got a date with destiny.
This is Buster's last stand. 1,000-foot rocket sled ride to the end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! Whoa! Wow!
Boy, you could feel that.
You really could. Something broke the speed of sound while we were watching it. Look, there's a perfectly rocket sled-sized hole in the wall that he flew into.
Yeah, that didn't mess around.
Oh, no.
Peaking at 780 miles an hour, it's no surprise that their pristine target is now just a trouble of rubble.
Yep, that's a hole.
But as for Buster, he's gone. The Mythbusters look high and low.
I think he's in the hill.
Yeah, he might be.
But find not a bit of his body anywhere.
I think Buster's been totally disintegrated.
And the high speed shows why. As Buster hits the wall faster than a speeding bullet, there's a mysterious flash of light before he simply vanishes. The 5 million joule impact, greater than he had ever experienced before, has literally caused him to disappear without a trace. So Buster, wherever you are, this heroic replay is for you. Back where it all began, Jamie is a man on a mission.
Perfect.
He's making a super reinforced truck wedge for the most destructive experiment in Mythbusters history. And stage 1 is done.
Well, that was a good, hard day's work, but it's strong, I tell you. I think it's going to do the job. Here's hoping.
It's been a beast of a build. But back at Alameda, Adam's also been cooking with gas. Perfect. Because his ultimate crash course, featuring 200 Mythbusters mementos, is ready to rock. And here's how this blast through the past is gonna go down.
Our new improved wedge will be driving through 2 rows of 10 cars. We painted numbers on the top, 10 through 1, so it's a countdown all the way to the end. And these 20 cars is just the beginning. Yeah! Once we've made it through all 20 cars, then it's time for a walk down memory lane, starting out with 2003. We've got Barrel of Bricks, Microwave Miss, Escape from Alcatraz, Ducks, Quack, Won't Echo, Tree Cannon, and Exploding Toilet.
Fiery.
In 2004, we've got Killer Washing Machine. We've got Jet Taxi, Jawbreaker, Electrocution in a Bathtub, and Needle in a Haystack.
That is one found needle.
2005, Salsa Prison Escape, Bullets Underwater, Killer Tissue Box, Shark Wig, and the Christmas trees mean it's the Mythbusters Holiday Special. 2006 means Shredded Airplane, Archimedes, Death Ray, Great Gas Conspiracy, and Mentos and Soda.
Don't tell Jamie.
2007 brings Bifurcated Boat, Water Heater Explosion, Shooting Fish in a Barrel, and a Random Car, because we had an extra one, and why not? 2008 means our Alaska Special Cabin Fever featuring a Yeti, also Moon Landing Conspiracy episode, Indiana Jones Motorcycle Flip, pianos, sobering up techniques, coffin punch, and golf ball through a tree.
Maybe you should take up tennis.
There's a lot of driving myths in 2009 featuring duct tape car, driving through a fruit stand, driving through a hurricane fence, bifurcated RV, popcorn house, and the cardboard boxes could only mean we were trying to hold on to the roof of a car. Yeah, I stayed on. 2010 brings the ultimate motorcycle tablecloth trick. The bifurcated car is our Green Hornet special, duct tape barrier, backwards Porsche, and bees lifting a laptop. I still hate bees.
Oh, man, I had some bad dreams like this.
2011 starts off with Lethal Weapon, moves on to fixing a flat with tree trunks and manhole covers, and finishes with dumpster diving. 2012 mean square wheels, a balanced car with a chicken on the front, underwater bicycles, and cars filled with party balloons. Au revoir!
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think it might have worked, man.
And so it goes on. For 14 years, Adams picked the most iconic props from the most famous episodes to stand and deliver in the ultimate truck wedge test. But seeing memory lane laid out has had an unexpected effect.
Our original goal in creating this destructive drive through Mythbusters Memory Lane was to engender a kind of catharsis for you, the audience, in saying goodbye to this show. The unexpected result is that it's created a catharsis for me. It demonstrates a tremendous amount of work and love and effort, and I have to say, taking a walk through it is pretty emotional, and it's kind of hard to say goodbye.
It's definitely the end of an era. But before anyone can get too afflicted, Jamie arrives with a turbocharged truck complete with a now or never nose cone.
Oh, look at this thing!
His last ever build.
Absolutely badass!
The wedge is made of 8 pieces of half-inch thick steel aligned into a cone. Behind it, tubular steel connects the wedge directly to the truck. Over the cab, 2 layers of bulletproof glass should ensure there'll be no driver decapitation. But she's not quite ready to roll yet.
Oh, right on.
I think that's about right.
Without a doubt, the truck's dressed to kill.
That's better. Let's get this show on the road.
Its driver, not so much.
Yeah! Let's do this thing.
With Jamie watching on.
I just hope he doesn't get hurt. You know, it could happen.
Adam puts the pedal to the metal.
7th gear, coming up to 30.
But will the wedge have the strength to give the runway the send-off it so dearly deserves?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a destructive wedge through memory lane in 3, 2, 1.
When it comes to car carnage, Adam and Jamie are as good as it gets.
This is why we can't have nice things.
But it was Season 12's truck wedge that took their vehicular violence to a whole new level.
I think we just solved my traffic problem.
So now they're ramping that up with a supersized truck, a fearsome wedge, and the ultimate crash course. Stand by for some final physics. Momentum versus Mythbusters history. To find out which will win, Adam's in the hot seat.
Oh, seriously, the horn doesn't work? All right, sound effects. Give me a horn. Yeah! Let's do this thing.
But before any wedge wipeout, Adam's first going to drive past the crash course.
There we go. 25.
To double check that the truck and wedge can cope.
8th gear. This is my butter gear.
When being driven at speeds that are dangerously fast.
Getting into 45. That's about the speed I'll hit the cars. Boom, 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 boom.
And it's so far so good.
2003. Boom, boom. 2004. Boom, boom. 2005. Boom.
The truck and wedge
boom, boom, boom.
are both stable and fast.
Heading to the end. Coming to a complete halt here. And
which means that Adam can reset.
That was a test run.
And get ready for this ultimate blast through the past, where the danger is quite literally going to be through the roof.
All right. It is just you and me now. It's you and me. The sun is setting. It's a beautiful afternoon in San Francisco. And I'm going to miss this part of the job. This show. This job. I'm going to miss it.
After an epic 14 years,
here we go.
It's time for the runway's last run out.
There he goes.
Will Jamie's world-class wedge
7th gear, coming up to 30.
combined with Adam's second-to-none drive skills
8th gear.
to make it all the way through their crazy crash course?
45 miles per hour, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a destructive wedge through memory lane. In 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Right through! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Hey! 2005, boom! 6, boom! Oh, yeah! 7, boom! 8, boom! Oh, yeah! Holy crap! This is insane! Get off my truck, Porsche! I'm totally good. I can't see. I can't see. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes! Woo! Yeah!
Now that's what I call a demolition derby.
So are you all right?
Yeah! Yeah, I'm all right.
Incredibly, Adam's unscathed, but the wedge, not so much.
Well, there's your problem.
Oh!
Look at what I have wrought.
It held. It took a beating, but it did its job.
The wedge may be battered, but that's nothing compared to the crash course, which has been completely torn apart. For more than a mile of runway, there's a level of destruction that is absolutely astonishing. And it's all thanks to momentum. Because the wedge pushed the props up and out, the truck never got slowed down, meaning that it could continue its demolition derby all the way to the end. But what was it like to drive?
That was far more intense than I expected it to be, as evidenced by the fact that It looks like about 20% of what I drove through stayed with me. So to recap, I hit about 45 miles an hour at the very moment I got to the first row of 20 cars.
Yeah! Right through!
And I started plowing through things. I went through cement wall, I went through fish tanks, I went through bathtubs, I went through popcorn houses.
Oh, yeah!
But about halfway through, some cardboard and plywood decided to stay on my windshield. Now, I did see a red car travel all the way up the front, and I noted that it went past my left side. That made me very happy for this big heavy wall beam right there. And at a certain point, I realized I hadn't hit something in a while, and that's when the two MacGyver mail trucks aimed me towards the rocket car and allowed me to finish this with a perfect smack right into the butt end of that to complete this run.
Oh, yes!
That, ladies and gentlemen, is catharsis.
Catharsis and catastrophe. A double dose of epic destruction that's the perfect final physics farewell for this remarkable runway.
Well, I guess that's it then.
I think we got one more thing. Let's get out of here. Thanks for your hard work, car.
After a final season full of stunning statistics and 14 years full of spectacular science, just one question remains. What was the best ever story?
What is my favorite myth? I'm gonna have to go with the most astonishing thing I've ever gotten to do in the history of Mythbusters, and that is put on a full pressurized spacesuit and fly to the edge of space in a U-2 plane. Hands down, best thing I've ever gotten to do.
Yep, U2's trip to the edge of space was a literal highlight, but it's not at the top of Jamie's list.
I don't really have any favorite myths. I have favorite things that I've done during this, like water skiing behind a rowboat or riding a motorcycle across a lake. And then there are things that we built, like the steam machine gun. Those are great.
Nice work, man.
Jamie's chosen a terrific trio of tall tales, but this survey doesn't stop there.
So, Jonathan, what's your favorite Mythbusters myth?
My favorite myth is that actors are not real people.
Give me that. Amateur.
Did they ever prove or disprove that? Was that busted?
It's still up in the air.
That's good. My favorite Mythbusters myth. I think mine has to be, this is an oldie but a goodie, JATO-powered Chevy Impala. I think that's what you guys led off with way back when in your first season, but...
what was it? What was it?
Jet-powered car, jet-powered Impala.
Jet-powered.
So JATO, Jet-Assisted Takeoff Unit, they strapped to an old 67 Impala.
Fishtail everywhere.
Yeah, it didn't go too well.
No.
But it blowed up good.
It blowed up good.
So, you know, they had that going for them.
Good job, guys.
Good job.
JATO and its two sequels are definitely contenders for best ever myth, as is the inevitable Big Boom.
Hey, Mythbusters. You've blown up a lot of stuff over the years, but if I had to pick a favorite, I'd say it was all the times you blew my mind. No, wait, cement truck. Definitely the cement truck. I mean, that thing was just gone, just dust.
Even without the high speed, cement truck is a surefire fan favorite, but it's not everyone's #1.
Although there were a lot of great myths put to the test through the years, I have to say that for me, one absolutely floats to the top. Can you cook a Thanksgiving dinner on a car engine? The entire segment was thoughtful, intelligent, witty, and stylish, not to mention aromatic and tasteful. And of course, you proved that not only can it be done, it can be done to delicious perfection. Bravo.
With over 1,000 myths to choose from, working out what's been the best is so hard that some people just can't find an answer.
I've had so many amazing times with Mythbusters and watching the show and really being a fan for so incredibly long, since the beginning. But I'd have to say that my favorite memory was the time when everyone discovered that Jamie was actually just a host for the sentient beret that lives on his body and forces it to do his bidding all the time. with his guidance system, the mustache.
Deep in the heart of the New Mexican desert, Adam and Jamie are ending their wild ride in the only way they can.
Boom.
This is it. This is the end. Way back in the early days of Mythbusters, the explosion that put us on the map was the detonation of a cement truck with 850 pounds of explosives. So when it came time to figure out a way to wrap up this series, this was the only choice. I'm introducing you now to a soon-to-be former cement truck. This will be Mythbusters' last ever explosion.
Yes, and it'll be our biggest.
Yep, for their last ever sequence,
There it is.
the guys are going to redo their most famous blast and take it to the max.
Now what's being prepared here, that's beautiful, is the largest explosion in Mythbusters history. Its predecessor was when Cary Grant and Tori made diamonds with 5,000 pounds of explosives. In here, we're putting more.
Coming in.
Adam and Jamie are using their 14-year explosive experience to say goodbye with the most epic explosion they've ever done.
Inside this cement truck, 5,000 pounds of info. And we are putting more than that in here, Mr. Hyneman.
1 pound.
1 pound, 5,001 pounds. The largest explosion in Mythbusters history. And the last one.
Yep.
With the cement truck ready for the ultimate clear out, the guys are going big, then going home.
Before we commence with this final detonation, I have to admit it is an emotional day. We've been doing this job for 14 years now, and over that time, we have done just an endless number of the most ludicrous,
There we go!
hilarious,
Oh, yeah.
Don't I look like silent death?
bizarre, dangerous,
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Something just touched me!
wonderful things.
That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen!
Ladies and gentlemen, 70,000 feet. This is not a bad way to spend your day.
But more than any of that, what has really fundamentally changed the way I think as a person is what I've learned on this show.
This is a lead balloon.
What I've encountered and the problems that I've had to solve.
Wow. I'm very pleased and terrified.
And it ends here, today. The greatest learning experience of our entire lives. See you guys on the other side.
This is it, the final experiment of Adam and Jamie's monumental myth-busting. Take it away, boys.
Okay, this is Mythbusters' last ever explosion. 5,001 pounds of info versus a cement truck. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ha 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 ha!
I think it went off.
I'm pretty sure it did. That was magnificent.
After 14 years, 260 episodes, 1,100 myths, and over 3,000 experiments, that was worth waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a blast. Not to mention a pleasure.
Ah, now that's more like it. That's a crater.
Yes, it is. It's 5,001 pounds worth of crater. Well, I guess that's it then.
I guess it is. Well, what do we do now?
That's a good question.
Let's get out of here. So where do we begin? What do we got?
Just a perfect day. Drink sangria in the park. And then later, when it gets dark, we go home. Just a perfect day. Feed animals in the zoo. Then later, a movie too, and then home. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on.
There's got to be a better way to get through this line.
Look at what we have here.
Zombies in a grocery store?
Lining up and everything.
That gives me an idea.
Okay, Jamie, it's time for a pop quiz. In all the years we've been making Mythbusters, how many explosions have we caused?
I don't know.
Wow, 900. Okay, here's another one. How many cars do you think we've destroyed?
No idea.
Close. 220. Okay, how many volunteers have we used on Mythbusters?
I know this one. A lot.
You're darn tootin' it's a lot. We've used over 3,500 volunteers in the years we've made this show. We literally couldn't do it without them. That's why in this episode, we are paying them homage with 2 more stories that requires some volunteer help.
Like what?
Well, later we're gonna be testing a myth that may prove that we've all been waiting online at the grocery store wrong.
I felt a little moment of pride that we just opened our first business and we've got all these customers.
It's true. But first up is a fan favorite that has become a fan favorite to complain about, our zombie episode, specifically Axe versus Gun.
I thought we did that in Axe 1.
Well, Axe did win, but fans had a complaint about my axe technique. I think they called it lame.
Yep, in the epic zombie special, Adam's axe killed twice as many zombies
Dead! Dead! Dead!
as Jamie's gun. But fans cried foul. So back in the safety of M5, it's time for a Dawn of the Dead do-over.
You remember this axe, don't you? It's my zombie killing axe. And while I used it to kill zombies in our zombie episode, fans had problems with the way I was doing it. I was touching them and saying they're dead. Fans pointed out, rightly I might add, that it takes a certain amount of force to embed an axe in a zombie's head. And that's something that we are going to try and replicate to make this more realistic.
And to do just that, Adam's starting this volunteer special by breaking the mold.
Oh, check it out! Dude, are you ready to have your forehead split with an axe? It's too late. That's what you were born to do. Let's go.
Adam's anatomically accurate fake head will help his axe swing be more real. But how?
This is Jeremy. He's a friend of mine who has helped me on some projects in the past. Today, he's brought some electronics to help us calibrate our axe hits. So what do we have here, sir?
Well, we have an accelerometer here tied into a microcontroller.
And the accelerometer reads acceleration and deceleration on 3 axes. So what I'm hoping to do, if this works, is attach this to the back of our real axe head, cleave our fake zombie in half, and get a value of how much force that takes.
Yes.
And that's what we'll get with this machine?
Yes, we will.
Awesome. Let's do it.
With the accelerometer taped into place, it's time to swing for science.
Zombie killing. This is more gruesome than I thought it would be when we talked about this in the abstract. That was terrible. I grazed the side of his skull.
Yep, take 1 was not a zombie kill.
Look at that, I peeled off a bit of his flesh.
Take 2 has accuracy, but lacks the power to penetrate to the brain.
That was not a kill. You gotta hit him harder.
But take 3.
Yeah! Dead zombies all day long.
Gets the kill data Adam needs.
All right, so I successfully killed my zombie head. And to do so, I swung this axe on a 120-degree arc at 7.8 meters per second. Now comes the cool part. We're gonna put the same accelerometer onto my original foam axe, along with a special control unit that Jeremy's been building.
So where do you want that?
Right up here, right up top. Now, when I swing that foam axe through 120 degrees at any speed that is 7.8 meters per second or higher, then the control unit will let me know I've successfully registered a kill. We just made this the coolest toy ever. But if my swing is not long enough, fast enough, or hard enough, it's gonna tell me I've got to swing again.
And to let Adam know his swing success, the unit's been rigged with 2 sensory systems.
Okay, the machine's ready?
Yep.
Did you see that? It says kill? That's brilliant. Ooh, that's not enough. That's not enough. That's not enough. That's enough. Okay, killing zombies, I can tell right now, is gonna be tiring. I better do some push-ups. Wow. We've made and we've used a lot of scientific equipment on Mythbusters over the years. This, I think, is a first in the world, a zombie-killing axe that is itself a piece of scientific equipment. I'm also a little surprised by how much force it actually takes to cleave a zombie's skull. Last time I killed a handful of zombies. This time killing that many, even that small number, is gonna really tire me out.
Adam's rig is really pretty nifty. Like last time, it's got a foam head, so it's safe to actually swing near people.
This foam just soaks up the paint.
But now it not only weighs the same as a real axe, but it also takes a realistic amount of effort to swing.
Oh my God.
So me and my gun may yet come out trumps.
But before the zombie volunteers arrive, the guys must first start their store story.
All right, our next volunteer story is one I have literally always wanted to test, and it involves waiting online at the grocery store.
What's that?
All right, well, normally you go to a grocery store, you get your items, and then you're confronted with a whole bunch of checkout lanes, and you try and assess which one is moving faster so you can get out of that grocery store efficiently.
Yeah.
Well, there's a theory out there that that whole system is totally inefficient, that the best way to move people through a grocery store is to have one long snaking line that when you get to the end of it, you're led to the next available cashier.
And that's supposed to be faster.
It is. Don't you think we should test that?
Sure, why not?
Since the 1960s, the average American has spent 80 hours a year standing in line. But is it true we've been waiting wrong for so long? Well, starting right now, it's time to answer this classic conundrum once and for all.
To test this myth, we're going to need a market. Unfortunately, nobody would let us use theirs. Not surprising. I mean, if I had one, I wouldn't let us use it either.
This is why we can't have nice things.
So we're going to make our own.
That's right. In a few short hours, we are going to use little elbow grease to turn this beautiful empty room into a running grocery store full of aisles, products, checkout stands, and ultimately customers. Welcome to Mythbusters Store.
With no real stores willing to play ball,
I'll do the aisles if you do the registers.
Absolutely. Here you go.
The Mythbusters are going to have to build their own.
Oh, it doesn't look like much, but it's going to be awesome.
Adam's starting at the business end by assembling their homemade cash registers.
Next one.
He's fabricating 5 in total.
Lovely.
And they'll form the key part of their Mythbusters mini-mart.
Oh, yeah, cash registers. It's real. And that's not all. The coolest part, lit up signs that tell the customers which is the next free aisle.
Meanwhile, Jamie's on the shelf.
This is going to take a while.
With almost 800 feet of shelving for the guys to stack and pack, it's a back-breaking business. But it does have its advantages.
It might seem tedious to have to build our own store, but it allows us to remove variables that we might find in a real store that would be beyond our control.
Jamie's right. A real supermarket will already have a layout locked in and won't want anything to slow down sales. So Mythbusters stores is the way to go. But a build as big as this
I have always wanted to do this.
is something the guys can only pull off because of their experience.
We thought of everything. We've got baskets, too. This is exactly the kind of episode we never would have attempted in the early days of Mythbusters. We just didn't have the ambition nor the skill to work with large groups of volunteers and to build our own large-scale experimental spaces, but we have learned so much over the years. This is the pinnacle of our ability to work in a budget, on a timeline, with a whole bunch of volunteers to test something.
It's certainly ambitious. And with 5,000 products to place,
time to start stacking.
It's the perfect go big or go home setup that this myth needs.
Give peace a chance.
Well, we are 10 hours in, and our checkout stands are complete and ready and wired. Our shelves are up, but now it's time to stock, and there's a lot to stock. Eat corn! Ah! We are about halfway there with still a fair bit to go. All right, ready on aisle 3. Oh, we don't have any customers yet.
From testing the laws of attraction,
how you doing,
to comparing hand hygiene,
our test subject group seems to have developed its own ritual.
The Mythbusters have spent 14 years sourcing volunteers for stories big and small.
Oh, she doesn't want to let go.
And right now, Adam and Jamie have crowdsourced 2 additional crowds, starting with the undead.
Mythbusters
Mythbusters would not be able to test the stories it does without its amazing volunteers. Over the years, we've used greater and greater numbers, and they've allowed us to get better data points and test more complicated stories. And I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about our zombies today. Just like real zombies, ours started out as real people, but unlike real zombies who are mindless brain eaters, our zombies are ingenious cosplayers. Each one of them has done their own clothing, their own blood spatter, their own makeup, and invented their own zombie character. And each one of them is willing to eat brains today for science. Hey, any of you flesh eaters get blood on my car, I will kill you again. Awesome.
Without doubt, our zombie volunteers are second to none. But the location is pretty special, too.
Here we are back at the scene of our original experiment, our zombie battle dome, if you will. We've got the same exact experimental setup with some new colors and the same weapons. Jamie gets a gun, I get an axe. All we need are, zombies. Holy crap!
With almost 200 volunteer zombies back from the dead, the guys have everything they need to retest the myth that fans complained about more than any other.
Their biggest complaint was with my axe, specifically my technique. They said that it was too lightweight. They suggested, the fans did, that every time I swing the axe, it should be with enough force to actually kill a zombie.
With the axe able to tell if Adam's using enough force to kill, let's go. What's the plan?
So how's this gonna work? Well, when I start the timer and I do this, that lets the zombies know that it's time to get down to business. And then when I see that the zombies have overtaken Adam, I use this again, I stop them, we do a zombie body count, and we see how Adam did with his new axe.
It's time for zombies!
In the original episode, Adam dispatched 14 zombies before getting bit. But how will his new, accurate axe work out?
What a fine-looking group of ladies and gentlemen we all are. Are you hungry? Okay, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
It's go time. And as soon as the zombies enter the circle, Adam's off and swinging hard. But not for long.
I'm dead.
With just 8 confirmed kills, barely half that of last time, Adam's total has tanked.
Well, the axe worked magnificently, and as far as Zombie Fantasy Camp, this is even more amazing than the last time we did this. Unfortunately, I was less amazing. Last time I killed an average of 14 zombies per round. With the real technique, I was only able to dispatch 8 before I went on to, I guess, become a zombie myself. That was awesome.
Sensing that there's room for improvement, Adam resets and goes again.
3, 2, 1. There we go. Oh, they're closing. It's happening quickly.
But as with test 1, he's quickly taken down. Having dispatched, 8 zombies.
Adam's technique seemed to be to run around the perimeter of the circle as fast as he could to collect as many zombie bodies as he could. But he's having to put a lot of effort into getting it going, and it actually takes a lot more time. From above, it looked like an iris that was closing on Adam, and when it got small enough, he was done for.
The new technique has clearly slowed Adam down. But the key question remains. How does the axe compare to the gun?
It's time. Okay, zombies, face masks down.
To find out, Jamie's armed with a paintball pistol that, at the request of fans, has been set to semi-automatic.
All right, zombies, are you ready? Are you ready for some sweet, sweet Hyneman flesh brains? All right, here we go. Starting gun test in 3,
2, 1.
From the get-go, it's clear that Jamie's semi-auto is fast. But it's not fast enough to let him shoot his way out of trouble.
I'm down.
He's dead. I don't think he got more than 8.
In total, Jamie manages only 7 kills, 1 less than Adam.
All right, let's not start handing out the money from the betting pool just yet, because while it may seem, after Jamie killed only 7 zombies, that the gun didn't perform as well as the axe, my feeling from watching up above was that Jamie wasn't really feeling the killer instinct. So he's gonna do some breathing exercises, think about how much he wants zombies dead, and he's gonna do the test again.
All right, time to kill some zombies. In 3, 2, 1.
This time, Jamie's out of the traps even faster. But because of the time it takes him to aim, he's still not fast enough.
Okay, I'm done.
As Jamie once again kills just 7.
Now, the last time I used some sort of weird pump-action pistol. This time around, I have a proper semi-automatic pistol, and it worked much, much better, at least as long as the clip was still full. But here's the thing. At the exact time that the clip ran out of ammo, the zombies were right there. And so the extra time it took me to swap out the clip was a deal breaker, and I was done for. And that meant that my semi-automatic pistol didn't do any better than Adam's now considerably slower axe even, and it didn't do any better than I did the last time with the pump action.
One of my favorite things about this show, one of the most scientific things that we do, is we take feedback after episodes have aired and we go back and retest things. I love that. Fans did not like my axe technique, so we rejiggered it, made my axe much more realistic to swing, and as expected, that radically reduced the number of zombies that I could kill. But I thought that Jamie was gonna mop the floor with me with his use of his new semi-auto paintball pistol. And yet, he didn't improve his score at all. I am totally gobsmacked that it seems right now like axe versus gun, it's axe. Oh, yeah.
Yep, despite the slowdown, the axe is ahead by a head. But there's way more to come for our armchair army.
I'm ready.
But only after some retail therapy.
And we are pretty much done. 5 checkout stands, each with working cash registers and indicator lights. 5,000 separate food items arrayed on over 750 feet of shelving, every single one with its own label. $56,000 in Play Mythbusters money. This is, without a doubt, the most elaborate experimental setup we have ever implemented, all to find out which is the more efficient way to wait online. Now, we are pretty much ready to go. We just got to make sure that everything is properly priced. This one doesn't have a price. That's a problem.
The guys are testing whether the traditional pick-a-lane method is really slower than one long line, known in the trade as the Serpentine. And with their 5,000 products all priced, their elaborate plan is ready to be revealed.
Here's how this experimental setup works. We've got 120 volunteers, and they will enter the store where they'll receive a shopping list of exactly how many items we want them to buy. Then they'll go get a cart. Once they have their cart, they'll enter the store and choose from the vast selection of Mythbusters merchandise on display. Personally, I hope we get cookies. Once our customer gets in line for the cashier, that's when the data collection actually begins. They will pull out their timestamp card and enter the precise moment they got in line. Then they'll proceed right towards the cashier. Once our customer reaches the cashier, that's when they enter the second data point, the time they got to the checkout stand. Thus, we will have the precise length of time they spent waiting in line. Our last stop is here, data collection, where we not only gather our customers' timestamps, but we're also interested in their experience. So on the back of each time card, they will grade their overall satisfaction with the line. Total length of time for our test, 30 minutes. Let's get to some fake shopping for science.
And a stats table staffed by experts. Everything set to release the volunteers for first, a full systems check.
All right, shoppers, starting in 3, 2, 1, go for the run-through.
I felt a little moment of pride that we just opened our first business and we've got all these customers.
The guys are starting with a trial run to make sure their newly built store can cope, which at first it can.
All right, this is great. I was a little worried. You know, you plan all this to try and get lines, but you're not sure. Maybe you've built a system too efficient and no one waits on line, but we clearly have lines building up here. It's working great.
And your total comes to $9.
But 10 minutes later, the lines have become unrealistically long.
We're already seeing some problems with our experimental design because our entire customer base ended up in long lines, and that's not realistically like what we would have in a store. So we're going to have to figure out some way of pacing things a little bit to get lines that are more realistically sized to what you would see in a supermarket.
Yep, with just too many shoppers all at once, their commercial space can't cope. So the guys kick out their customers and reset.
All right, shoppers, commence entering the store.
This time with 25% fewer people.
There's a special on Jamie beans on aisle 4.
Which soon results in queues that are much more realistic.
Jamie, this is working beautifully.
Meaning that the testing can shortly begin.
We have done countless destructive stories over the years, but I also love myths like this one. I mean, I think when we do something like this, we might make the world a slightly better place by improving people's shopping experience. That's cool. That doesn't mean there can't be any destruction like this.
Cleanup on aisle 5.
The Mythbusters have helped drivers save dollars.
The dimpled car, 29.65 miles to the gallon.
And revealed ways to save lives.
It's going down. Oh, boy.
In fact, they've always armed viewers with important information.
Did you know what was lurking in your basement?
But at an apocalyptic warehouse, let's hope this myth's strange stats aren't ever needed.
So where do we stand? Well, so far it still looks like Axe is edging out Gun as a method for dispatching zombies. However, our testing scenario where zombies are coming from all sides, that is genuinely like the worst possible case scenario under which you could encounter zombies. In movies, it's much more likely that they're like trying to get in and they get through something, like a breach or a doorway. So that is the scenario we're gonna set up next.
It may sound like an oxymoron, but the guys are trying to up the realism of their zombie methodology.
Nice.
To do that, they're ditching the circle surround test and going instead with the classic fence breach.
Keep out!
The question is, will the axe still be the winning weapon?
Three, 2, 1.
Like film folklore, the undead start by coming through one by one.
This is working great.
But what Adam doesn't know is that Jamie's about to release the zombies en masse.
Breach the fence.
Oh, no!
With walkers now pouring forward,
A living wall!
Adam's swing frequency has to rapidly rise, which causes him to get fatigued fast. So much so that the power of his swing starts to fall below the kill threshold.
Adam is about exhausted, and he's slowly losing the battle.
This is exhausting. Oh, I'm dead. That was the hardest thing I've done in a long time.
Looks like that was quite the workout.
While Adam recovers,
I might have pulled a muscle.
Jamie counts up the dead.
21, 22, 23, 24.
To reveal a final tally that's terrifying.
66, 67. Might be another body or so buried under there, but I'll call it 67. 67 zombies.
I have to say, changing our methodology radically altered that test. The first time with our circular test, I killed 8 zombies. This time with our breach, I killed 67. And I have to say, if you were measuring my adrenaline during that test, I don't think it would be that much higher if I was in mortal danger. I had every reason to want to kill all of those zombies if I could. I just ran out of steam. And at a certain point, I had to give in and become one of them.
With 67 the benchmark to beat, it's time for Jamie to come out all guns blazing.
I'm ready.
Armed to the teeth, and then some.
You want a piece of me?
Let the carnage commence. But only after this quick prediction.
In my test with the axe, by the time this clock reached 2 minutes and 11 seconds, I had killed 67 zombies and died myself. My prediction is that at the same moment in time, Jamie will have killed at least twice as many zombies, and he'll still be alive. I've been wrong before, but I don't think I'm wrong this time.
Lest you think this is overkill, I'd remind you that we can't use real guns. We don't want to actually hurt any live people. And so the fact that I'm using CO2-powered guns means that I'd have to change out the gas supply. So I actually have to have this many guns. If you had a real one, you could just have an unlimited number of clips and get the same quantity. I can't do that, hence this.
Please remember, zombies, that Jamie's flesh comes from Indiana, which means it's especially tasty. All right, Hyneman, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
From the get-go,
he's not even moving.
Jamie has a clear advantage over Adam as he takes down zombies on both sides of the fence. But when the fence gets breached, Jamie must really start firing on all cylinders.
Excellent. He's doing good.
Come on, Jamie, you can do it!
Jamie may not be tiring, but the odd gun jam is slowing him down.
Oh, he's gonna run around the whole other side of him. This is kind of great.
So much so that his days in the land of the living are numbered.
He might be dead.
I'm down.
Jamie's dead and buried. But did he shoot more than 67?
Mr. Hyneman.
Yes.
Stand up. You took 57 zombies with you.
Well, I guess axe beats gun, huh?
That is fascinating. I would not have called that. All right, let's clean up this mess.
Well, I gotta say, I was surprised. You would think that this would be like shooting fish in a barrel, but these guns are more complex than something like an axe. They have to be reloaded, they can jam, and a second or two is enough to make everything go haywire. So I ended up scoring less than Adam, but I was expecting exactly the opposite.
Yep, it's a result to confound the critics. When the apocalypse comes, folks, axe does beat gun, and then some.
Look, I have to admit, in the back of my mind, I'm going, the axe is totally going to lose this contest. As soon as you make it harder to swing, I am toast. Now, though, after beating Jamie twice, both in the round and in the breach test, I'm like, damn, axe, you are the proper tool. Mwah. Not only good for a quest through Middle-earth, but also good against zombies.
But before disbanding their undead army, there's one more zombie request to test.
Groovy.
Meanwhile, back at Mythbusters,
our employee of the month is James Franklin Hyneman. He hails from Columbus, Indiana.
the lineup trial run has been such a success that the data collection can now begin.
All right, timer ready? Here we go. Commence. Shopping test. Individual lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
This first test the standard choose your lane method will last exactly 30 minutes.
It looks pretty much like a busy, normal store.
And to make their data as reliable as possible, the Mythbusters are cranking the realism up to the max.
Now, some of you who've been watching up to this point might be thinking that we haven't set a totally real-world shopping scenario because we don't have people who slow the lines down with special requests. Oh, ye of little faith. We've actually built 2 bogies into our testing procedure. One is a price check. A certain number of our shoppers will require one, and they'll call us on the radio, and Jamie or I will go out and give the actual price. There you go. One happened right there.
Okay, that's $3.99.
The other one is the most dreaded of shopping scenarios. Bum, bum, bum. The person who pays with a bank check. This, combined with the price check, ought to make our scenario very, very realistic.
There's no doubt that their superstore is super real. And halfway through, there's already a deluge of data.
Price check on 2.
Roger that, Mr. Hyneman, price check on 2. All right, we are 10 minutes in, and from my perspective, here in loss prevention, it's going beautifully. We've got people milling about and shopping. We've got people forming lines. The lines are different lengths. 1 is short, 4 tends to be long. I don't know why. Everything about this seems to be rolling quite nicely.
It's definitely looking good.
Price check aisle 5.
But because Adam's so excited about this store story,
How much is this apple, sir?
99 cents.
Thank you.
he's volunteering to not just observe, but to participate too.
Got my card, got my timestamp. Now it's time to go shopping.
He's been randomly allocated 6 items.
Grits, yep.
Which he selects based on taste.
Lab-grade gravy. Delicious.
And packaging.
I only buy these because the label features the handsomest man I've ever seen.
Then, like all the other shoppers, he chooses a queue and notes down the time.
24:36. 24:36.
And that's when the boring part, the waiting, begins.
No magazines to read. I need to know about what's going on with the Kardashians. This is the only place in the world I can find that out.
3 minutes, 18 seconds after joining the queue, Adam finally reaches the register.
27.54.
27.54, thank you. All right, here, I'm buying that banana peel.
But how will that time compare to his fellow shoppers who continue to collect their data with destiny until, luckily for them, time's up?
Well, after a couple of hiccups, we have completed test number 1 of our line waiting test. Thank you very much. I'm very happy with how it went. In fact, I even participated as a customer during this run, and it felt like a very authentic shopping experience, which is what we want. Next up, set up the Serpentine.
You want a piece of me?
In the Mythbusters Volunteer Special, the guys have shown that axe does trump gun.
That was the hardest thing I've done in a long time.
But fans also want to know if its gasoline-powered bigger brother is even better. And for that, Adam's taking a pit stop at the shop.
While we've been playing around with guns and axes, I have to say I feel we have neglected perhaps the most spectacular of zombie-killing tools, and no zombie apocalypse would be complete without it, the humble chainsaw.
Although the axe was awesome,
Oh, I love the smell of old tools.
viewers want to know if the iconic chainsaw is really a zombie's ultimate enemy.
Ha! Ha ha! I win.
To find out, first, Adam must calibrate his weapon so that it can reliably register a kill. And for that, he's switching things up.
When I take a chainsaw, and I touch a zombie, there's a certain length of time I touch him for before I've cut through his skull and his cranium. I'm guessing 3/4 of a second. So what I've done is I've set a switch into this chainsaw that will start a timer going that will go bing every time I've killed a zombie. And this is the switch. It's a little bit of a UHMW guide, a micro switch, and when I touch a zombie, oh, it clicks the switch. Hear that?
Adam's timer switch will ensure that he can't kill zombies unrealistically fast.
Wounded zombie, dead zombie. That's how this is gonna work.
But so as to not really harm our volunteers, he's also swapping out the blade for something significantly less sharp.
I've got to kill zombies without hurting them.
Next comes the predictable paint job. Before one last addition, a blood spatter system to crank the realism to the max.
Everyone knows zombie blood isn't red. It's a family show.
And with that, it's finally ready for a full systems check.
This is test number 1. Zombie killing chainsaw. Let's go kill some zombies.
But before we start that mayhem, it's back to the Mythbusters Shopping Spectacular, where Adam and Jamie are tackling a classic queuing conundrum.
Just remember, shoppers, there's also a special on Jamie beans in aisle 4.
They're trying to find out whether it's quicker to wait in individual lanes or one giant line.
Here's a little something for your trouble.
Thank you, sir.
And with the 30-minute choose your lane test ticked off, the store manager has the stats.
Well, test 1 is done, the results are in, and I have this handy palm full of figures. We processed 138 shoppers. They averaged a wait time of 5 minutes and 39 seconds. The fastest was 2 minutes, 16 seconds. The slowest, 9 minutes and 21 seconds. That was an unhappy shopper. And they had an average satisfaction level of 3.48 out of 5. I think that's a little bit above average. Now, what does this mean when the Serpentine line happens? I can't see it changing it that much. I could be wrong.
To find out, the guys set up their Serpentine, which is pretty simple.
Basically, the Serpentine line is just a single line. It may snake around like a serpent, but that's just to fit it in the store more conveniently.
Darn right it's a long line.
The customer at the head of the line simply waits for the next available cashier, and he goes there.
That's the concept, but to see if it's faster...
Cashiers, are you ready?
Yeah!
I said, cashiers, are you ready?
Yeah!
The guys open for business for their 90 volunteers.
Go.
But the test won't start straight away.
You might be wondering at this point why we're letting our store run before starting to gather any data. And the reason is, well, it's best to think of our store like a marble run.
Oh, it looks like aisle 2 is open for you here.
Okay.
So if you have a marble run with tracks and wheels and you dump 50 marbles in all at once, they're going to start in a clump and then slowly disperse throughout the machine as it goes. That's exactly what we're doing here. We're bringing in our people and then letting them disperse. And once they're dispersed, that's when our data is going to be more accurate because it's more averaged across the system.
It takes 5 minutes to achieve an optimum dispersal. And then it's all systems go.
All right, let's start the clock in 3, 2, 1. Commence continuing shopping.
To ensure a valid comparison, they're using the same number of volunteers.
Looks like number 2 is open for you, ma'am.
With the same number of wild cards. But by studying the dynamics of the queue, Jamie's already spotted something serious.
So the amount of time that it took that customer to get from the middle of the line to the cashier is time that didn't exist if that person was standing in line the conventional way. It's that travel distance that I think has to be making this whole thing take more time.
According to the Hyneman, this extra travel to the till will slow the system. But Adam's not so sure.
When we first started writing out the methodology for this test, I have to tell you I had some bias, and I thought Serpentine was totally going to win. But now, after watching this in action, I'm not so sure that I'm right about that. Because it may be that this just makes it fairer for everybody, but not necessarily faster for everybody.
Price check on 2.
Oh, price check on 2, excuse me.
Adam and Jamie are testing a super story about the superstore. Is it better to line up in individual lanes or in one long line? Halfway through the long line test, and their Mythbusters data is coming in droves, which is Jamie's cue to join in.
It's time for you to be a customer.
Okay.
Like Adam before him,
10 items.
Jamie's volunteered to collect data.
Fresh produce is good for you.
As he sources a randomly allocated 10 items.
And some peanut butter.
Before standing in line, which is too hard for Adam to resist.
Yes. You can see him there. He's blending in with the average populace. Not even a little bit. You can spot him by his absurd mustache and self-referential hat.
Whereas Adam Attenborough Savage queued for 3 minutes 18, Jamie's wait is way longer, a whopping 5 minutes 29.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Keep the change.
But that's still less than the pick-a-lane average. So what will the rest of the data say? Well, 6 minutes and 32 transactions later, the guys have all the numbers they need.
All right, everybody, freeze where you are. Freeze where you are. That will conclude test number 2. You guys are awesome. Thank you. They did a great job.
Yeah.
All right, the results of our Serpentine tests are in. And if you remember, the average wait time for our 5 individual lane shoppers was 5 minutes and 39 seconds. The average wait time for the Serpentine shoppers was 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Yes! 77 seconds on average per shopper slower. What the hey? That's absolutely kind of mind-blowing to me.
That's right, but here's where it gets interesting. Even though the Serpentine moved slower, the customers actually liked it better. In fact, twice as many gave it a 5, the top rating. Go figure.
It's a result that's the complete opposite of the myth. The Serpentine was slower, yet also more popular. And Adam thinks he knows why.
So why is Serpentine slower? Well, let's look at the individual lines first. The fastest time through those lines was 2 minutes and 16 seconds. That is blazing fast. No bogeys, quick cashier, everyone's happy. But our fastest time in the Serpentine was almost twice as slow, 4 minutes and 33 seconds. That's because the speed of the lines is averaged out across the entire group, and it brings it down. And when you add in the length of time it takes to get from the end of the line over to the next available cashier, well, it turns out you've added almost a minute to everyone's time. That's pretty amazing.
Yep, it's slower for sure. But because it's also fairer, it's got the volunteer thumbs up.
So how to call this myth is actually kind of interesting.
How so?
Well, the myth, as stated, is that the Serpentine method, the single long line, is faster.
And the implication is that it's therefore better.
Right. But even though we found it was 23% slower,
the customers liked it better.
Yeah, so we're in this weird position of saying Serpentine method is busted.
But it's also better.
Yeah, busted but better. That's cool. Let's get out of here.
Okay.
Back at their apocalyptic location, it's time for this last act's last stand. Against the zombies' ultimate nemesis.
Groovy.
But will the legendary chainsaw beat the course record of 67 kills?
Okay, Adam. 3, 2, 1, go.
Remember, Adams rigged his replica
Zombie blood all over me.
with a switch that lets him kill a zombie in 3/4 of a second.
Come on, zombies, yes.
Which means he's able to rack up his score faster than a death metal montage.
Oh, yes. Oh, this is awesome. Yes.
With minimal reset time and little fatigue,
Oh, I'm falling into zombies.
it's only 4 manic minutes until Adam is the last man standing.
To the left. Yes. Woo! I killed all the zombies.
It's a surreal scene of utter devastation. All 190 zombie volunteers are dead and buried.
It's been a few decades since I was a mediocre student, but I remember enough to remember that a really good score is 100%. That's how many zombies I killed, and it feels good.
With a success rate that's second to none, the chainsaw's status as the ultimate end-of-the-world weapon is well and truly confirmed. But that's not the only top tip from the Mythbusters.
Oh, once again, I think we have
really proven that the analog hand tools, even gasoline-powered, are vastly superior to guns and shooting weapons when it comes to zombies, even if it's a lot of work. I'll tell you, if there really is a zombie apocalypse, the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to the gym, the non-zombie gym.
You heard it here first. When the zombie apocalypse comes, it's absolutely going to be a case of survival of the fittest.
So after all that we've learned with dealing with zombies, what's your plan in the zombie apocalypse?
Run!
Warning, warning, M5 is in meltdown. Warning, warning, M5 is in meltdown.
What's going on here?
It's the mainframe. It's the mainframe! What is error? What is solution?
Revisit. Revisit. Revisit.
Well, Jamie, since 2002, you know, we've had our fair share of mottos that have helped define this show. I mean, there was...
When in doubt, C4.
And who could forget...
Holy crap! Run! Run! Run!
And then, of course, there's the classic, iconic, failure is always an option.
Well, we do screw up a lot.
Yes, but one of the things I love that we do on this show is if we make a major mistake, we are willing to try a new methodology and to test it again. And that's what this whole episode is about. We are tackling fan complaints head on.
What do we got?
Well, later we're going to test two Mythbuster icons that fans said we got wrong. One is, what is bulletproof?
In 3, 2, 1.
And what is bomb-proof? Holy. But first, remember San Francisco Drift?
Sure.
Yeah, baby.
Right, so in that episode, we proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that on a regular road surface, drifting is not faster than regular driving really fast. But fans said that if we'd done that test on dirt, we would have come to a completely opposite result.
So, it's time to break out our drifting moves.
Yes, it is.
Uh-oh, here we go.
When Adam and Jamie first slid for science,
Oh my God. Whoa.
they proved that drifting is never faster than regular driving. But by conducting all of their tests on tarmac, fans cried foul. So in a suitably dusty destination, it's all systems go on the ultimate drifting do-over.
Dude, this looks perfect.
Yeah, lots of slipping and sliding, huh?
Let's do it. I'm standing in a quarry in Ione, California, and behind me is a lake you might recognize because we've blown a lot of stuff up there. We've blown up boats. We've even blown up sharks.
However, we have never tested a driving myth up here, and that ends today, because surrounding this lake are a bunch of beautiful flat clay surfaces, perfect for drifting on dirt.
If you're gonna race, you gotta need a course. We're gonna put one together.
Yep, before driving into the dust,
that is our start line.
The guys must first plot out a path.
Okay, slow down.
That'll let them put this myth to the ultimate test.
If we're gonna test drifting versus not drifting, we're gonna have to have a course that has both curves and straightaways that can really put the car to the test.
Getting the course correct is crucial, and eventually Adam's set to give the guided tour in an ATV, not the vehicle they'll use come testing.
All right, we're just about to drive the course. 3 salient points. 1 is the start line is actually the same as the finish line. That makes it pretty easy. 2 is it's almost exactly the same size as the track we did the first time we tested drifting. And 3, because it's called drifting on dirt, this track requires lots and lots of drifting. Here we go. So I just crossed the start line, and right away there's a heavy hairpin turn. Oh, this is a good track.
After the hairpin comes a series of minor twists and turns.
This is only our 3rd turn.
Before a long, speedy straightaway.
This is so we get to build up a little speed during our test.
Next, the track gets even trickier.
We are now coming up on the 2nd half of the course. A hard right-hand turn. And then perhaps the most difficult maneuver of the track, a hard hairpin 180. Yeah! Woo! Woo! Woo!
A few more bends later, and
we're almost at the finish. Here it comes. There we go. Woohoo! That is a really fun track. I can't wait to drive it in a real car.
In total, their course is nearly 2 miles of twists and turns that'll challenge their driving skills to the max. So, what's the plan?
Now remember that the last time we tested drifting, we concluded that straight driving was faster.
Dude, that's the result. That's beautiful.
People kept writing us and saying on a dirt track, drifting will be faster, and that's what we're testing. Jamie is the control. He's doing the straight driving, attempting to make it around this track as fast as possible without drifting. I will be doing the opposite. I'm going to be doing this entire friggin' thing sideways if I can. Right there. Stop right there.
So first up is the non-drifting control, AKA James Franklin Hyneman.
First official timing run, control, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Jamie will do 2 pedal-to-the-metal laps. And his best time will be the benchmark that Adam has to beat.
Yeah, baby.
But for an accurate comparison, it's crucial that Jamie doesn't drift at all.
And there he goes.
Which on dirt like this is downright difficult.
To not drift at all, I'm simply taking the racing line. That means braking as late as possible as I approach a bend. Yeah! Taking that bend as fast as I can without losing traction, and then accelerating out of it like there's no tomorrow.
Reaching a top speed of 52 miles an hour without ever losing traction at a turn. Jamie comes home in
2 minutes, 24 seconds.
A quick reset later, and it's lap 2 of 2.
3, 2, 1, go!
Every time he takes off, it's like a film about the Dust Bowl.
Once again, Jamie pushes the car to the limit through turns big and small.
Let's cut to the inside of the car, see if Jamie's having fun.
And his time?
Okay, here he comes. Seems a bit faster. Okay, he's going for it, and 2 minutes 22. Man, that is fast.
It's not only fast, but by never drifting, Jamie's lap is the perfect control.
With my skill and with that car, I'm as fast as I'm gonna get.
But before Adam tries to better it, there's another revisit to redo.
Well, Jamie, it's time to go back into some very familiar territory for you and I. What is bulletproof?
Why's that?
Well, first we have an amazing fan submission story about supposedly bulletproof fish tanks.
That I've got to try.
Yeah, I totally agree. But first, it's a return to the very first item we ever shot at, and that is this, a simple brass lighter.
Which turned out to be not bulletproof at all.
Not even a little bit, but fans insist that we got this wrong, that there is a circumstance under which a lighter can stop a slug.
Well, there's no time like the present.
Indeed. Shooting and stuff has been our bread and butter on Mythbusters over the years. More specifically, we have shot hundreds of objects to find out and answer the question, what is and isn't bulletproof? From belt buckles.
Oh, it went all the way through.
But look at what it did to the buckle. It caught it like a catcher's mitt.
To cars.
That didn't suck.
To pizzas.
Oh, check out my new bulletproof vest, man!
But it all began with this, the humble flint-based lighter. And 12 years ago, we found that these are not at all bulletproof by putting a 22-round cleanly through it.
We're going hot.
It was way back in 2004 that the guys lacerated a lighter.
Looks like you hit it pretty good.
But fans were furious because an article like this alleged that a lighter did stop a slug in a botched burglary. So it's time for a shoot-'em-up do-over to retest a decade-long dispute.
We're using a .22 caliber rifle firing a full metal jacketed round with a muzzle velocity of 1,440 feet per second.
But will the guys really get a different result?
What's that for? You'll love this. That is for holding our lighter. All right.
To find out, they're cranking the coverage to the max.
In the early days of Mythbusters, if we wanted to get a better viewpoint on a bullet going through a lighter, for instance, all we really had as our option was to just freeze frame our video. But the last 13 years have seen an incredible amount of advancement. This is today's ultra high-speed camera. It will record this bullet shot at 28,000 frames per second in HD. This is our slowpoke high-speed camera, which will record it at 6,900 frames per second, all to give us a better vantage point on what's actually happening.
With all cameras rolling, it's showtime.
All right, our first shot, guy with a lighter in his pocket versus a direct shot from a .22 caliber rifle firing a full metal jacketed round. You ready?
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
It's a bullseye on the brass.
I think that was a perfect shot.
But it's bad news for Ballistics Gel Buster.
So that bullet made it all the way through. There's cotton from the lighter in the wound. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, this guy is dead. He's dead, Jim.
Yep, the bullet's buried so deep.
Oh, there it is.
It's almost come out the other side.
Okay, so it went through roughly 6 inches of our dude.
Right in the middle of his heart.
So that experiment worked beautifully. Jamie pulled the trigger, the bullet exited the rifle at about 1,400 feet per second, and bang, it hit the lighter dead center. But then, just like in 2004, the bullet kept going through Buster and almost came out the other side of him.
There we go.
I mean, the lighter did virtually nothing. So how come so many people told us we got this wrong? How come there's a story saying that some guy's lighter did stop a slug? Well, we can think of only one thing. I mean, the mythical slug that we're talking about just can't have been a direct hit. It had to have bounced off something else on its way to the lighter. And that is where we're going next. We are about to enlist the help of famous Irish ballistics expert, Rick O'Shea.
Since 2004,
I can see you.
The Mythbusters have tested the bullet-stopping capabilities of 35 everyday items.
Holy cramoly.
But does internet gossip like this prove their very first foray was false? Well, no, because this episode's retest replicated that first result.
Right in the middle of his heart.
But all is not lost for the lighter.
Now it's time to set up a ricocheting bullet. Now, we have some experience with ricocheting bullets. I mean, on purpose. We did an episode a while back in which we found out several vital things about ricocheting.
And I see a hole in me.
The best material to ricochet a bullet off of is this, a concrete paver. So we're gonna set this up at an angle that helps our bullet hit our dude.
The theory is that by bouncing off the paver, the bullet's speed will be so reduced that a lighter may then stop it.
I think that puts us in the ballpark.
But because ricochets are notoriously unpredictable, they're starting without the lighter in place.
This could be a little tricky to get this all dialed in, so we've come up with a setup that hopefully will make it easier. Starting with the gun, which is mounted here, and it's aimed at our ricochet brick here. Hopefully, it'll bounce off of this and then into this piece of cardboard here, leaving a mark, which will tell us where to put our dummy with the lighter on it without a whole lot of messing around.
All right, sir, we're all set up for the ricochet. You ready to shoot?
Yeah.
For test one, the paver is at an angle of 45 degrees relative to the rifle.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
But the bullet's nowhere to be seen.
It didn't go through our card. Let's take a look at high speed and find out where that bullet went.
Okay.
Oh, wow, okay. There it is. It reflected at too hard an angle.
Yeah, so we need to shallow that out. Our first shot into the 45-degree paver ended up bouncing the bullet so much that it flew straight past our cardboard target. So we're just gonna shallow the angle of the brick, try it again, see what happens.
Yep, for test two, Adam reduces the angle to 25 degrees.
3, 2, 1.
Wow!
This time, the bullet did hit the target, but only after breaking to bits.
Well, I count 4 holes.
So next, they shallow the angle again to just 15 degrees.
In 3, 2, 1.
And just like that, they get the ricochet they're after. A bounce that not only hits the target, but also stays in one piece.
That's perfect.
And there's one giant hole and one dent.
That means the guys can bring Buster back.
Don't overstress yourself, old man.
And line him up so that his lighter is directly behind the previous ricochet's path.
That's actually perfect.
Then the guys sub in a clean paver.
Beauty.
And they're all set, but a little apprehensive.
So we were very careful about our aiming methodology. We set up the stone, we set up a cardboard target, we got the bullet to bounce off and stay in roughly one piece and go through that target, and we placed the lighter and our dude right behind where the bullet went. But a lot happened in there. I have to say, my prediction is there's no way we got this right on the first try. The bullet's probably gonna hit some part of the dude close to the lighter, but it's gonna take several attempts to actually get one to hit the lighter and maybe go through it or bounce off. And here it is, for the money. However unlikely, we are going to bounce a .22 caliber full metal jacket bullet off of a paving stone into a lighter and see if it goes through or bounces off.
Okay, into the lighter, hopefully, in 3, 2, 1.
Hey! Hey! The lighter bounced off the dude, which means something hit the lighter, which really should have been our bullet.
Incredibly, their bullet ricocheted into the lighter on their very first try.
Hey!
It's almost like we knew what we were doing.
But did the lighter save Buster's life?
Hey! Dude, it is precisely where we expected it to hit, and it did hit. And clearly, the bullet bounced off the lighter. Well, that is not only beautiful, but quite definitive. Take a straight shot at a lighter with a .22, and it goes right through that sucker. But let that bullet bounce off some concrete at even a shallow angle, and no, it bounces right off. I would never challenge the man or woman that told me this lighter saved their lives, and now we know how such a thing might be possible.
It's a result to vindicate the viewers. 10 years on, and a lighter can't stop a bullet, provided that bullet has first bounced. And that gives this myth a brand new conclusion. With one myth back from the dead, it's back to drifting on dirt, where Jamie clocked a super fast lap.
Look at him go.
Without ever losing traction.
2 minutes, 22 seconds.
But by drifting rally driver style, will Adam really beat that time as easily as fans figure? To find out, Formula Drift legend Conrad Grunwald must first give Adam some guidance.
All right, Conrad, are you ready?
I'm ready to go.
All right, we're going to drift this track. I want to be in the passenger seat first and then get to drive.
Here we go. See you guys after.
Now, while way more scary, drifting on dirt uses the same techniques as on asphalt.
If you get in too fast, you can use a little bit of brake to get it to turn like that. Right.
As you approach a corner, you rev the engine and briefly apply the brakes.
We'll do the same thing here, a little bit of brake, turn.
This decelerates the car and puts more weight on the front wheels, taking it off the back wheels, which start to slide.
Now with the drifting, all we really have to do is get on the gas while we're turning.
At the exact moment you need, you hit the throttle to increase that slide on the back wheels until they're facing the direction you want to exit the turn, and then you accelerate out.
Oh, nice!
That actually is kind of fun.
I love this.
And yes, Conrad makes it look so easy.
With the dirt demo over,
Conrad, every time you show up on set, I know it's going to be one of the most fun days ever.
Adam takes the wheel and soon learns that drifting on dirt is difficult.
Remember, wait for the power. Easy, easy, easy.
Oh, whoops.
Easy.
That was...
Don't worry about the handbrake bit right now.
Okay.
Just use the foot brake.
Now, you would think that if you're racing on dirt, you would simply be sliding along on the surface because you don't have as much traction as you would on pavement.
You gotta be really precise here. Eyes up, eyes up.
That one's so difficult for me.
But apparently you're at a far greater likelihood of actually flipping the car on dirt because in the right conditions in a severe turn, the wheels can actually dig into the dirt because it's softer, and that'll cause the car to flip.
Flipping is the worst-case scenario for any drifter.
Slippery over the hill here, but you can keep picking up speed. You gotta respect the course boundaries. You got it on the gas now.
And Adam's clearly living very dangerously.
Sorry about that. Okay.
But slowly, he starts to make progress.
Yeah, that is it.
And after a day and a half of intensive training...
Oh, Conrad, you are such a good teacher.
Adam's finally ready to put this myth to the test, once and for all.
Look, it's worth restating that we stand 100% behind the results of the first time we conducted this test. Hollywood's always leading you to believe that sliding around a corner is faster than driving around a corner, and we found definitively that driving is faster on asphalt. But fans wrote and said we would come to a totally different result if we tested it on dirt. And so that is what we are doing here. We are driving this dirt course while driving and also testing that against drifting to find out which one is faster and whether or not the fans are right.
Remember, Jamie's fastest non-drifting lap was 2 minutes 22. But with Adam ready to drift like a pro...
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Can he beat that benchmark? Adam's off.
Now throttle. Yeah, that's it.
And immediately he's using a complex combination of steering, throttle, and brake to lose traction with the dirt and drift.
And use the power to steer the car. Yeah, baby.
Through every turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Because the myth is that drifting through every turn is the fastest way to drive.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
But is it?
Here comes the finish line.
How did I do there?
224.
224? That's almost identical to your time. All right, I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
Yes.
For his second and final lap, Adam again puts pedal to the metal.
Oh, yeah! This is freaking live! Oh, dude!
But this time, will he hammer the Hyneman?
Yeah, that's it! Yeah, come on!
Or will this myth be done and dusted?
Ah, that felt so good. That felt so awesome. How did I do?
223.
No way! That is awesome! All right, so after kicking up all that dust, where do we stand? Jamie's best time driving this course without drifting, 2 minutes, 22 seconds. My best time driving this course drifting to heck and back, 2 minutes, 23 seconds. They are functionally identical times.
Yep, overall, the two times from two equally skilled drivers were statistically the same. But closer inspection of the footage reveals a wrinkle.
So over the entire course, Jamie's and my lap times were identical, but check this out.
On this gentle turn, we've superimposed Jamie's driving car and my drifting car, and as you can see, Jamie makes the turn faster because I lose traction in the drift.
But now, look at the sharp turn.
Here, I'm faster because I don't lose as much momentum. So yes, there are occasions when drifting on dirt is quicker, but the idea that it's always quicker no matter what, which is what we're testing, well, I guess that's for the wrap-up.
So, once upon a time, there was a myth that drifting was faster than driving, and we tested this on asphalt and found it to be busted. But fans gave us a new myth. They said drifting is faster than driving if the surface that you're driving on is actually dirt like this. We have tested it. What have we found?
Busted.
Let's get out of here, preferably without too much drifting.
In this epic revisit special,
Revisit.
What's next?
So I understand we're ending with a bang.
Yes, it's time to cue the explosions with a return to what is bomb-proof. We've tested this in the past, and fans didn't say we got any specific test wrong. Instead, they have a brand new twist on this, which I love. They claim that the best protection against a bomb is another bomb. Specifically, that if two explosions that are identical in size go off simultaneously, their shock waves will cancel out where they meet. And if you're standing in that location, you'll be totally fine.
Good story.
I thought so. It's time to blow some stuff up.
1.
What is bomb-proof?
You're not first, we're good.
Has been a fan favorite for years. So no ultimate revisit would be complete without a bomb-proof kaboom.
My favorite place to blow stuff up.
Mine too. Let's get set up.
Now, to test this myth about explosive cancellation, we could have just gone to the bomb range and set off 2 blasts without much fuss. But instead, we've come back to Ione, and that's because we want to do the test above water. Why? Well, this myth is all about shock waves. And we found in an earlier experiment that explosions above water give you a great visual image of the shock wave. Not only is the shock wave itself more visible in the air, but it also leaves a really clear pattern in the water.
Not only should the lake showcase the shockwave, it's also good for picturing the two-boom plan.
Now, soon enough in this episode, you are going to get to see some absolutely gorgeous high-speed shots of the blast pressure waves from an explosion moving outwards across this beautiful lake. But until then, let me use these stones to tell you what we're going to see. The first explosion will be a single 5-pound blast, and we'll get to see the blast pressure wave move out from that like this.
See those ripples moving outwards from where I dropped the pebble? That equates to our blast pressure wave, and our pressure transducers will be reading the intensity of that pressure front as it moves away from the epicenter of the explosion. Once we have that data in hand, it will be time to do 2 simultaneous explosions, symbolized by these 2 rocks. Now watch as their ripples move towards each other and then collide. It's that collision of the 2 blast pressure waves that we are going to be looking at the data. If this myth is true, we should see a significant drop in the intensity of those pressure fronts when they meet.
Well, to find out, Jamie's replacing the rocks with something altogether more dangerous.
So these are our explosives. That's 5 pounds of TNT. And these are our floating platforms with a hole right in the middle. There'll be a rod comes up 3 feet. That sits on top of it. Bob's your uncle.
Meanwhile, Adam's building the data collection device
Awesome.
upon which the whole experiment depends.
So first up, I'm making an 8-foot by 1-foot platform that will float on the surface of the lake. Then I'm gonna drill 7 holes at 1-foot intervals across the length of the platform.
Another good use for a cowboy hat.
Into each of those holes, I am putting a 6-foot length of Schedule 40 pipe. Awesome. At the very top of each piece of pipe will sit pressure transducers, which will measure the exact blast pressure of our explosions.
1 down.
Attached to each of the transducers is a wire that will emerge from the pipes carrying some lovely pieces of data for us to analyze.
So, the rig is certainly complex.
Oh! I think we're fine.
But its job is surprisingly simple. Once in position on the water, the guys will set off a single blast. The rig's 7 PCB transducers will then record baseline pressure readings as the blast wave passes by. Next comes Blast 2, an identical double explosion, where the rig will help reveal if the pressure readings where the 2 waves meet goes up, down, or sees no change at all.
We're on the move.
And with the assembly at last ready to roll,
cool.
The guys must next position it in the lake for the single blast control. A procedure that's a very delicate operation.
Well, that was interesting. Jamie and I are out setting up for the first experiment when all of a sudden the wind picks up. Oh, for we actually turned out to have gotten caught in a little tiny tornado. You all right?
Yeah.
That was, oh! Felt like being smacked with a ton of bricks. And all of a sudden I knew my hat was almost blowing off. Jamie's hat was blowing off.
I've never seen that happen here since all the time we've been coming here.
Yeah, that was weird.
It's not what such a delicate operation needed, but it's not long before the rig is in place.
It'll float.
Cool.
And ready for a rule of thumb test.
So the sensors we're using are pressure transducers, and Adam is going to go out in his little boat and actually put his thumb on them and press down on them while Dave looks at the readings from the central computer here. And that way he'll be able to check them and make sure that they're all working the way they're supposed to be.
Go from the outside in.
1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 5, 4.
They're all working. 7 for 7.
With that, the rig is officially sitting pretty. Next, it's joined by the controls explosive. 5 pounds of TNT positioned 3 feet above the water and 5 feet from the end of the rig.
Awesome, awesome.
And with that, it's time for the single boom benchmark.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! All right, here we go. This is for real. Control explosion, 5 pounds in 3, 2, 1. Whoa! That was a crack.
Yes.
Dude.
Well, the sensor platform is still there.
And our drone is still flying. That was intense.
As far as control blasts go, that was as neat as you pleased. I don't mean neat in terms of tidy, because no, Jamie is actually out there picking up the big chunks of EPP we left out there. But the explosion went off perfectly. And we got beautiful data from all 7 of our sensors. That was awesome.
In this memory lane retro revisit, Adam and Jamie have confirmed that a lighter can stop a slug.
Hey, dude!
But the shooting ain't done yet.
Next up on What is Bulletproof, an often requested fan favorite that we somehow haven't gotten to yet, but that ends today. Here is the story. A man supposedly survived a point-blank shotgun blast thanks to a 30-gallon fish tank positioned directly in between him and the shooter, which completely stopped the round. Now, we don't know what kind of round was fired at the fish tank, so we're gonna have to fire more than one. Get ready. Things are about to get fishy.
Stand by for the latest What is Bulletproof revisit.
Awesome.
Reason enough for Adam to go to town.
Now, just because we're gonna shoot our fish tank doesn't mean we can't make it look nice. I'm gonna do a little bit of interior decorating. First up, some gravel.
It's beautiful!
Adam's following that Mythbusters mantra.
I love it.
That if it's worth doing,
Look, it's totally working.
it's worth overdoing. Meanwhile, Jamie's got the big gun.
This gun right here is what this story's about. It's standard 12-gauge pump-action shotgun. Now, we're going to be running 3 separate experiments with 3 separate types of rounds: bird shot, buckshot, and a deer slug.
Because the guys like to end with a bang, they're starting with the least energetic round, the bird shot, which will be fired by Adam.
Okay, here we go. The classic battle. Bird shot versus fish tank. In 3, 2, 1. Well, I'll tell you, on the next shot, I am going to wear sleeves because a bunch of stuff hit me. Yeah, I got a little mark there.
Ironically, Adam's been hit. But Buster's not.
Looks like he was safer than you were.
The dummy is completely injury-free, and the high speed shows why.
So check this out. The bird shot blasts into the tank at 1,300 feet per second. But because each pellet weighs less than 1 gram, they're stopped by the water before they hit the back glass. That glass only breaks because of the shock wave caused by the blast itself.
Meaning that Adam and the fish really did get more hurt than Buster. But with a brand new 30-gallon tank set up just like before,
Here you go, my pretties. I love these robotic fish.
will Buster be saved again when facing off against Birdshot's bigger brother?
So what's going to happen with buckshot? Well, the lead pellets that are inside buckshot are the size of a 9mm round. So for my money, it's going to make it all the way through the tank, and it may well actually penetrate our dummy.
Jamie thinks bigger will be better, but Adam's money is on the tank.
I don't think any of those little chunks of buckshot is making it past the back glass of this fish tank. I think our guy here is just as safe from buckshot as he was from birdshot.
Well, with Jamie dressed to kill, it's time to find out.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
The back glass didn't even shatter. I don't even need to walk over there to tell that our guy's okay.
Despite each pellet having more than 12 times the energy of birdshot, Buster's even more safe. And Adam has a theory as to why.
How is it possible that our buckshot didn't even get through the back of our fish tank? I have a little bit of an explanation for this. What is ammunition designed to do? It's designed to harm flesh. And what is flesh made of? Well, it's a bit of gristle, but mostly water. And water resists an impact in direct proportion to the speed of that impact. Faster the impact, faster water repels that energy. And that's why our buckshot loses almost all of its energy in the 12 inches of our fish tank. But we're not done yet. We have one more type of ammo to try.
Yep, for the third and final test, It's the Big Daddy, the deer slug. But will this be stopped even quicker again?
All right, here we go. This is deer slug versus fish tank, the final chapter. Safety's off, range is hot, and 3, 2, 1. All the way through.
It's clear that this test caused way more carnage than the buckshot. But with no sign of the slug in the tank or in Buster,
I don't see a slug in him.
It's down to the spectacular high speeds to sort out the science.
So I fired the deer slug at the fish tank, and just like the other 2 types of ammo from the shotgun, the initial impact created this magnificent shockwave inside the fish tank. But uniquely among the 3, the deer slug not only broke, but also pierced the back glass of our fish tank. But it's pretty clear on the high speed that as it does, it loses whatever remaining energy it had, and then starts to move downwards instead of towards our ballistics gel dude. So I think based on this, we've got to conclude that the slug also does not make it through a fish tank in any lethal fashion.
And that's a conclusion that's even more concrete when Jamie does find the slug.
Found it. This is that bullet after it hit. It spread it, in this case, flat as a pancake, and that sort of meant that it was like a drag chute on that bullet as it moved through the water. It did break through the other side of the tank, but really only just.
All right, time to tally up the results. What is bulletproof fish tanks? Did we prove that they're in fact bulletproof?
If we're talking about shotguns, pretty much.
Totally astonishing too, I might add.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
Whoa!
Adam and Jamie are ending this special revisit
That was a crack!
with a bang. They're testing whether 2 simultaneous explosions of the same size can really cancel each other out. And after test 1, the control data is in.
So the data was clean. The nearest sensor showed 135 PSI, and it evenly lowered to the last sensor at 25 PSI. Now for the next test, instead of 1 blast, we're going to have 2 blasts on opposite sides going off at exactly the same time, the same distance. And those numbers, those pressure readings, will change. How exactly, we don't know. They could go down, they could go up, they could cancel each other out. But that's what we're looking for.
To find out, the guys salvage what they can from test 1.
3, 4.
That's good.
Awesome! Ha! I love that we don't have to replace this.
And begin to set up for test 2.
Good.
But Adam's already got concerns.
Look, we often make a joke on this show that failure is always an option. In this case, for this experiment, it's not. And allow me to explain. When we say failure is always an option, we're actually explaining that we have no bias as to how something turns out. So what we're really talking about is a failure of our expectations is always an option.
Oh! Any result's a result, that's for sure.
But we can't survive a failure of our methodology. And in this case, the methodology for this experiment is everything. We have to have those 2 explosives go off simultaneously and perfectly equidistant from the center sensor in order to get the reading that we're looking for. If we don't get that, it's going to be a heavy-duty reset to try and get it again.
To try to get 2 identical booms, the guys are using exactly the same quantity of explosive that's positioned perfectly equidistant from their data rig. And by using exactly the same length of detonation tube, they're leaving nothing to chance.
Fire in the hole!
But will that be enough?
Okay, double explosion in 3, 2, 1, go!
Well,
Well, that was a bit of a cold shower. I pushed the button and nothing happened. Well, almost nothing. Actually, I did watch the spark travel down the tube, but when it got to the water's edge, it stopped, which means that we may have gotten some water. But what it really means is that somebody owes us a case of beer, because that's what that means in the bomb world.
Rules aside, the guys quickly replace the debt tube, and then it's good for take two.
Okay, here we go. Count it in, Mr. Hyneman.
Okay, 2 blasts canceling each other out, maybe. In 3, 2, 1. Wow. I felt that one.
That was a bone rattler. Holy.
In real time, it's impossible to see if the experiment was a success. But the high speed shows it was exactly that.
This is really, really beautiful. First of all, this camera angle is shooting at 4,000 frames per second. And you can actually see here from one frame to the next, boom. It's a perfectly simultaneous explosion. That's exactly what we were looking at. Now, there's some cool stuff as you advance through the frames. You can start to see the actual shock waves there, these 2 bubbles. And as they increase, the gray line here above the water, you can actually see the cross of the 2 bubbles intersecting. We have sensors in place that will tell us what's actually happening there. Is it increasing the power? Is it decreasing the power? I honestly have no idea. And I might be overexcited because I was just rattled by an explosion. Wow. But I think this is pretty awesome.
Well, the good news is that the sensors survived.
Got the data.
You did?
Got it.
Dude, that's awesome.
And once dissected, Adam's ready to divulge.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, we have actual data from that last blast, and it's beautiful. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Okay, so if you remember, right, we had 7 sensors to catch the intersection between the 2 pressure waves. Remember, for the first test, number 4 read 50 PSI.
Okay.
Second test, you will not believe its reading.
Is it double?
100 PSI.
Yes, I was right.
Was that your prediction?
Well, it's 2 energies, and where they intersected.
Did you say that on camera?
No.
Oh, well, then it doesn't count.
I said it just now. I was the one that bet it.
No. He never wants to give a prediction before the actual fact. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
It's totally the opposite of canceling each other out. It doubled the power.
So we set out to test the myth that 2 identical explosions set off equidistant from each other would cancel each other out where their pressure waves intersected in the middle. Now, what we found was the exact opposite. It actually doubled there. A lot of physics is not exactly intuitive, but in this case, I think it is, because you've got twice the explosive power in the same vicinity, right next to each other, and it's not unlike a couple of hammers hitting. All that energy impacts right in the middle, and that's a bad place to be.
That one's pretty cleanly busted.
Yep, busted with TNT.
My ears are still ringing, and I have hearing protection. All right, let's see it. What? Gummy bears?
Yep, it's a fan favorite.
All right, let's do this thing. I hope you're feeling pretty smart, Jamie.
Why?
Because for this episode, we're gonna have to behave like actual rocket scientists.
Excellent. What do you got?
Well, as you know, throughout the history of Mythbusters, our relationship to rocketry has been a little bit like a Clint Eastwood movie. There's been some good, there's been some bad, and a whole lot of the ugly. This episode, we hope to put it all together for an awesome fan favorite myth about non-standard rocket fuels.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and guess that it's gummy bears?
It is, Sherlock. You're absolutely right.
Well, they do have a lot of calorific energy.
Right, and if it's true, just imagine we could fly to the moon on a rocket tail of pure, sugary goodness.
That I like.
I thought you would.
Ignition sequence start.
Rockets, a crowning, majestic technological achievement.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Their harnessed explosive energy is capable of taking us out of this world.
Eagle has landed.
This potential has led the Mythbusters to fire a fearsome variety of rocketry. And they've learned a thing or two.
Holy crap, run!
Rockets are bombs with wings.
Total explosion upon ignition.
And a successful launch generally requires real rocket fuel.
Woo!
So to test this fan-requested tall tale of gummy bear-powered propulsion, let's get things rolling with our resident rocket scientist.
Since we will be building rockets all episode long, we thought it was important to start by defining our terms. This is not an unreasonable depiction of the kind of rocket we'll use. Fiberglass body, about 7 feet long, but it's the inside that really sets it apart. Now, the business end, where the exhaust comes out, is called the fuel grain, and the fuel grain of this rocket, like our Civil War one, is made of paraffin, but it's what sprays into the fuel grain that makes this a hybrid rocket, and that is this, a pressurized canister of liquid oxygen, or LOX. Now, when the LOX is sprayed down through the paraffin and ignited, it burns very fast and very hot, and when it sprays out that nozzle, it causes a reaction which sends this rocket into the sky. The only difference between this hybrid rocket and the one we'll be making is that ours will be powered by delicious, delicious candy. Oh, that one tastes powerful.
That's the hybrid hardware. But the Fable is fuel-focused. So it's out with the standard paraffin wax and in with the edible alternative. Question is, how do they make a fuel grain out of gummy bears?
So this is how this whole thing works. This is the rocket engine liner. Now we're gonna fill this with gummy bears, but we're not gonna fill it solid. We need to actually have a tube down the middle through which the liquid oxygen will flow. So to create that, I'm gonna insert this white plastic tube with a spacer disc so it's held in the middle. We put the gummy bears in there and we're good to go. Hello?
Oh, hey. Are we ready for this? You got the mold?
With the mold made, the guys start by simply jamming the gummies in manually. Although this won't be their only method of making the fuel grain.
Oh, I'm getting close.
Packing them in so tightly means there's more energy per cubic inch.
This episode is sponsored by the American Dental Association.
But removing any air pockets is important too.
In our experience, air spaces in a rocket fuel grain are bad because they're places where the burning can propagate and create too much surface area. Shove your candy in that hole. Everything about a rocket burning is about controlling the burn. And when you have too much surface area, that burn can get out of control, and really its failure mode is to blow up your rocket. And that's bad. And there we go. All right.
Feel how heavy that is.
That is, wow, that's like 12 pounds, 10 pounds?
Yeah.
Wow. Let's freeze it.
Freezing means that when the spacer is removed, the gummy bears will retain that crucial central cavity.
You don't want to know what's in here.
That's one engine, but they've got two more in mind.
Now, Jamie and I are gonna cook 2 different fuel grains. And here's where things start to get interesting in the Mythbusters rocket kitchen. See, a hybrid fuel grain works better the more consistent it is. Therefore, our second rocket is gonna be a contiguous single gummy rocket. We're gonna gently heat up the gummy bears. Ooh, can I lick the spoon? You really don't wanna lick the spoon. Not in this shop. You don't know what's been boiled in here. I do. You don't wanna know. As soon as that mass is melted, we're gonna pour it into the mold.
Oh, nice.
And voila, what we should get out is a fuel grain-sized single gummy.
Nice control there, Hyneman.
And Jamie comes from 7 generations of candy makers.
So, there's an engine.
A potential engine.
For the third fuel grain, we're sticking to the spirit of the myth, which is gummy bear rocket fuel. But we're going to cheat a little bit because of some basic chemistry. These guys are mostly gelatin, which is mostly water. The last time I checked, water doesn't burn very well. So we're going to boil as much water off as we can, pour the syrup into a mold, and let it set into a hard rock candy. Now we wait.
But gently boiling the mixture at 250 degrees overnight has not given the guys the result they require.
This could not be farther away from hard candy. But we called a candy expert. And the trick is to get the candy between 300 and 310 degrees Fahrenheit.
Adam begins by testing the new technique in small scale. And things are getting a little more serious.
Make no mistake, this candy is super dangerous. It's a superheated syrup. If it got on you, 3rd-degree burns, a trip to the hospital, and a permanent scar. 305, okay, excellent. If it got on Jamie, it wouldn't be any problem. It would just peel off the skin off of his exoskeleton and he'd repair it. Ah! I'm good, I'm totally good. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna cool this down because I've got a compressed gas cylinder over there. Ah!
Take 2.
All right, welcome back to How to Ruin Kitchen Equipment. Now I'm about to heat up a bunch more candy using this big non-glass container. I have learned from my mistakes. Wow. So at this point, it's been bubbling at this exact temperature for about 25 minutes. It's reached this sort of stasis where the amount of water and the temperature of the candy are fighting each other in a convection current, and it's hit a totally stable temperature. But as soon as a certain amount of water boils out, it's going to collapse and the temperature is going to rocket upwards. This is so cool. Look at that beautiful caramel color. This is the best rocket science I've ever participated in.
Okay, tell me what to do.
Just hold on to that while I pour.
And given the potential dangers, the Hyneman steps in to help with the handling of the superheated syrup.
Oh, that's awesome. Jamie, I think this might be the worst mess I've ever made in your shop.
I don't know.
You'd have to think about it.
I'd have to think about that. You've made some pretty significant messes.
But with no further mishaps or mess, their work here is done.
There we go. Well, that was a lot more work than we anticipated, but we finally have our 3 rocket grains. We've got the hand-packed gummies, we got the contiguous single gummy, and we've got the hard crack candy. That's all we can do here in the shop. Now it's time to head out to the desert. Now, as anyone who makes gummy bear rockets will tell you, actually, we might be the first, but as we'll tell you, once you've completed your gummy bear rocket, you're going to need a place to fire it. And in the Mojave Desert at the edge of the Cohen Dry Lake bed, we are on the compound of the Friends of Amateur Rocketry.
This is it.
The middle of nowhere. What makes this place so special is not only their incredible expertise in rocketry, but it is on this exact location we fired the Chinese rocket share more than a decade ago. And they hand-built the rockets for our third and final attempt to fire a car across the desert, the JADO 3 episode.
Welcome to the Mythbusters Mojave HQ, the launch pad location for some spectacular rocket science research. Can gummy bears really fuel a liquid oxygen hybrid rocket?
3, 2,
Coming up, it gets real.
1! It's gotta go!
Majestic and magnificent. Rockets are defined as a vehicle propelled by thrust
Mach 1.
from burning onboard fuel,
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, jettison.
any fuel. And the most unlikely of all, the mythical gummy bear.
So we've got 3 different versions of our gummy bear rockets. First is the loose gummy bears that have been pressed into shape and frozen there. Then we've got the molten gummy bears, which have been poured in. And then lastly, we've got the gummy bears that have been boiled down to remove all the moisture. And those have been cast into what is basically hard candy. Those are going to go into these 4-inch rocket casings. Inside this is a tank of liquid oxygen, a valve, and the rocket engine with the gummy bears, and then the rocket nozzle. Those are all the major components that go into a hybrid rocket.
Now, if you remember, it's a hybrid rocket because we're feeding liquid oxygen through our fuel grain, and that's what this giant tank is full of. Liquid oxygen, literally some of the scariest stuff on Earth. To say this is flammable is really, it's not accurate, because this is what makes things flammable. It is the enabler for burning, which is exactly what it's doing in our rockets.
When you fire one of these rockets, ideally you can recover it later so you can reuse it. Now, how does that happen? Well, the rocket has an altimeter in it, and it records when it stops moving and starts to go in the opposite direction, when it's reached its apogee. At that point, it sets off a trigger which fires a charge that blows this nose cone out along with a parachute so that it can sail down nicely and be recovered intact.
This right here is the 20-foot launch rail that will guide our gummy bear rockets for the first 20 feet of their journey. They'll probably speed this part up. Oh my God. There we go. Our rocket goes here, and it goes in that direction. And this makes sure that it gets off on the right foot.
With the locks and rocket casing ready to roll, cue the first fuel. Hand-packed gummies.
Isn't that pretty?
That is gorgeous. So the gummy bear fuel grain is going into its housing. There are a lot of fiddly bits that all have to work perfectly in concert. Snap rings, O-rings, rocket grains, housing, and everything, and it all has to be properly assembled.
With the engine loaded and locked, it's go time for launch.
This is the pre-launch setup. We mount the rocket, insert the altimeter and the descent parachute into the nose cone, and then erect the guide rail.
This reminds me of something.
After that, we de-ass the area.
Here we go. Because just as our bomb squads are the only ones qualified to do the final capping in of explosives, our rocket techs here are the only ones qualified to work with the super unstable liquid oxygen. Once they have the locks in place, they put in the ignition system and the countdown sequence begins. It ends, of course, with me counting from 5 to 0, and I hit the launch button. The moment I do, an igniter starts a little fire in the base of the rocket. At the same time, a valve opens up and liquid oxygen begins to spray down the middle of the core of our fuel grain. It is ignited by that flame and hopefully also in turn ignites the fuel grain, causing a chain reaction of explosive force that sends the rocket skyward. System is armed. Theoretically. All right, prediction time. Loose gummy rocket motor,
I don't think it's gonna work that awesomely. I think you also agree with me. But here's the thing on Mythbusters. It is easy to get too clever too quickly and to miss stuff along the way. So we always want to start with the dumbest possible thing just to see if there's anything that we can learn. We've got the Gummy rocket and the hard candy rocket to test after this. So I think it's fine if this one ends up going which is what I expect.
This is it. Will hand-packed gummy bears be a viable rocket fuel?
2, 1. There we go. See a little smoke. Hey! Come on, baby! That's the right sound!
That's the sound of the engine not working.
That's the sound of failure. Well, we just fired our first gummy bear rocket. And remember, these were the gummy bears that were just jammed into a rocket grain shape with no other modification. And we got a successful firing, which is we heard it burn and shoot out some fire. And then we started to hear the telltale sound of gummy bears individually peeling off from the rocket grain and getting pooped out of the bottom of our rocket, but not with enough force to actually lift this rocket. We didn't get any else. We didn't get 1 inch.
Yeah.
It was a failure, but it was one that I actually predicted, and I'm not often right, so I'd like us all to enjoy this moment for just a second. Okay, that's enough. Let's move on.
The ignition flame appeared to light the locks.
Oh, nice. You're eating it?
Yeah, it's still sweet.
Wow.
But the loose-packed, flavorsome fuel simply fell apart.
Usually out on sites like this, the smells can be awful, gasoline, gunpowder, stuff like that. Out here, the gummies actually smell really nice. It's like someone just slightly burned the dessert, which is a euphemism for what we're doing here. We're burning the dessert.
Cue gummy bear fuel number 2.
This time we're using the melted gummy bears. Remember, it's one solid contiguous gummy material molded into a tube shape. I'm marginally more optimistic about this time. I got a rocket in my pocket and I'm ready for some action.
I'm getting more and more excited. The rocket grain is in there. I'm feeling very optimistic. And sneezing.
There you go.
Just want to point out, about 106 degrees Fahrenheit out here right now. I don't mind telling you, it's hot.
And the Hyneman has a unique method for beating the heat.
People often ask me why the beret. I'll show you. It's about 110 degrees right now, and I don't care.
With the rocket ready for launch, back at mission control, it's countdown number 2.
All right, here we go, folks. Arming the system.
Gummy bears are go.
Launching in 3, 2, 1. Ooh, ooh.
Go, go, go.
Come on, come on, come on.
Go, go, go.
What? That.
That didn't look good.
No. That was the opposite of something happening.
Yep, that was a misfire. Hybrid rockets really are a tricky, temperamental technology.
I'm not even sure we got a genuine ignition of the fuel on there.
Several volatile and precise components have to be in sync, and that's with an ideal fuel.
So we had a little bit of a misfire because our igniter, which is supposed to make an aggressive burst of flame to be able to light up the inside of the rocket engine, well, it was a little too aggressive and it blew itself right out of the engine instead of lighting it off. So we're gonna put another one in there, fill the rocket back up with liquid oxygen, and try it again.
Launching, 3, 2, 1, launch. I see smoke. Oh, that sounded good. Come on, come on. Get up the monument.
I hear it.
That sounds better than the last one.
Flame and no movement, though. No.
I'm sad.
from our bunker, we pushed the ignition button. And first, we saw the igniter smoke. And then, as they released the liquid oxygen into the chamber, we heard this telltale sound that really typifies a hybrid rocket, which is kind of a... And then there's this hum. This... That right there tells you you're hearing a hybrid rocket fire. Unfortunately, it did not have enough thrust to lift this rocket even an inch on its stand.
Yeah, well, science, baby. Now, gummy bears may work like rocket fuel when you put them in little kids, but for us, not so much. And that's why for the next round, we're going to be using gummy bears that we've boiled down to remove all of the water, leaving only the sugar. And we're hoping that we'll get a better result out of that.
Optimism is high. If gummy bears can possibly provide enough thrust,
this is the one right here,
then this concentrated candy,
oh, that's nice,
is their best chance.
All right.
If anything's gonna work, this is gonna, because we know sugar burns and there's a lot of energy in it, actually.
Yep. 1 pound of sugar contains 7,700 kilojoules, meaning this fuel grain with 12 pounds of concentrated candy has the potential to lift a 50-pound rocket several thousand feet into the air.
All right, my hopes are all pinned on a large tube of hard candy.
But will it burn?
Here we go.
And will it convert that energy to thrust?
Launching in 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oh. Oh, hey! Come on, baby!
I saw light coming out of it, so
yeah,
it's burning.
I see flashing out of the bottom. Come on! Go! Oh. A duck.
Houston, we have all the problems.
Well, I think that is pretty definitive. Gummy bears do not a viable rocket engine make. We have tried compacted regular gummy bears unmodified. We've tried melted gummy bears with a big gummy rocket grain. We've tried gummy bears cooked until they are hard rock candy. And although each one gave us a progressively better ignition with more of that hybrid sound, none of them caused this thing to lift even 1 inch on the rocket stand here. That's it.
Over the years, the Mythbusters have learned the hard way that failure is a valid result.
1, ignition.
And with a lack of thrust,
Go!
gummy bear rocket fuel is looking like a bust.
A duck.
But
Come on, you know us. We're not gonna give up just yet. We're gonna fire the hard candy rocket one more time. And we're gonna add a soupçon of, shall we say, encouragement to help it go a little more vigorously.
What I'm doing is I put a spray adhesive down the throat of this and then pour gunpowder on it, and it coats the inside of the rocket engine. So when we stick the igniter in there, the whole surface is ignited nicely. That should be good to go.
So with an even sprinkling of black powder in place to help initiate ignition, the guys are shooting for one last shot at gummy glory.
So we've tried all our different versions of gummy bears, and nothing has worked yet. This one right here has got to work. It's now or never.
All right, Mr. Hyneman, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Here we are, launching the hard candy rocket. 3, 2, 1, launch. Yep. Come on, baby. Come on! It's gotta go!
It was the best case candied scenario, and there was no liftoff. But has the myth been busted, or the Mythbusters' methodology?
What is wrong?
The Hyneman smells a hardware rat.
At this point, I'm becoming suspicious as to whether it's the fuel's fault, or is it, say, the oxidizer or the general rocket system that is at fault here? So this next attempt, we're going to try and eliminate that as a concern, and we're going to use paraffin as the fuel, which we know is capable of making a rocket like this fly really far.
Yep, by replacing the gummy bears with standard rocket fuel, this control launch will test the hardware itself. Packed with paraffin, the rocket experts expect an altitude of 20,000 feet.
Anything less than that, and we're gonna have some problems to solve. Okay, here we go. Launching in 3, 2, 1. That's it, I see smoke.
Oh.
That's clearly not the high altitude expected.
Here it comes. That doesn't look like it went higher than about 600 or 700 feet.
It should have got at least 30 times higher.
After the failure of all of our gummy bear rockets, we fired off this paraffin rocket as a test of our hardware and technology, and it flew 675 feet. That is unremarkable. That is a pretty clear marker that we need to review our hardware and our technology before proceeding.
Well, the rockets just aren't working.
No, and the gummy bear results have to be thrown out completely. It's the tricky, finicky business of these hybrid rockets that's getting in the way of us getting any actual results. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Well, let's head back to the shop and regroup.
All right, we'll have a total rethink about this.
Yeah.
With the hardware fail, all their results are redundant. All they've proved so far is they're facing one of the most challenging experiments in Mythbusters history. So it's back to the shop and square one.
So these are the parts we were trying to use in the desert. We've got your gummy bears here, we've got your oxidizer, pressurized tank here with the valves and the touchy ignition systems. Look, I think we just bit off more than we can chew. We are moving on.
Instead, we're going to use a solid rocket motor like this. It may not look like that much, but it's actually a very carefully prepared mixture of fuel, oxidizer, and a binder to hold it all together. Now, it's nice and simple because, in theory, all you do is light it and off it goes. We're going to make our own version of it using gummy bears as fuel along with the same oxidizer and binder.
Solid rockets. They've ejected Buster's Bond seat, powered JATO, and fired the Huacha. They're simple and effective.
But producing fuel grains like this is not only time-consuming and difficult, but you need a special license, which neither Jamie nor I possess. So what we're going to do here is to turn these gummies into a powder. There we go. And then send them off to a specialist who will produce for us fuel grains that look like this.
The specialists require the fuel as a fine, dry powder.
3, 2, 1.
And to convert the gummies, Adam has hit upon a technique that doesn't involve large quantities of lethal lava-like syrup.
Seems like it's working spectacularly. Okay, I'm gonna use a coffee grinder to make them even more powdery. Dude, look at that. That is a super fine powder that used to be gummy bears. That's exactly what our Rocketeers want. Time to make a whole bunch more.
While Adam ramps up production on his gummy bear crystal method, Jamie is, well, being Jamie.
Look, I'm loving the technical challenge of making a gummy bear-powered rocket, and if it works, cool. But let's face it, ultimately, there's no real practical application for it. So I'm going to make a second fuel powder, one that could conceivably be useful.
Oh, God.
That's awful. I'm going to use poop. It's a pretty disgusting sequence up next, so you might want to put down your snacks.
Yep, Jamie's moving on from the myth and is thinking ahead. He's looking into the future of space travel. No, really.
Oh, man, that's nasty.
And like Adam, his first step is to turn his potential fuel into a dry powder.
First, I'm going to dry it out up here in the sun, which has the added benefit of keeping the stink out of the shop. It's already giving me nightmares. And then I'm going to grind it down into a fine, dry powder.
Some sun-dried poop coming right up.
I want them nice and dry and crispy. That's the way I like them.
processing dog waste into powder is one thing, but the big question is why?
Look, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but crazy is kind of Jamie's MO.
I have no idea if this is going to work or not, but we'll soon find out.
Whenever he can design a system that has no waste whatsoever, where he's expended just enough energy to get the job done and no more, he is the happiest.
Well, it's definitely breaking it up.
And where does that philosophy reach its zenith? In space. Astronauts are already drinking their own urine. I mean, after filtering. With Jamie's plan, they'd also be using their feces as rocket fuel. What could be more efficient? So, while it sounds crazy, there might just be something to this.
It may have seemed like a gag to make you gag, but typically, by focusing on the details,
Tell you one thing, this rocket better work.
Jamie's actually thinking big. So with the gummies and poop powderized,
Yep, that's pretty well ground up.
it's packaged and sent off. After the dangerous process of combining it into a solid motor is complete, it'll be back to the desert for a date with detonation.
Welcome back to the Mojave Desert. Last time we were here, we were testing rockets made of gummy bears, and the results were spectacularly unspectacular.
Round two.
We had rockets that did this,
Oh, no.
and rockets that did this.
A duck.
Yeah, so we've changed our methodology entirely. We've gone from hybrid rockets to solid rocket motors, and we've come back out to this site with a gummy bear rocket to test. We've also come out with something I might call Hynemanian.
Horror within horror.
Mr. Hyneman has gotten a bee in his bonnet about making a rocket using poop, and we are also going to test that.
Last time we saw the sweet and sour fuel, they were powderized and sent off to the rocket scientists.
And here is what they did with them. They turned them into two official rocket motors, one made out of gummy bears, one made out of poop. Barely worse than the gummy bears.
Yep, they've been converted into solid rocket propellant.
It looks like this. Basically, it's composed of an oxidizer and the fuel, which is held in place by a binder made up of a variety of rubber resins. Now, when that starts to burn, all those expanding gases are forced out through the rocket nozzle. That accelerates those gases, creating a lot of thrust, and up the rocket goes.
In stark contrast to the hybrid system, it couldn't be simpler. An electronic match is lit, and in theory, the gummy and poop-based fuels begin an explosive chain reaction. Question is, how will the mythical fuel's performance be measured?
It's almost time for launch. Now, our first launch is surprisingly not going to be either a gummy bear rocket or a poop rocket. It is, in fact, going to be a control launch of a best-case scenario rocket, otherwise known as a rocket. Big rocket coming through. It has the ideal mixture of fuel, binder, and oxidizer.
Okay, in goes the engine with standard rocket propellant.
And it will give us the best-case scenario of how high a rocket can go of this size and weight.
All right, well, that's it. Let's put it on the rail.
All right.
Now, I know we've already spent a bunch of time explaining the difference between this rocket and its predecessors, but you might not notice. We've got 3 cameras attached to this rocket so that we can see the rocket's eye view of its own launch. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah, I remember. This part sucks. There we go. She's up.
The propellant in this rocket is a standard formulation that has been optimized for its performance. Now, we're going to use it as a control or a benchmark because when we send it up, we're going to record the maximum altitude it reaches. Then when we send up our gummy bear and our poo rockets, we'll also record how high they went, and that'll give us a solid point of comparison.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Mythbusters solid rocket motor control in 3, 2, 1. eventually. That was cool.
Yeah.
A little pop, that was the pop of the parachute deploying.
Unlike the hybrid system, the ignition and launch was successful. And the rocket's eye view of the Mojave Desert, spectacular. However...
Oh, and it's drifting. It's drifting a lot.
Proving once again that rocket science is, well, rocket science, wind conditions were less than ideal.
All right, let's go get our rocket.
During ascent, the rocket was pushed significantly sideways.
We might be wandering here for a little while.
But after a successful search and rescue, they head back to base, where they discover it reached 4,133 feet. But more detailed data reveals a potential problem.
So we had a good launch, but the telemetry and GPS is telling us that we had a lot of lateral drift that may have compromised our data. Because if that curve was straightened out, it might have actually given us a higher altitude. So we've got another one of these rockets.
Control test number 2.
And we're gonna go again just to be sure.
Yep, to ensure all the launches have equal conditions, they wait until the wind dies down.
All right, let's do this. You ready?
Yeah.
This is control number 2. Firing in 3, 2, 1, launch.
Wow.
Oh, beauty.
That one went straight up.
Straight up, and almost straight down.
Dude, I think that one's gonna land like right here. It was coming right down, right on top of us.
Nice, walking distance from the bunker.
And telemetry says the distance this went to was 4,491 feet.
Well, that gives us our baseline. Time to fire up the Gummy Bear rocket.
Let's do it.
Unaffected by wind, control number 2 went almost 400 feet higher, and the benchmark for gummy bears has been established.
I know that we say that failure is always an option, and truly it is. But in this episode, I feel like we've had our fair share. So I am feeling great relief at actually getting something off the ground and something with which we can compare our results with. Whew.
The rocket propellant we've been using is 77% ammonium perchlorate oxidizer and 23% fuel mixed with a rubber binder. Now we're replacing that fuel component with gummy bear powder. In goes the gummy bear motor. What we're looking to find out is how the gummy bear fuel component compares to the conventional fuel component. Good to go.
It's been one of the most technically challenging experiments in Mythbusters history. But this is it. The gummy bears are good to go.
You know, Jamie, not many people know this, but gummy bears are actually the poop of baby unicorns.
Really?
Yeah. No one's ever gotten close enough to figure out how their sphincter makes that bear shape, but little known fact.
It's time for a prediction about gummy bears. Drum roll, please. Thank you. My prediction is that the gummy bears will actually perform as a rocket fuel. I don't think it's much of a stretch to believe that. They're a sugar that's a hydrocarbon that has energy, and from everything I understand about rocketry, which is a fair bit after all these years, I think they're gonna take off. I don't think they're gonna be as efficient as regular rocket fuel. I don't think they're gonna exceed it, but I think they're gonna perform pretty well.
The key point of comparison for the energy and efficiency of the propellant will be the maximum altitude attained.
All right, so this is it. You ready?
Are you ready?
I'm totally ready. Let's gummy the sky open.
Conventional propellant launched this 8-foot rocket with 50-pound payload to 4,491 feet. How will the gummies go?
Gummy bear rocket in 3, 2, 1.
There it goes. We have ignition.
Oh! Went way up there.
It did. Gummy bears worked.
Yep, they did.
Give me some right there. Boom!
It's been a long and frustrating journey, but that one successful launch has made it all worthwhile.
Beeping is good.
Go for main engine start. 2, 1. Booster ignition and the final liftoff of Discovery.
Rocket science is knife-edge sensitive technology, harnessing an explosive chain reaction for propulsion has its pitfalls. And not enough energy or poor design,
a duck,
means you don't get off the launch pad.
1.
But how did the Gummy Bears and their sinister black vapor trail perform?
Boom!
After finding the landing site,
Beeping is good. That is beautiful.
it's the mythical moment of truth. It flew, it's true. But how did it perform compared to real rocket fuel?
So when you decode the altimeter, it says that our Gummy Bear rocket got up to 3,691 feet. That's pretty respectable.
Only respectable?
So Gummies flew, man. They ignited, they shot into the sky, flew almost 3,700 feet into the air. That was awesome. What does it mean? Is it time to break out the champagne and call NASA about our new rocket fuel? Let's slow down just a little bit and take a look. Here's the thing. The whole point of real rocketry is to maximize thrust and efficiency to get the largest possible payload as far from Earth as possible. So the discovery of a rocket fuel that is less efficient than the fuel we currently use, it's not really cause for celebration. It's more a reason to celebrate rocketry's flexibility, let's say. I'm going to say this one is plausible.
Yep, the sweet mythical snacks, carefully combined with a potent oxidizer and binder, had enough energy for liftoff. But in such a high-performance technology, 82% is merely viable and barely successful. Cue the Hyneman.
Well, it was fun, and it actually worked. But let's face it, there's not really any practical reason to use it. There is, however, another fuel that, on the face of it, might seem just as frivolous. But in reality, it might just have a practical use in future space travel.
Oh. All right, you might be forgiven for thinking Jamie has lost his marbles, but allow me to explain. What makes a rocket fly, what makes a good rocket fuel is a hydrocarbon because it burns well in the presence of oxygen, and poop is a hydrocarbon. Back in the shop, Jamie did some calorific testing of poop versus rocket fuel.
2,916 calories per gram.
Even though it was several orders less efficient than rocket fuel, it's a lot easier to find than gummy bears. Up on the rocket, it's being made all the time. And on a rocket where every gram counts in terms of the energy expenditure, he might just be onto something.
So after all that nasty, smelly, disgusting, doggy doo-doo, we end up with this sleek carbon fiber beauty right here. So there we go.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first Poo Rocket coming out of Mythbusters.
It's time to pronounce my poop rocket prediction. And I want to get this right because I don't want to poop the bed. I mean, rocketry is something that we do. So I'm here to say that I think that while the poop may launch, I don't think that our number 2 solution here will become our number 1 solution.
Mind if I set this one off?
Not at all. Be my guest.
The standard rocket fuel control nearly hit 4,500 feet. How will Jamie's no-waste, waste fuel compare?
All right, this is it. Poop rocket, the final launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, there it goes. Whoa! That's beautiful! Dude! It's got a very appropriately dark smoke trail, doesn't it?
That was really respectable.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. Oh. Well done, little poop rocket.
Okay, so the telemetry is telling me that we got 2,900 feet. That's pretty respectable.
Respectable? It's downright phenomenal. I mean, I know it didn't go as high as the Gummy Bears, but that was never the point. The fact is that it did launch. Here's the thing you need to know about why Poo is amazing. It's always going to be there, and it's totally useless.
If you're on a long space voyage, every gram counts as far as your payload, so you're going to want to recycle as much as possible. With something like urine, it's not so hard. You can filter it and treat it and then drink it again. But with poop, it's not like you're going to be able to process it and then reconsume it. We have, however, shown that it might just be a viable rocket fuel. Who knew?
You heard it here first, NASA. Or maybe you already thought of it. Probably did. Bunch of smart guys. Now, we gotta call this before we go. Gummy bears and poop as rocket fuel, how do we find?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. They're both plausible.
I think they are. Let's get out of here.
And so the fun begins.
In 2003,
Quack, damn you.
the Mythbusters embarked on an epic journey.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Watch out!
Ladies and gentlemen, 70,000 feet.
And with the tsunami of science done and dusted,
This is it. This is the end.
the team is back for one final intimate episode.
You ready for the reunion?
All 5 hosts reunite
Beautiful!
It is awesome to sit around this table with you guys.
to look back and reminisce.
It has been a wild ride, and we wouldn't have missed it.
They'll discuss the secrets of their success,
It's like science bait.
formulas for failure,
Well, we did a lot of it.
and as they walk away for the last time, what the show meant to them.
It has fundamentally changed all of us in really significant ways.
It's destiny.
It is awesome to sit around this table with you guys.
I know, it's kind of weird. It's like we've never actually done this.
Yeah, no, I know. We have never actually done this. To start this off, I want to talk about how we became a team. I mean, the 4 of us, we have all worked together, but long before Mythbusters.
Yeah, Industrial Light and Magic.
I wanted to be you guys when I grew up. That's the whole reason I got the job from Jamie or came in here and asked to be an intern. It's because I wanted to do what you guys do.
Well, and I knew you from Industrial Light and Magic, but you had actually worked for Jamie long before that.
Jamie gave me my first job right out of college. I used to just go over to the model shop and harass him all the time, and then finally he gave me a job.
We've got to build a rig that simulates an electric fence.
Okay. So nervous. It's like, stop pointing that camera at me.
How was your first day? Was it freaky?
It was weird.
You look so innocent, Grant.
I know.
Thank you, man.
Thanks.
everybody is watching you all the time. There are cameras all over it. I remember what you said. There is no dignity in television. Once you accept that, it gets a lot more fun.
Don't say anything.
My first on-screen appearance was when you guys did a 3D model of my butt. Oh, God! I remember thinking, oh, just some silly cable show. Nobody's ever gonna see this. I never thought it was gonna be the first thing you Google.
But you also came out on the very first episode, Jado Rocket. You drove yourself down to Mojave to be on that crew, right?
Well, I was working for Jamie doing toy prototyping and learning a lot during the day, but I also needed a night job, so I had to go work waitressing. My shift ended at 11. You guys were already in the Mojave, and I was like, this job's awesome, I'm gonna be a part of it. So I drove all the way to the Mojave. I get to the hotel where you guys are staying at like 4 in the morning. Your call time's 5 a.m. So I sleep in the car for an hour, and I'm woken up by the truck lights in the caravan coming by, and I jump out of the car, I'm coming! And I just got picked up by the other interns and went out to the desert to help you guys.
And so began the greatest adventure of their lives.
I'm gonna have a grinectomy.
In the magnificent Mojave Desert.
If you do see something coming at
Oh, God, that's me.
Yeehaw! 14 long years ago.
it makes me nervous.
You look the same.
Look at how young Jamie is.
The team hit the JATO jackpot, and Mythbusters took off.
God, I remember that moment.
That's so awesome.
This really is like we stumbled on the formula for the show, right?
When in doubt, make something explode.
That was beautiful. Seeing that thing take off like that, it was like seeing some kind of wild animal taking off across a savanna. That'll be burned in my brain forever.
One of the things that I really like about the show is how it captures the glee and the gleam in your eyes.
All right, that's significant.
They squeak when I walk.
Because it's like, you guys can't believe that you're getting paid to do this.
Whoops! This is the thing, I think, is the formula. It's like you can say it's about these builds and not knowing exactly what's going to happen. But there's the primary narrative of enthusiasm.
And it was infectious because in the beginning, it was like so hard to get permission to do anything. But then, you know, as the show got more and more popular, people were like, yeah, I got a car, blow it up.
No more car.
I think I'm gonna have to ask the question because this is the reunion, the question that we always get. What's your favorite myth?
Oh, that's hard.
I mean, there's so many categories, right? There's stuff that was ridiculously fun for us to do.
Ready, hit it. I predict that I'll be dancing on Jamie's intestines in minutes.
Then there's episodes that, like, the science was really awesome.
Wake up! Time for science!
And the result was really cool.
Wow, there's no pig.
What pig? I don't know anything about no pig.
And then there's final cuts that are your favorite to watch again.
Here comes chaos.
When anybody would ever ask me that, it was always the last thing we had just done.
Right.
It was like, what's your favorite myth? And it was like, well, just yesterday we blew this thing up. It was the craziest thing I've ever done.
That was awesome!
And that would like happen after every single myth.
Well, what was your favorite?
Each of these episodes have something that are memorable or special about them. Things like the lead balloon, which on an intellectual level, I think that's one of the best things that we've done. It was also such a wonderful exercise in internalizing and understanding contingencies. That is a lead balloon. And then there are other things like the ping pong boat, coming up with solutions that are so diabolically simple to address a complex problem, and then just sitting back and watching it work.
We've made a career out of making what seems impossible possible.
That's why I love Lead Balloon as well. It's like the pointless exercise, and yet there's something thrilling in the storytelling.
That you got it to work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
The moon landing episode. That is one of my favorites. And moon landing is like every single experiment is tight, reveals something remarkable.
Is that it?
That's light returning from the laser retroreflector from Apollo 15.
Is interesting to watch, and you know, we even accidentally provided fodder for moon landing deniers because we made our moon stuff look so good.
I mean, for me, honestly, paper armor.
Oh, that was
That's a fantastic story.
Love historical myths, and I love that it was totally surprising.
Yep.
And even just the process of it was really fun, putting together all the paper.
That's the one where I was genuinely jealous watching the build. Oh, I wish I could do that.
And the fact that paper is stopping weapons.
I know.
Which is like mind-blowing. You're like, wait, what?
It didn't go through.
You know, for me, I think it was wakeboarding behind the cruise ship.
That was insane.
Well, it was just such a weird thing to do. The ship just kept getting further and further out to sea, so it was like at some point we had to stop. So it wasn't like, is this myth like possible? It's, is it possible for you to do it? And then we found out later that sharks follow those cruise ships.
Yeah.
Something just touched me!
For the two of you, I personally think Blue Ice is one of the best things that has ever been filmed.
That was actually one of my favorites because of the fact that I've heard that myth so many times.
But it's been on the list since the very beginning.
Yeah. And I just remember all these rocket scientists looking around going, it's not gonna work. This isn't gonna work. And they just kept, and we're like, we don't know, we're just gonna try it.
Grant, coming up is one of my favorite things I've ever seen happen to you.
I mean, when you see
that giant chunk of blue ice.
That's genuine surprise on our faces.
And what you didn't see behind us, behind the cameras, were all the rocket scientists going, oh my God, like they were more excited than we were.
Totally confirmed.
I agree 100%.
All right, well, you know, you alluded to this earlier, but it's not just the best myths, but we've had some of the best days on set. I mean, I feel like I've grown up on this show, and for me, what was super duper memorable, because not only was it one of my favorite myths, but when we did car drop, where we dropped a car from a helicopter and you remote controlled a car from another helicopter. I remember just being really, really emotional about this myth, and like I was like running around just like hugging you guys because it went well. We did it! Yes! When I found out when I got home is that I was pregnant on that shoot, so it was extremely hormonal.
Actually, hormones, amazing.
I was less excited after my first kiss.
But it wasn't only unexpected hormones that caused the high notes to be hit. More than a decade of adrenaline-fueled science forged a poignant on-screen bond.
Let's all group hug. Yeah. No?
I remember feeling really emotional when we were all standing on the third rocket car site in the desert, all 5 of us.
Well, I think our work here is done.
It was really, really intense.
I started to cry.
Yeah, that was an emotional thing.
Totally.
Thanks for 15 great seasons, Mythbusters. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You made the scientific method feel like a guilty pleasure. Wherever your JATO rocket car takes you, you'll always be blowing stuff up. In here.
The Mythbusters touched hearts and minds from the very beginning.
It's a delicious memory.
In its weird and wonderful way,
I can't answer that. You're tying a pig's stomach into a skeleton.
the show became part of the pop culture conversation.
Tonight, we take on the classic myth that a cat will always land on its feet.
But this is one reality show reunion
Stop whining.
He's such a
where the final analysis is going to be objective.
Yeah, well, you know, we've patted ourselves on the back enough, I think.
A little more comfort in your design.
The good days have come at a cost.
Dude, we've never used the blue rope.
Seems that Adam needs another cookie.
We always use the blue rope. No, we haven't. Yes.
I actually don't want to do this test right now.
The times that I've been the most upset have been in the early days in particular, where they put us in situations, you know, that were unwise as far as getting hurt.
Oh! You did hook up the real thing.
Yeah.
No, just leave me alone.
And stuff like a Star Wars episode, because there's like no reason to test lightsabers on higher ground. Oh, I hit myself in the groin.
Oh, no, sorry.
Well, at least you got to build something. It wasn't as bad as, like, pyramid power or primary perception.
Did you hear it screaming?
The Oogie Boogie stories from the early days.
Mind control.
Those were
with the crystal. Double espresso, cappuccino, juice squeeze.
I think pyramid power is absolutely the lowest.
That was pretty bad.
I'm reading your thoughts right now.
We gave it our best shot. I mean, you know, you have this thing that you have to test. You have to treat it as seriously as you would any other myth.
Real free energy.
If we're going to talk about worst days, I think we all have the same worst possible day ever, and it's going to be Cannonball.
Let's go.
All right, fuse is lit. It's gonna be soon.
Oh,
Cannonball.
God,
Absolutely.
That was probably one of the most terrifying days on the show.
The popular Mythbusters TV show had an accident, shall we say. The crew fired a cannonball. It smashed all the way through a nearby house and then through the window of a minivan outside.
We were at the bomb range, took the shot with the cannonball, which we've been doing all day. Every other cannonball went into our catcher and our hill, and then the fire department showed up about 20 minutes later after this last shot, and they're like, "Are you guys shooting cannonballs?" And we're like, "Well, yeah." They're like, "'Cause one landed in a neighborhood," and we were like,
half a mile away.
And the news choppers showed up, and we were like, what is happening?
They were camped out front here, too.
Luckily, no one was hurt.
As nasty as it could have potentially have been, who knows what it saved us from doing later on.
Right.
Well, it radically altered our entire safety procedure and our approach and a mental approach to safety from the ground up. To move from things that are potentially deadly to things that are merely awful.
It's already giving me nightmares.
Ants are all over my head, man.
What's your most uncomfortable day, Carrie?
There was a time where I had to try to extract methane from your poop.
Sorry.
And I had to handle that in a bag, but I mean, the one that was the most...
Oh, boo-hoo, I pooped in a spin bag.
That's so gross.
Yeah.
The most traumatizing by far was the scorpions. They put like 40 scorpions on me. And I happened to paint my fingernails the color of their food. So they started biting my fingers. And because of that, when I get for real scared, I uncontrollably either shake my hands or feet.
I can't stop shaking my foot. I can't stop shaking my foot. Stop it. I can't stop it.
It was the worst.
I think for me, probably every time I get injured on the show.
You are a
Which
little
is like
accident
all
prone.
the time.
Oh!
God, dude, oh my God.
How did you not get horribly hurt?
Oh!
I'm okay. You slid across the runway on your face.
If it had been a BMX bike, I would have made that easily. My balls seem to be a magnet for injury.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I hate that one.
That I hate more than anything else.
That one's still...
I felt that one coming.
That's the first time I went to the emergency room.
Oh, God! Why would you do that?
You guys were tasing each other every morning for a few months, right?
It was like a coffee.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. It's a sign that there are deeper issues at play.
There were.
And you and I have the proclivity to refund whatever we've eaten recently.
Yeah, vomiting.
What's your worst vomit?
That was mixing your types of alcohol. Because it's like a reflex when I sit in that chair, the motion sickness chair. I just sat down and she said, okay, it's time for the chair.
I actually vomited the most in a single day while flying in the back of an F-A-18 Hornet with the Blue Angels.
Come on, stick with me, Adam. You got it. You got it. Come on. Stay with us. Stay with us. We got it. Come back. You with me?
I'm with you. I almost passed out there in a second.
And shockingly,
there we go.
it is the only time that vomiting repeatedly did not detract from my enjoyment of the actual event. It was so awesome. And that's why those flight suits have so many pockets. There's one for each barf bag.
Ew! Well, you think that those days are bad. Nobody's had a worse day than Buster.
I think we should call him Buster.
Buster sounds pretty good to me.
Every day is the worst day for Buster.
And the best part
Single
is,
day.
what he's designed for is car crashes, and that's rarely what we use him for.
Everything we use him for is worse than that.
Yeah.
You know, there's an International Church of Buster because he's been resurrected so many times for your knowledge.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
Arise, my son.
His head's gone.
Nice work, Buster.
Wow! That was crazy. Now, we collected as much as we could find, and I have for each of you a gift, a ruined camera, and chunks of Buster in his superhero costume
thank
from
you.
the
That
Buster
is
finale.
Hilarious.
All I know is I'm glad this isn't how I'm going out on the show.
It's kind of like Buster's ashes.
Wow.
Thanks, buddy.
You know, for the last 14 years, people have seen us as a team working on things, but there is a whole other team behind the scenes that are getting the job done.
Indeed. It is not just us, that we are supported by an amazing group of real polymaths who have broad ranges of understanding. Each has their specialty, and they're all just as thrilled about the results as we are. Do you guys have favorite moments where the larger Mythbusters family made myths happen?
And many a time we were here till 3 o'clock in the morning where the sound and the camera put their equipment down and started helping us out like Lego ball.
Weeks, right?
Lego ball was insane.
Everyone's still a little traumatized from Lego ball.
We were working on it for like 7 days a week, around the clock, and people were just taking shifts. It took forever.
Over 1 million Legos,
Over 1 million
right?
pieces.
We exhausted the North American strategic Lego supply.
Let's get the ball rolling.
And we were like so pumped up when we were testing it. We're like, what if this ball gets out of control? How are we gonna stop it?
All these contingency
And then we pushed it down the hill, and like seconds later, it just disintegrated into nothing.
You have to plan for it, though.
You do, but it was just such a letdown.
I have a great example of above and beyond. We were doing the original fart story, and I had built this elaborate device to capture and hold on to farts. So you could actually fart into it, and you'd store it in a jar.
I don't know why you didn't just use a balloon, stuck it in your butt.
So you had to get into the bathtub, fart into this upside-down funnel, and capture it. And the cold water was not very conducive for creating gas.
Nothing.
And I was not being very successful. And our producer, Alice, goes, "Right, everybody out of the room." She got down to her skivvies, got in that bathtub, and generated 4 bottles of fart splash. That is above and beyond the call of duty.
Guys, I'm heartbroken that you're going off the air. A whole generation has grown up with this show to be good, skeptical, critical thinkers who will go out and prove things for themselves. You've taught to an entire generation to be skeptics, to think it through, to analyze it, and to know that the only truth that we really get from the world is what we can go out and test and make happen.
Is that beautiful or what?
It's this little thing I like to call a scientific method. So you've performed a great public service. Thank you for that.
So let's talk about the science. I know it's part of the DNA of the show, but I think one of the things that blows people's minds is that none of us are actually scientists.
You have a degree in science.
I have a degree in engineering.
Okay,
which is
that's
adjacent to
closer than any of
Way
us.
more
True.
qualified than we are.
What's your degree in?
Setting things on fire.
We're popping popcorn with lasers.
I'm partial to exponential curves myself.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
Sometimes you just need a little extra lubrication.
The only difference between screwing around and science is writing it down.
We just wanted to do a really good job at figuring things out. Diligent, careful, and methodical. What was it we were trying to prove again?
Don't know, don't care.
That's all science really is. It's organizing an investigation, and science isn't just for guys in lab coats. Stylish. It's for anybody that wants to do a good job of understanding their world.
You can, in fact, polish a poo.
I think one of my favorite science stories that we've done is Red Flag to a Bull.
Dude, he's going for it.
Well, I remember when we pitched that idea in the room, and there was 2 producers that went, "Oh, everybody knows that's not true." And the rest of the room was like, "No, actually, I don't know." Like,
Well, there's your answer.
it was just so cool to go through each of the elements and find out exactly what causes a bolt charging.
You're looking at color, looking at motion, looking at whether it's actually having a person there.
This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
Culminating with actually Tori in a ring with bulls.
Good job, dude. Good job. He's looking right at. I know.
Early on, we had a story called Bullets Fired Up. Will a bullet fired into the air kill you when it comes back down to the ground? And in the research, we found the most extensive study done on this was written about in a book called Hatcher's Notebook, a famous ballistics textbook. And the U.S. Army had fired something like 2,000 rounds into the air, and out of all of those rounds, they heard one and saw one. We went out to the desert with a methodology.
It's going that way.
Fired a handgun 11 times into the air. We knew roughly how long it would take to come back down to the ground.
I was searching across the desert for a pencil-sized hole.
And we found 6 out of our 11 bullets.
There she blows. That's a 9mm round. Woo, we found it.
And so in this one story, we substantively tripled the amount of information known at that point about the aerodynamics of bullets falling out of the air. I'm really, really proud of that episode.
This is science in action.
One example of our work getting into the literature also was drain disaster, where we replicated an explosion in a sewer due to methane. And it was really fascinating for me. The burn of this gas in the right conditions could go supersonic. Wow! We consulted with experts on it, and we were able to do an experiment that was a significant step further than anything they could actually do in the university. This had never been done, actually, in that scale before. So I think that's a standout.
We're co-authors of that paper.
Yeah.
You know, we're bringing out the standouts where the results we got are results we would stand by. And we all understand that that's also a rarity. I mean, we know that within the concision requirements of making a television show, doing one iteration and calling it is not in and of itself science. But one of the things I'm most proud of is the methodologies. When the methodologies are robust, even for something ludicrous like bull in a china shop. You guys go to genuine experiment, and then the result is mind-blowing.
Whoa, he's getting right through the shelves without knocking over a single piece. That was cool.
Yeah, or like, you know, Are Elephants Afraid of Mice? That, to me, still to this day is just like, the cartoons are right. Like,
Elephants are afraid of mice.
So how does failure come into it for you guys?
We did a lot of it.
Yeah. And it's all on camera.
Yeah, you do, but we learn a lot from it. I just wanted to let you know I had a little accident, punched a small hole through the wall.
That's one of my favorite things, is that we show it as a messy and creative process. Wow. And we screw up, and that's part of the journey.
You know, for me, you know, if we haven't failed at something, we haven't really learned anything. Along those lines, I've got this letter that I'd like to read. Dear Mythbusters, after hearing your show's ending, I wanted to write you to thank all 5 of you from the bottom of my heart, because you literally turned my life around. When I was at school, I was basically on the road to nowhere until I found Mythbusters. Your show inspired my teenage self to care deeply about science and engineering. 6 years after I saw my first episode, I became the first girl in my family to go to university. And now, 4 years after that, I'm about to start a master's in chemical engineering. You've been fantastic role models, and I cannot thank you enough. Your show literally changed my life.
It's really dusty in here. That's incredibly sweet.
It's very humbling.
Congratulations, and thank you for the difference you have made to young scientific minds all around the world.
When in doubt, C4.
Oh, my favorite myth was the original astronaut, Juan Hu.
I think Buster, AKA Juan Hu, is ready for his launch.
Who did not do enough testing in the lab. Boom.
So clearly we're famous for more than just blowing crap up, but we're pretty much famous for blowing crap up. When it comes to favorite explosions, my favorite is the detonating water heater. And the main reason is that they feel like what my Wile E. Coyote Bugs Bunny inner child wants an explosion to feel like. Like it's slow and I have time to savor it.
I like the fuel ones, like
the air fuel
propane
mixtures.
tank,
Yeah.
because it looks like the movies, like it's supposed to look. Big, fiery, puffy clouds.
Terrifying.
All right, for me, it was black powder shark. And it required a huge amount of explosive because we were moving all of this water.
Do you remember the first 2 attempts to set that off? Nothing happened?
Yeah.
And it was like 3, 2, 1. And we're all just standing there like, that's the worst. And all the bomb techs are like,
They had to go out, they had to paddle out in a small boat to the middle of the lake, pull up this giant package of explosives and find out what went wrong.
One of my favorite things to do is to try to actually control what happens and make it do something productive.
2 blasts canceling each other out, maybe.
Taking this destructive power and chaos, and being able to mold it and shape it and form it into something that has an end result.
I love that about Mythbusters is we're not blowing things up just for the sake of gratuitous explosions. It's a tool. Like we are using explosives as a tool to push this experiment.
It's either a tool of experimentation or a tool of storytelling.
Yeah.
Jamie and I got introduced on an Australian radio show, and they said Mythbusters is a Trojan horse of reason hiding behind a thin veil of explosives.
It's like science bait instead of jail bait.
That's another interesting.
That is I think we should stop right there. I think that's perfect. All right, let's cut to a montage.
Okay.
Everybody, say it with me. Jamie wants Big Boom.
That's what we do on Mythbusters. We blow crap up.
What's this I hear? You're not making Mythbusters anymore? Wow. No, I'll have none of it. You just began the show 14 years ago. So, no, get back to work. I can't even fathom a world without Mythbusters. You know why? Because you help bring civilization to a state of rational thought of how to analyze claims about what is and is not true in this world. But I'm expecting you to go on to greater things. If there is such a thing that's greater than Mythbusters.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That is really cool.
One of the cool things about us all getting back together again is that we can talk about things that only we can talk about with each other, like the doors that have been opened from this little scrappy cable show. Yeah. All of a sudden, we're getting into places that are amazing.
It's a portable hug.
Okay, talking about access, we went to the White House.
Good to see you. Welcome to the White House.
And as Jamie likes to point out, we were testing poop hitting a fan the day before. And then, the next day, we were shaking hands with the president.
Did you wash those hands?
We did.
Okay.
Well, actually, we're there loading our equipment in, and the Secret Service is running the sniffer dogs past, and Jamie turns to me and he goes, "We were at the bomb range 2 days ago. How are we not lighting them up like a Christmas tree?" And I'm like, "Shut up! Just be quiet." Southgate needs a little more security, everybody. My personal favorite is getting to fly in the U-2.
Wow, we're already lifting. That's crazy. Whoa! Wow!
That Beale Air Force Base invited us in. They only let one civilian take that ride every couple of years.
Holy cow!
The men and women that run that program and have been running it for decades are super dedicated. They were totally amazing.
Right now, we just passed the top of Mount Everest.
And they gave me and thus our viewers an experience that very few people ever get.
The sky has gotten to be a very, very dark blue. What an unbelievably beautiful day.
Yeah.
Aside from the 6 astronauts on the space station, we are the 2 highest humans off of planet Earth.
The opportunities that this show has afforded us are extremely memorable.
This is not a bad way to spend your day.
I mean, for you, it was that ride, but I have learned so much, especially from you, Jamie. I have learned so much about building from you. We've gotten to do some really cool stuff.
Decapitation hazard, everybody.
This is gonna kill you. Yeah, it's all about the builds.
Come on!
I like it.
It allows you to internalize what you're doing. When you get physical with things, it's not like you're just designing stuff on paper or you're just thinking about it. It's a different experience when you've got your own blood smeared over your tools instead of somebody that's, typing away on in CAD or something like that.
Look, it's like a clown's head exploded.
I'm particularly fond and also terrified of our Civil War era steam machine gun that spun ball bearings centrifugally. Just turning it on was, behind bulletproof shields, was terrifying. I'm very pleased and terrified.
This is this barrel that's spinning it faster and faster. This thing. And meanwhile, while that is happening, there's these jets of steam leaking out everywhere. It was like this, like this image from hell.
We built an earthquake table that rivaled the earthquake table I had been to at museums.
That was beautiful.
That was a great build.
It was a huge build.
Huge! That was some heavy steel.
And we knocked down a few buildings with it. I mean, how cool is that?
I mean, that's a cornerstone of the show. From the beginning, we are not only figuring out the myths, but we're also making all the things that go into it.
I know exactly what it feels like to be Michelangelo.
When you see that when people visit the set, after a few hours, whoever is visiting the set for the first time goes, "Oh, you guys really do all this work." Speaking of builds, take a look at this.
Let's see.
Okay.
Let's do this. Hi, everybody, and hi, Mythbusters team. I'd like to say thank you.
Marron. Rose.
I mean, I wouldn't have had the inspiration to actually believe that tinkering and creating can be a job. The show might be ending, but the spirit is still there, the spirit of learning, building things and inventing and making. And yes, we will all myth you.
There's the next generation right there.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he's made a career out of trying it at home.
I know.
Right?
Did he not listen to us?
No.
Do not
Try anything you're about to see
At home.
at home. Don't try this at home. Whoa!
There are plenty of times when we're doing stuff that's scary, but what about stuff where you genuinely feared for your life?
Oh, creamer cannon. Absolutely.
yes.
We had an entire pallet of creamer, 5 flares, giant air cannon. What? Fire this thing off, and initially nothing happened. And then it roared to life.
So we're standing not quite far enough back when it just started coming at us, making that
A roar, a physical roar.
What about the time when we tried to raise the little kid with helium balloons?
That wasn't dangerous, but
no,
what
that
happened-
part was the safe part.
Right.
Oh my God! It worked! So if balloons got up into the rafters, his solution was to shoot them down with the BB gun.
It's a fine solution.
The problem was a lady heard somebody was shooting guns, and 2 cop cars pulled in, and instead of dropping the gun, our safety officer starts running towards them going, "It's a BB gun, it's a BB gun, don't worry." And then that's when they drew the guns on all of us, and we all had to get down.
including the little girl. We're all face down on the ground.
That's twice on this show that I've had a gun drawn on me.
Right, the other time is when we had the fake bomb, which it looked like it was a cartoon bomb, right?
Candygram. So I'm literally standing outside the door, waiting for them to call action, and I hear, "Put your hands up." And I thought it was the owner of the house, so I turned around smiling, and there I am holding a bundle of dynamite, and there's 2 cops with their guns drawn on me, and I was like, "We're on Mythbusters making a show," and I dropped the thing, and I'm like, "Producer's in there." Like, I was like, "Oh my God, don't shoot, please don't."
My scariest moment ever is Underwater Car, the second one.
Absolutely terrifying.
Here we go.
It was terrifying watching you go through that.
What Adam didn't know is that as frightening as his experience was, it had an astonishing real-world impact.
Well, it was a typical day. It was right before Easter, and I got up and got Emily up and got her ready to go. I left about 4:30 in the morning, and I got about 3 miles down the road, and I hit a patch of slushy snow and went off and into the water. And I looked, and their car was filling up with water. It was happening so fast. I crawled through the vehicle, got into the back seat with Emily, unstrapped her from her car seat, and I tried the driver's side door. That door wouldn't open. I had Emily in my arms trying to keep her out of the water, and I'm going, "Oh my gosh. They need to get us out of here." And then, the Mythbusters thing came to mind. And it was like, okay, I have to wait. Even though I didn't want to, I had to wait till the pressure equalized in the vehicle so I could get the door open. I waited until that moment, pushed the door open, and it opened like nothing. And I kind of swam, walked, and I kind of held Emily above my head to keep her out of the water and got onto the road. I still get emotional. Every year on April 3rd, I still kind of go, yeah, this could have been the day me and her weren't here,
Wow.
I don't know what to say to that. That's intense.
We're not just blowing things up here, people.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we all got into this as a job. It's a TV show, it's entertainment. But on the other hand, we've been on air for so long for a reason, and we've had quite an impact on popular culture in some way. What do you guys think about that?
I think that it brought about a renaissance of making science fun again.
Am I missing an eyebrow? Breasts are expanding. Repeat, breasts are expanding.
Making it narratively interesting.
quack, damn you.
Yeah, something that people could relate to.
My toast always lands butter side up.
And say, oh, science isn't boring. It's explosions, car crashes. It's really a fun world to open up to.
That is messed up!
And I think we hit kind of our stride right when the internet was hitting its stride, and there was all these urban legends and viral stories. All of a sudden, everyone was like, wait a minute, is that true or is it not? So we kind of came in at the perfect time.
And we came along just when geeks started being cool.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Say hello to our little friend.
Go get him, boy.
And we got to really be a part of that evolution.
It's almost too exciting. All of that stuff was a wave that we're surfing. We were able to ride it at the right time in the right place and take that ride in a way that at times was really pretty inspired.
I definitely like science better when it's got a view.
Absolutely. Carrie, you have done so much to inspire girls and women to realize that they can follow the thing that they're interested in. People ask us all the time, how do we get girls interested in science? And my response is, stop asking me. Go ask a little girl. They're the most natural scientists you'll ever meet.
We also have the most amazing fan base. They have really supported us, and they are an above average group of people.
And they are the reason why our show lasted so long. Because in the beginning, it was just a small group, and it just got bigger and bigger.
Well, speaking of Mythbusters resonating with fans, we have a video that bears directly on that. Let's take a look.
I am a big fan of the Mythbusters. I've even had them over to the White House a few times. Now, come to think of it, they never let me blow anything up, but I'm still gonna miss them. I'm grateful for the time they proved that, yes, America did actually land on the moon. And for the time they came to the White House to debunk the Archimedes solar array. That was fun. So after more than 1,000 myths tested, after more than 900 explosions, after 83 miles of duct tape, I just want to say thank you to Adam, Jamie, Carrie, Tori, Grant, and all of the Mythbusters team for entertaining us these 14 years. More importantly, thank you for inspiring so many of our young people to ask the big questions about our world and to seek the answers through math, science, and engineering. It's going to make a real difference to America's future, I promise. We'll be better off because of you. But the Secret Service will rest easier without you around on our South Lawn. Congratulations on a great run.
Oh my God.
Wow. Wow.
That's cool.
That is kind of intense.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it means so much that you guys came back to sit at this table to help us say goodbye to this show. Mythbusters would not be Mythbusters without the three of you, without the five of us. And it's vital that you came back to say goodbye, and I really appreciate that.
Well, it has been a wild ride, and we wouldn't have missed it.
When something's a part of your life for so long, it's hard to say goodbye. So, thanks for the chance to say goodbye.
Jamie, thanks for giving me a job.
Me
You're
too.
right, it did change my life.
Absolutely. It has fundamentally changed all of us in really significant ways. And to the fans, we would not have been able to make this show without your enthusiasm, your support, your encouragement, your ideas, your criticism, and your comments have all made this show what it is. And it would not be here without you. So we thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm Jamie Hyneman.
And I'm Adam Savage.
We're going to find out what happens when you strap a rocket to a 67 Chevy.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
you laughing at?
Just the front page of the internet. Have you seen this one?
Yep, read it.
How about this one?
Read it.
You know, they really should consider going digital, don't you think?
Jamie, do you know what Reddit is?
Other than the sound a frog makes?
Nice. No, Reddit is actually an online community discussing pretty much everything every single day. They call themselves the front page of the internet, and that's not far from the truth.
I was kidding. I know what Reddit is, but what's that mean to us?
Obviously, you know, we couldn't do this show without the submissions we get from fans. And seeing an opportunity, because we're very popular on Reddit, I went on the site a few months ago and solicited ideas that we could test on a Mythbusters Reddit-based episode.
Did it work?
Actually, gangbusters. We got over 7,000 responses. Now, once we weeded out the ones that were not family-friendly, not good for television, and were just plain gross and disgusting, you know who you are. We were actually able to get several that are eminently testable by us.
Like what?
Well, later we'll be throwing Buster from a helicopter.
Oh, there it goes.
Trying to punch our way out of a paper bag. And fans wanted a gratuitous explosion, and I think we should oblige.
Naturally.
But first, Redditors want us to test whether a fart is visible using thermal imaging technology. There's a viral video that purports to show this, and they want us to test whether it's true.
From the very beginning, the most popular fan submissions
I allocate myself to 6 gas passings per day.
have been myths about gas emissions.
Flatus.
Hey, we got one.
So stand by for another detour down under. Because Reddit wants to know if this is a viral video fake or flatulent fact. And Adam's starting at the bottom.
The last time on Mythbusters, we attempted to catch a flatus on film. It was devilishly difficult.
Yeah, you got one?
I think so. No. Nothing.
We still hope to do this experiment with a real human flatus, which is why I'm drinking all this lovely carbonated seltzer water. But just in case that does not work, oh, wait. No, I gotta pee. I am planning to build a machine that can also eject a flatus. That's what all this equipment is. It will soon be a machine that can fart. The basic gist of my flatus generator design is that it needs to be at body temperature. That's the temperature our home-built flatuses are. So I'm going to generate the flatus from inside a gas chamber floating in a water bath that will be kept at human body temperature. That might not be clear right now, but it will once I start to build it. Oh! That was a complete and total disaster.
Adam's demo may be a while longer than expected.
Oh!
Meanwhile, here's a hotshot Hyneman talking tech.
So the story here goes that you can use a thermal imaging camera to see a flatus. And we've ended up using these quite a bit on the show to tell whether things are hot or cold.
Like some demented elf.
And you can see by looking at the image of my face that the bright yellow areas are the hot ones. The darker blue ones, like my hat, are colder. So given that gas coming out of my body should probably be about the same temperature as my body, you would think that it would show up.
Yep, a thermal camera measures infrared light,
Just putting my hand down.
calculates temperature, and renders a scaled image from the data. Older technology does so in black and white. Modern, ultra-sensitive cameras like ours have a full range of color. But can it really pick up hot air? With no natural flatus forthcoming,
Yeah. Oh, wrong end.
Adam,
I'm gonna build a fart maker. I'm gonna make it fancy fart maker.
fast forwards production on his magnificent machine to produce human temperature flatus.
Ha! Perfect. All right. Okay. Here's how this works. Clearly inside, I've got an air chamber. That's where the farts are formed. Around that, I have a water bath, which I will keep to a constant human body temperature. I also have an ambient thermocouple inside the air chamber telling me what the temperature is inside there. When that gets to 98.6, I am going to let fly, literally let fly with this. And we're gonna see if that's visible on our thermal imaging camera.
While Adam waits for his wind machine to warm to the occasion.
Are we allowed to show this on television? I can't believe we are.
It's on to your second suggestion.
So what's next?
Next up is a bad day for Buster. Basically, Redditors want to know what would happen to Buster if we threw him out of a helicopter while he's inside of one of those giant inflatable hamster balls. Right, but that's a brand name, so we can't say so we call it a hamster ball. Redditors want to know if the inflatable ball would break Buster's fall and allow him to safely leave a helicopter without a parachute.
If it turns out to be safe, can I do it?
Knock yourself out.
In this high-flying fling, Buster's being chucked from a chopper in style. This is going to be big.
All right, Reddit, you asked for it, and we are going to do it.
Shut up.
I'm standing in a runway in Half Moon Bay, California, about 30 minutes south of Mythbusters shop.
It's only gonna hurt for a little bit.
Just for an instant. And soon, Buster will perform another in a long line of Darwin Award-type stunts. He's going to figure out if this is a viable method of survival when you're thrown from a helicopter. But first, of course, I'm gonna need to take it out for a spin.
It was one of Reddit's most popular suggestions. And opinion is divided on the potential result. The math says that the ball's largest surface area will slow Buster's terminal velocity by more than half. And it will also cushion his impact like an airbag. But will it make the 1,000-foot fall survivable? To find out, Buster's ride arrives. The big dog.
Sharp-eyed Mythbuster fans will recognize this helicopter. It's been on our show before. Over 10 years ago, I actually sat in the open door and dropped Buster in an inflatable raft.
The Sikorsky will be doing the heavy lifting, but in this epic test, he won't be flying solo.
So that we can give you Redditors the best possible footage of what happens here, we hired a specialized separate helicopter with its own carbon fiber, gyro-stabilized camera thingamabobby. It's gonna be great.
Maybe not for Buster, who gets to be the fall guy not once, but twice. Once in the ball, and once as a control without. But how will his injuries be measured?
We've used electronics in the past to measure shock loads to things that we're testing, but there's an inherent problem with them in that a lot of this stuff that we do is so violent that we break the instrumentation in the process and we don't get our measurements. So we've gotten in the habit of using these things. They're shock watches, and they're pretty basic and foolproof. I'm putting 50G shock watches on the head, and I'm gonna be putting 100G shock watches on the chest, which is what it takes to kill somebody there.
Here's how this is gonna work. All right, Buster, here you go. 3, 2. Buster and I in this helicopter are gonna fly to 1,000 feet.
Have a nice flight there, guy.
Thank you, or did you mean Buster?
I meant Buster.
Okay, cool.
You don't care so much about it.
When we get to 1,000 feet, I'm going to drop that sandbag to make sure we're aimed correctly.
Well, here we go.
I will then cut Buster's seatbelt, kick him out of the helicopter, and drop him on the target. That's our control to see what happens when Buster falls without anything breaking his fall.
That is so cool. And we're 500 feet above the ground. Look at that. The view from up here is absolutely magnificent. We're at 800 feet. This is funny. Right down there, I can see a car pulled up. He's probably wondering what the hell somebody is doing in an orange jumpsuit sitting in the window in the open door of a helicopter. He's about to get a real surprise. Hey, Reddit, thanks for coming up with such a great dumb idea for us to test in the smart way. And I just said that so you can give me the content section.
Unpredictable winds won't affect the velocity of Buster's impact, but too much sideways drift could be a danger for those below.
And we're at 1,000 feet. All right, we are in proper position to make sure our aiming is good. I'm about to drop the sandbag. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Sandbag's away.
Here comes the sandbag.
Gotta reposition here. Okay, Adam, I'm ready. Copy that. It's time to drop Buster. First, I'm gonna cut his seatbelt. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Mythbusters control.
There he goes.
That was beautiful.
Man, that looks terrifying.
This experiment in audience participation has been particularly tough on Buster.
Reddit, I don't know what you have against Buster, but this is some sadistic up.
Dear Mythbusters.
Dear Mythbusters.
From the very beginning, fan feedback has been integral to the Mythbusters MO.
No more car!
And that concept has culminated in this fan-led Reddit special.
We are starting with what's called an AMA, an Ask Me Anything, in which I log into Reddit. That's the best question ever. And take open questions from the entire user base. Seriously.
Yep, this is where it started.
Oh. I'd like to see if shooting the chain between handcuffs really breaks the chain. Does Jamie have a special document saying he's protected from seal hunting? Wow.
An intimate date with Adam and 36 million Redditors.
Am I a time-traveling archaeologist trying to understand pop culture who somehow broke their device to travel through time and are stuck in the present trying to gather the materials to complete my device? What maker skill do you still lack and most covet? TIG, welding, aluminum.
After a typically raucous conversation,
that I can't read on television.
A request for ideas.
All right, let's see what we've got. Oh, someone noted the inflatable ball we used in our Raiders of the Lost Ark episode. Wanted to know if you could put someone in that and throw them out of a plane.
Led to an awesome foursome of fan fables.
I've always wanted to do this kind of story with this level of fan interaction.
The result? Can an inflatable hamster ball save Buster from a 1,000-foot fall?
I think he might have pooped himself.
All right, so for our control, Buster's dead.
Well, and most importantly, the sensors worked, and if they worked in this case, they'll work inside the inflatable.
Every single shock watch was tripped, with a red line indicating a lethal impact. And no wonder. The math says Buster hit the ground at an estimated 120 miles per hour. So, bring on the ball.
So getting Buster into this inflatable and getting him all hooked up and rigged on the helicopter.
Turns out there's nothing I can't find a lazier way to do.
It's a little more involved than just chucking him in the chopper. It's gonna be tricky.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen him do.
Now to insert Buster, who is once again covered in data collection shock watches.
There are a couple of things to consider if you're talking about the potential for one of these inflatable balls to save your life.
Come on, Buster!
Hold on! Stop! The first is the cushioning. It'll help. The second is its terminal velocity, and that's determined by its surface area and its weight.
Yes! Come on, Buster!
Okay, wait. A feather has more surface area than a ball bearing of the same weight, and so it's going to fall slower. I think, stop.
Yeah?
Stop.
Okay. Just seemed like too much fun to not keep doing that.
We know that Buster by himself is going to fall at about 120-some miles per hour. We'd estimate that the ball, however, is going to fall at about 50 miles per hour.
There we go.
And there we go. Whether it's enough or not to save your life, we don't know yet.
That was awesome. Who knew that that was going to be one of the hardest parts of this story to do? There we go. Our second camera, Will Nail, is inside the inflatable. He is not proposing to Buster. He's actually putting a camera on Buster's chest so that we get Buster's POV of the fall. And I have to say, of all the things we've done to Buster on the show, this has to be the highest on the brown pants index. As this thing flies through the air from 1,000 feet, Buster will soil himself. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's little golf balls or something, but it's not going to be pretty.
All right.
Jamie says packing peanuts. Boink, boink, boink.
Right foot.
With Buster poised, Adam takes his bird's eye seat.
Hey, we're in. All right, awesome.
The ball is rigged to be released from the cockpit.
There we go.
Stand by for liftoff.
All right, this is how this is going to work. Buster, inside the hamster ball, will be hanging below this helicopter on a tether. Now, because this beautiful machine is made for lifting and hauling, it's got a quick release on its underside.
All right, here we go.
So once we fly up to 1,000 feet, we're going to pull that quick release, drop Buster, and I'll be able to watch his fall from right here looking down.
What a lovely day. What a lovely day.
This may seem like all fun and games, but actually we've got some serious concerns here. We've got a lot of wind, we've got a long rope, and a helicopter. You know, if something goes where it's not supposed to go, we could be in serious trouble.
Once again, drift is a dangerous logistical factor, but experimentally, the key variable is speed on impact, and the drop conditions are identical to the control.
3, 2, 1. There it goes.
And away she goes.
Oh! Boom! Well, I tell you one thing, Buster seems like he's a lot better off than he was without that ball. Let's go see how it turned out.
Here it is, Reddit. Did the reduction in terminal velocity and a giant airbag save Buster?
I was thinking to myself, if it bounced, there's a chance Buster could have survived, but if it stops, no way. What do you think?
I was like, maybe he's got a chance, because it bounced a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But the shock stickers tell a different story.
Yep. Bounce or no bounce, every single shock watch tells a deadly tale.
Dead, 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 dead. Ah, very dead. Wow, that's the last time I jump out of an airplane with one of these things.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, releasing. And away she goes.
Well, Buster didn't survive. And when you think about it, the thickness of the cushion here is, well, it's kind of like a nice, soft mattress. And if you were dropped from 1,000 feet to land on your mattress, I don't think you'd survive either. Sorry, Buster.
Even at 50 miles per hour, the cushion of air couldn't slow his deceleration enough to prevent a fatal impact. But the guys can't leave it there. They have one more sleeve and one more trick.
I seem to remember, back in the distant past, Bubble Packaging did a pretty good job of breaking my fall.
I'm okay.
Yep, using their extensive experience with crash testing dummies and Buster, the guys have a big job ahead, filling the ball with their favorite shock-resistant material. Meanwhile, it's back to the shop to find out if a thermal camera really can catch a rear guard action in action.
Well, my flatus producing rig is working magnificently, but I can hear some of you out there screaming, but wait, your average flatus is composed of more than just regular air. In fact, there's a bunch of methane and methyl mercaptans in there. There's a reason we're not adding them to this, because our FLIR thermal imaging camera does not care what kind of gases are in the flatus. It only cares about what temperature they are, and that's what this rig is geared to do. And if you disagree with me, the universal symbol for I don't care. Well, I just polished off my 4th pint of carbonated water, and nothing is happening. But this is why I started building the machine in the first place. All right, Mr. Hyneman, I got the correct temperature.
With Adam's machine at body temperature,
That thing looks like a big that's farting.
Reddit, stand by to have your curiosity cured.
All right, Reddit, here we go. I'm gonna produce a human body temperature poot on the thermal imaging camera and see if it registers. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Anything? The suspense is killing me.
Nothing. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. It sounds great, though.
I know!
Just saying.
It might be music to Jamie's ears, but even in close-up,
here we go.
This myth is looking busted.
Nothing at all. I can see the nozzle's actually heating up quite a bit from the air going through it.
Right.
But there's no indication of any kind of gas coming out of it.
Okay. So under normal room temperature conditions, you can't see a fart on a thermal imaging camera. But I chose my words carefully because I'm thinking, could it be you could see it if the room was a lot colder?
Yep, maybe if there's a bigger difference between the surrounding air and the body temperature flatus.
Mental-powered liftgate. It's really cool.
The camera could more easily detect the backside blast.
In we go.
That's the theory. Cue the cold.
How's the thermal image looking?
Beautiful.
Yeah?
Yeah.
At 10 degrees below freezing, the differential is now 75 degrees.
3, 2, 1.
In the shop, it was merely 15.
Anything?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. Still nothing.
Seriously, will you push on this and let me take a look? Nope, you're right. Nothing. Jamie used to play in the band. The flugelhorn. So just to recap, we built what I consider to be the most advanced artificial farting device yet devised by nature and the skill of man. Ah! And if we can't see a fart coming out of this thing, well, it's just not gonna happen.
Yep, and it's down to density. Low-density gas emits almost no infrared light. So how exactly was the original faked? Adam fires up an old black and white camera for a demo.
A tube and some freezing cold compressed air, often used in electronics for making circuits cold. Watch what it does here. Thermal imaging camera, here we come. Oh yeah, look at that. That looks exact. Oh, woo! Hey, that's cold. Woo! Don't try that at home.
Of course, eagle-eyed viewers will have noted the flaw in the fake.
Like Adam just showed, the gas in the viral video was colder than the surrounding atmosphere. That's because it was dark. It should be warmer than the surrounding atmosphere. So if you're going to cheat it, you need steam, like this. So, sorry guys, I got to tell you, you got it all bass-ackwards. It's pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah, it's totally busted.
What are you going to do with this thing?
I am going to donate it to medical science.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. Anyone want an artificial flatus machine? Anyone? Bueller?
You look hot. I mean, as in warm.
Oh, I just finished my workout.
Yeah. So what's next?
Well, you know on Mythbusters, we've done a whole bunch of idiomatic phrases, right?
More than you could shake a stick at.
Nice. See what you did there. Well, one of the best suggestions to come through our Reddit inbox was the phrase, "You can't punch your way out of a paper bag."
So the myth is that it's impossible to punch your way out of a paper bag.
No, because the phrase is always spoken in context. It means when you say to someone, "You can't punch your way out of a paper bag," you mean that they're a weakling. Ergo, the myth is that punching your way out of a paper bag should be trivially easy.
Well, you're not going to fit into a paper bag.
What, so you got to make me a man-sized paper bag to box my way out of?
You can still rip your way out, though.
Right, you've got to make it big enough where only a punch is going to get me out of that bag. Oh, I'm totally feeling it. Bring it on. Come on, paper. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want a little? Where'd Jamie go? Come on!
Jamie? He hit the shop for some science on why this idiom may not be as cut and dried as it seems.
Well, the thing is that a punch involves two components. One is the fist, which is moving, and the other is the target, which is not. Now, if the target actually starts to move, then everything's different. That's a game changer.
To demonstrate the difference between a stationary and a moving target, Adam sets up a load cell, a device that registers force in pounds.
3, 2, 1. Look at that. About 35 pounds force to push through that. Yeah, my fist could have totally done it.
Yep, anyone can apply that amount of force. But
loose piece of paper, load cell, 0.5 pounds of force.
if the paper is able to move, Adam can't register anything close to the required 35 pounds.
That is the key. The paper has to be able to move. Allow me to explain. Graphics, please. If the bag is too small, less than an arm span, it would be way easy to just hold it in place and rip it. But if the diameter is greater than my arm span, say 6 feet, then the paper could theoretically accelerate out of the way of my punch, and it might not be possible for me to apply the requisite 35 pounds of force.
Yep, for this myth, size really does matter.
Okay, time to build our own giant shopping bag. I'm gonna keep it in exactly the same proportions of this bag. It's just gonna be much bigger. There we go. That's one big-ass grocery bag. Yeah.
The paper opponent is prepped. But not only does Adam have no idea how to throw a punch, after removing the muscle suit, it's clear he's seriously out of shape. Cue the training sequence.
Now, if I'm going to punch my way out of a paper bag, it behooves me not to underestimate my opponent and learn about punching from a professional standpoint.
Looks good. Let's get gloved up.
All right.
Let's see what you got.
Cool. This is terrifying. And my guide in this will be Paul Wade. He's a former Northern Ireland kickboxing champion, San Francisco Golden Gloves champion, and he is the owner of the 3rd Street Boxing Gym right around the corner from the Mythbusters shop. That's it. Paul is going to show me a little bit about what punching is really about.
See what you got. Come on.
But first, he needs to get a gauge of just how green and useless I am in the ring. Oh, I haven't told him yet that the last fist fight I had, I was in the 3rd grade. Sorry, JP.
Time. What we got to do is get a little bit of a setup. 1, 2, 3.
Boxing, like any martial art, is highly technical.
Hip rotation. Exactly. Good balance.
And delivering a powerful punch,
pop, hit into it,
is as much to do with form,
all right,
as it is with speed and strength. Knowledge Adam didn't have until today.
Straight arm. Bend your knees. Good. Turn your hip. And again. Go.
Paul is running me through the paces.
1, 2.
And the first thing I am learning
4, 3, 2.
is that this is an incredibly mental sport.
3, 2.
I don't remember 3.
7, 6.
I know I'm not breaking any brand new ground with that, but it's kind of astonishing how much mental presence you need to be thinking about.
Cover that chin.
How your body is moving.
Roll out, roll in. Good, turn. I like that.
I feel like the color I should be wearing is green, not blue.
The killer who's vanilla, come on. Jab, slip left, good. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
It's been a long, hard session. But now Adam can at least start the experiment with the ability to throw an entry-level punch.
A weapon coming through. Yes. Jab.
So it's back to base to see how he measures up. Remember, it took 35 pounds of force to pierce stationary paper.
Nice. Paper, 593 pounds force. That's what you got coming to you.
Question is, will paper beat Adam's rock-like fists simply by floating away? But before the big fight, it's round 3 for Buster's balls.
Boom!
Yes, it's a second inflatable hamster ball ready for a third drop for a somewhat willing Buster. Except this time, instead of being alone inside the ball, he is going to be protected with inflatable bubble packaging.
That's it.
We're going to stuff a bunch of this in there with Buster to see if it will protect him from a very high fall. I actually think it kind of might.
Okay, so Buster has a nice little cushion of inflatable packaging, and he's ready to ship.
Our workhorse of a helicopter is about to take off again, this time in the passenger seat, Mr. Hyneman. Fun fact, that helicopter has only ever had 3 non-pilots in the passenger seat. Carrie Byron.
We're now heading over to the drop zone.
Adam Savage, that's me, and Jamie Hyneman.
Said 5 Hotel, we're lifting.
It's a Mythbuster party.
The big dog is up. The Hyneman is riding shotgun. And Buster, covered in shock watches, once again wishes he'd never applied for the job.
Good.
Okay, looking nice and stable.
That's the coolest view ever! Look at that! Dude, we've got 2 helicopters in the air. Buster is wrapped in bubble packaging in the middle of an inflatable hamster ball, and we're about to drop him 1,000 feet onto a runway to find out if he survives. Helicopter is at height.
Okay, we're gonna count down. 3,
2, 1, here it goes.
Releasing.
Oh, there it goes. It's dropping. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that is awesome. Come on, Buster. See how you did. Oh, the news is bad. That one's tripped. That one's tripped. Tripped, tripped, tripped. He's dead, Jim. He's dead. All right, it's judgment time. An inflatable hamster ball as a method for surviving falling out of the sky. How do we find?
Not so much. It's busted.
It's totally busted. Let's get out of here.
The Mythbusters are about to test if it really is easy to punch your way out of a paper bag.
Yeah.
The evidence so far is mixed. And our mean, lean fighting machine clearly has enough force per punch. But a moving target means the answer isn't so obvious.
Minuscule, barely even there.
There's only one way to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Paperweight Championship of the World. In the red corner, weighing in at 175 pounds, Adam, the killer who's the nailer, Savage. And in the blue corner, weighing in at 2.5 pounds, is the reigning champion, Paper Bag. Ladies and gentlemen, let's crumple.
For the myth to hold up, Adam has to easily punch his way out of the bag.
That bag is nothing. It's nothing. Get out there and rip that up. Do you hear me?
Yeah! To measure such a subjective parameter, Adam will be timed and repeat the experiment over 3 rounds.
Go get him, killer.
Before assessing effort versus expectation.
All right. All right, Jamie, I'm ready.
Round 1.
Seconds in, despite taking a pounding, the bag's still standing.
Look, Paul showed me how to punch, and I am not holding back. I am giving it everything that I've got, and it is surprisingly difficult.
Adam is punching with almost 600 pounds of force, but so far, each punch is not applying enough pressure to pierce the paper.
It's surprisingly violent. Every time Adam hits the bag, it makes this thunder-like noise. It's a sharp crack, a lot of reverberation. It's frightening.
Woo! In your face, man!
That was harder than I thought it would be.
Yep, the myth suggests that it should be a trivial task, but Adam found it reasonably difficult until, just over the minute mark, the paper wrinkled, fatigued, and ripped. With a benchmark laid down,
come on,
cue round 2.
Awesome.
Once again, it's clearly not a simple matter.
Hold on, where's my, I lost my glasses, hang on. Got him.
And once again, it takes just over a minute before the creases and crumples accumulate to the point where a single punch can break through.
Yes! Yeah!
Woo! And when round 3 yields an almost identical result, the final tally is...
Bag 0, Adam 3. But here's the thing. It took me almost a minute each time to punch my way out with the gloves on. So as far as I'm concerned, the myth is kind of on the fence right now. I'm not sure exactly how to call it. But for due diligence, there's one thing we haven't tried, which is, what if I take these gloves off? That's what we're gonna do next.
The gloves are off, and the variable in this experiment is surface area. The contact area of Adam's knuckles is considerably smaller than the large padded glove.
All right, Jamie. A good bare-knuckle brown bag beat down.
The same force applied over a smaller surface area equals a much greater pressure. And it's pressure that ultimately pierces the paper.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new paperweight champion of the world, Adam Savage.
The phrase means punching away out of a paper bag should be easy, and gloves or no, it is, in fact, reasonably easy. Therefore, it's myth confirmed.
With 3 Reddit requests in the bag, it's back to base for the final fan-inspired suggestion.
So what do the Redditors have next?
Well, as you can imagine, there were hundreds upon hundreds of suggestions of things that we could blow up on this show. But the most popular votes were for two main categories. Half the people wanted us to make a glitter bomb. The other half wanted us to blow up a snoo. I figure we kill two birds with one stone and do both. Make a bomb that blows up a snoo with glitter in it.
Great. What's a snoo?
This is the snoo. And Reddit has requested their lovable logo go out in a glitter bomb of glory. Adam and Jamie are only too happy to oblige. But will it be the epic Big Bang ending everyone wants? There's only one place to find out.
Redditors, if you're fans of Mythbusters, you are even deeper fans of the location in which I am standing, cleared of brush for 20 or 30 acres and nestled into the hills of Dublin, California. This is the Alameda County Sheriff's Department bomb range, without which it's not too much to say Mythbusters would not be Mythbusters. We have been blowing up stuff on this specific range for more than 10 years, and it's the perfect place for us to detonate your beloved snoo.
All right. Isn't it kind of ironic that we just had this built that was like born yesterday, and today we're killing it?
That's our usual style, isn't it?
Yeah.
Question is,
snoo coming through.
How do you make a glitter bomb out of a 2D digital cartoon? Well, before you blow it up in order to fill it with glitter, paint, and high explosive.
Wow, that's beautiful.
The Mythbusters know how to art direct an explosion.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So if Reddit wants to blow up an inflatable cartoon and finish this internet-inspired spectacular in style...
Okay, I'm in the snoo.
Then Adam and Jamie...
Okay, guys, bring in the explosives.
...are just the men to deliver...
I'm ready to be born. All right.
...tailor-made mayhem.
Yes. Born from a snoo.
With the snoo held in place...
That seems good.
It's time to get crafty.
Hi, everybody. Now, this is a perfect Mythbusters craft project. I hope everyone at home is following along. You've got your glitter, your sparkles. I've also got tempera paint and 300 feet of explosive 50-grain deck cord. Yes, follow along at home while I make this one here. Seriously, this is 300 feet of deck cord. I love my job. This is what's called a stable explosive. Nothing will make this go off except for a blasting cap. And only when the bomb squad caps in does it become actually dangerous. And by that point, we'll be nice and far away. Now for the tempera paint.
To maximize the spectacle, Adam begins by wrapping the explosive in paint-filled bags.
As far as distributing paint with explosives, awesome. I actually built a machine and made art from the detonation.
Oh, yeah!
So I'm using that experience here to make sure we get a nice even spread, like a clown wig of death. That's what I'm hoping for here. Oh, I'm laughing because the absurdity is sinking in. I'm using my more than decades worth of explosive ordnance experience to blow up a snoo in the most colorful way possible.
All right, I'm ready for the glitter when you want to start handing some of that. Got him. Excellent. Awesome. That's great. Keep it coming. Awesome. All right, it's time for the install.
With the explosive positioned centrally, Adam hangs as many bags of paint and glitter as the internal structure of the snoo can support.
It's hot in here.
Before making a quick exit.
Let's go. Oh, there we go. Ow. It looks hilarious in there.
Everything seems nice and secure, though.
It's beautiful. Here, take a look.
It looks like a bunch of fruit and vegetables hanging.
It's like a party in there.
Yeah.
All right, Redditors. Are you ready? We have our snoo. He's fully inflated. Inside his head, 2.5 pounds of high explosives wrapped in tempera paint with extra bags of paint placed all inside his head, plus
bonus, bags of glitter. I don't see any reason why we should waste one more minute of your time. Let's get behind the blast shields and blow this sucker up.
This is it.
So, I'm ready, Snooze ready, Hyneman ready?
Adam and Jamie retreat to safety for the Big Bang requested ending.
I'm ready.
Straight from your keyboard to sumptuous 25,000 frames a second slow motion detail.
Redditors, for your gratuitous enjoyment.
We're painting by numbers, and the numbers are
3, 2, 1. That was awesome.
That was fast.
That was fast. There was glitter. There was paint. The high-speed shot's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
brace yourselves. The high speed is coming. Thank you, Reddit. It's been a blast.
You know, I think that's the first time we've ever blown up an inflatable something or other.
I've blown up lots of them. What do you mean?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
Dude, come on, we got a trebuchet to build.
I'm ready.
No season of Mythbusters would be complete if we did not devote an episode to our all-time favorite mechanical cure-all, the miracle material that is duct tape. We've built boats, more than one, bridges.
That really is quite hairy.
We've belayed off of cliffs.
And we've picked up cars. And we picked you up, for that matter, and hung you upside down.
Fun for the whole family.
Exactly, which begs the question, what do we build in another episode devoted to duct tape? What haven't we made?
And what did we come up with?
Well, we will be testing whether duct tape is a viable replacement for a car's seatbelt and how well it holds up in an accident. So there will be some car crashing. But first up, we're gonna build a weapon of war. One from back when you were just a little tyke. I think we should make a duct tape trebuchet.
That's excellent. It's got to be the ultimate test for duct tape's abilities. Plus, I've always wanted to build a trebuchet.
So have I, and it's now or never. Let's get building.
Okay.
Our death ray doesn't seem to be working. I'm standing right in it, and I'm not dead yet.
When it comes to ancient weapons of war,
We hit the blue!
the Mythbusters' 14-year history
Watch out!
is loaded with fun and ammo. And in this epic duct tape spectacular, not only are they tackling the most mechanically intricate medieval weapon ever made, they have to stick it all together with nothing but their all-time favorite material.
All right, I like this.
But first, Adam puts the tape aside to work out how one works.
All right, I think we have enough built now to talk about the component pieces of a trebuchet and how they work. Graphics, can you help me out? The main parts are the stand, the swing arm, and the fulcrum the swing arm pivots on. Now, the swing arm has a weight at one end and a sling at the other. And here are some important relationships. There's a relationship between the long part of the swing arm and the short part. That's 3.75 to 1. And the sling wants to be exactly the length of the long part of the swing arm. If you get all that right, apparently this thing throws farther than just about any other medieval weapon of war.
The real long shot will be getting a full-size trebuchet to work with only duct tape to hold it together.
So the weight here is the soul of the trebuchet. The gravitational pull of this weight down causes the whole mechanism to work.
In the toughest duct tape task the team has ever tackled, that counterweight will eventually weigh 750 pounds and exert more than 3,000 foot-pounds of torque.
That's a fully loaded trebuchet right there. Let's see what happens. I flung it into the ground. That's not ideal. That's not ideal at all. I love making these demonstration models. I hit the ceiling. Clearly, somewhere in the middle is my goal. It's often some of the most fun that I have on the show. I think I made too much of a cup. There is nothing better than being able to lay your hands on something, even if you're going to build it 10 times as large. It didn't let go. Why didn't it let go? What the hell? Slightly bigger nut, much bigger nut. There are all these different relationships. There's a relationship between the short part of the arm and the long part of the arm. Whoa! Okay, there's a relationship between the weight of the weight and the weight of the payload. I'm learning something. That's the exciting part. All of those relationships bear on exactly how far and how accurately these things throw. That's what I'm trying to determine and scale here.
After several hours of hands-on tinkering, Adam has the mechanics nailed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And successfully launches his model.
Wow.
So with that knowledge under their collective belts, Jamie gets down to the nuts and bolts of construction, specifically figuring out how to replace the nuts and bolts with duct tape.
So taking what Adam has learned about the trebuchet's action, my focus is going to be on construction logistics and dealing with the forces involved. At the pivot, our structure has to be able to handle in excess of 3,000 foot-pounds of torque. Now that's a heck of a lot of load for a few rolls of tape.
More tape.
Using triangulation lends itself to the abilities of the materials we have at hand.
That's going to be frickin' strong.
The compressive strength of the wood takes most of the strain, while the flexibility and adhesion of the duct tape allows us to create a series of bands to lock the whole structure together.
One.
And of course, the duct tape is also perfect for creating ropes and canvas-like materials for the sling. This is all tape and wood.
That's all tape, and these are the beams that we'll be working with.
Yeah, they're all to scale.
Nice. So Jamie was completely building his to scale, including the beams that we're going to be working with.
I mean, feel it, it's a rock.
I see that.
And yet it's just tape.
So he's done probably 90% of our engineering work that we're going to have to do out in the field already here in the shop.
Not only is Jamie's design cleverly built to scale,
you made it into the loft. That is pretty darn good.
It's secured by only duct tape and tosses Adam's ammo an impressive distance.
I'm pleased as punch, because it means when we go out there, it's just bigger wood and lots more tape. That's all there is to it.
Question is, can they convert their toy-sized trebuchet into a full-scale weapon of war? While the team preps, Adam conjures an unusual commuting conundrum.
Let me paint you a picture. You've arrived at your car. First thing in the morning, you have a rush hour commute ahead of you, and you find that a rodent has chewed all the way through your seatbelt. Pop quiz, what do you do?
Make it out of duct tape.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do.
And there are going to be car crashes then.
Yes, there are. We're gonna have to test the efficacy of the seatbelt by crashing more than one car.
I like it.
Seat belts made of polyester have a braking strength of 6,000 pounds and save tens of thousands of lives every year.
Wear a seatbelt, always.
But in an average 25-mile-an-hour crash, could a duct tape stand-in really stay intact? Or is this myth a stretch too far for the tacky tape?
This lovely stretch of tarmac I'm riding on is the runway at the New Jerusalem Airport. And today, we're going to be setting up some car crashes to see if duct tape can actually save your life. The calm before the storm.
Car crashes. Right alongside explosives, they've been one of our specialties on Mythbusters. We've crashed into cars with trucks. We've crashed cars in professional facilities. Heck, we've even crashed cars into barriers made solely of duct tape. Yeah! Today, we are trying something brand new for us. We are going to crash our cars for this experiment into a pair of giant shipping containers with welded steel plates on their front end.
It's the ultimate test of the tape's tensile talents. Can it withstand the stopping force of a fatal car crash?
Oh, chunky.
To find out, the team is using their crash test dummy
Nice.
for its intended purpose.
Buster's going to be driving this car at speed into our trench plates. But the problem is, well, Buster has no brain. He can't drive.
The solution? A familiar Mythbuster method. The self-steering tow rig.
What we have here is not that much different than a normal steering system. Like when you turn your steering wheel, you move both wheels evenly back and forth. We've just got a longer bar extending from them, and if we put a cable in the middle, this will make both wheels go wherever we pull it.
To help Jamie test the tow system, up steps the original Mythbusters crash test dummy.
Jamie! What the hell was that? Last time I got in a car that no one was driving, things went badly.
But many years of practice
Look, Ma, no hands.
make for fewer fences crashed.
Looking good.
So part one of our setup is done. Ready to drive on its own. Next up is to remove the car windows. Yeah, that'll do it. Myth, car windows are really delicate. Busted. Check that out, that's a sledgehammer. Nothing. It's ridiculous. All right. Cut a new sunroof.
This is just like a sardine can.
So we can clearly see what's happening inside there. Yeah! Come on down to Adam and Jamie's body shop. Nice stash. Step 3 is to put Buster and a passenger in this car. Yeah, baby. Remember, the #1 thing you want in an accident is clean underwear.
Why 2 dummies? Well, the driver will get a duct tape seatbelt, and for a control and comparison, his passenger has a regular one.
Step 4 is to replace Buster's seatbelt with duct tape. Let's just do an experiment. How much duct tape can I fit through? That's 4 layers. That still fits. 8 layers of duct tape. Still fits. 2 more. Here is 10 layers of duct tape. Nope. That's 9 layers of duct tape. That's it. 9 layers it is. So we've arrived at the soul of this story, that a broken seatbelt can be replaced in a pinch with duct tape. Excellent. Uh-oh. What? I'm gonna have to remove some of these layers to fit it through the shoulder buckle. The improvised seatbelt that I've made for Buster is made of between 6 and 9 layers of duct tape. Now it's time to tie it into the car. And for the bottom, since I've got this seatbelt sitting here, I'm gonna just tie a knot. Now, when we did Duct Tape Bridge, we did some tensile strength testing on duct tape and found that it had a breaking strength of 67.3 pounds per layer. When you calculate that out, that means that Buster's got a strap that has a 400-pound breaking strength at his shoulder and a 600-pound breaking strength at his waist.
So with the thickest possible duct tape seatbelt ready for action, how will the guys make a post-crash comparison of the damage to the dummies?
We're going to look at the accelerometer readings of G-forces that these guys are experiencing and see if there's any difference between the one with the seatbelt made of duct tape and the other with the conventional one.
You might be wondering, what is an accelerometer? This little tiny cube, it is a highly sensitive piece of electronic equipment that can tell when it's being moved in the X, Y, or Z direction and how fast and with how much force it was moved in those directions. This is exactly the kind of data you need to know what happens inside of a car, and more specifically, inside of a body during a car accident.
The next step is to apply the final touches to the tow system.
This runway is a pristine environment for laying down a cable. There we go, good. Ready to be a coffee table in a dorm room.
With the cables laid, they measure and mark the distance required to hit the 25-mile-per-hour target speed.
And that's 300 feet.
And add the all-important breakaway.
Because we don't want to yank the back of the truck off or break the cable. 8, 9, 10. And I figured, since this is about duct tape, let's use duct tape. There we go.
Now I get to watch this crash from the coolest vantage point possible, 15 feet above the crash from this boom lift. I'm gonna get in right now.
The final step is to crash the car into the containers at a bone-crunching 25 miles an hour and find out if duct tape can save your life as effectively as a real seatbelt.
Well, time to smash a car.
I'm in position, ready to go.
Count it in.
All right, this is duct tape seatbelt crash test at 25 miles an hour in 3, 2, 1. There it is, he's starting. Stop, it broke. It broke at the car. It broke at the car. We're no strangers to snafus here on Mythbusters. That cable that's pulling the car broke away. That's a problem, so we're gonna make it a little stronger.
Relax. This won't hurt a bit.
Adam and Jamie are once again tackling the ubiquitous utility of duct tape.
Oh, it's for real.
Their past is littered with a litany of mythical uses for this miracle mechanical cure-all.
Nice work, sir.
It's been proven plausible or confirmed an incredible 21 times. And back on the seatbelt story, Buster's hoping that impressive record continues.
Remember, the heart of this myth is that duct tape could help you survive a car accident. Specifically, that if your seatbelt failed, you could replace it with duct tape. Duct tape seatbelt, 25-mile-per-hour crash, so that it would help you survive a car accident. Go! Starting slowly. Yep, here it comes, here it comes. It's beautiful. Whoa! That hit a lot of things. Woo! Woo! Ha! That, yeah, things moved a bit.
That was close to catastrophe.
So what happened?
Well, it veered off to the right and hit only the right-hand container, sending it about a foot back. It actually came back far enough to bump the boom lift that we were in. We got a little bit of a ride.
The boom lift was shaken, and Adam was stirred. But what about the seatbelt, the thickest that could possibly be made out of duct tape? Did it save Buster?
the duct tape seatbelt broke. It's 9 layers at the belt. It's only 6 layers at the shoulder, but that's where it broke.
Which we'll be able to see through the custom-made cutout roof, right?
Yeah, well, about that. Unfortunately, since the car tracked offline by about 3 feet, yeah, see? We're gonna try and fix that for the next one, so you get some juicy high speeds. But for right now, we just wanted you to know the truth.
Remember those accelerometers we put on the dummies? Well, the data's in, and it's cool. Our passenger received 30 Gs to his head and 50 Gs to his body. He wouldn't have been a happy camper. He might have sustained some injuries, but he might have made it. The guy with the duct tape seatbelt, however, is another story. He got in excess of 130 Gs, both in his head and his body. He's dead.
The traditional duct tape seatbelt design failed. The myth, like Buster, is busted, meaning it's time to ramp it up.
If duct tape is gonna help somebody survive a car accident, it's gonna have to be more than a belt.
Yep, this duct tape tall tale is far from dead and buried.
Oh, no. We've only proven that a duct tape seatbelt won't work, but that doesn't mean that duct tape can't help. We have some other ideas.
While Buster patiently waits for another potentially fatal car crash, the guys are back on the trail of the duct tape trebuchet.
It's an accelerator. You're exchanging heavy weight with 3.75 times the speed of the fall, and you've got that additional bonus of a little centrifugal force with the sling.
It's pretty awesome.
To turn prototype proficiency into the real deal,
That's a perfect battlefield for a trebuchet, huh?
they're attempting the biggest duct tape assembly in Mythbuster history.
Now, I know there might be some purists among you who look at this giant stack of wood and think, duct tape, why, that's mostly wood. And I will remind you, when we built the first duct tape sailboat, it had a steel frame. Yeehaw! When we escaped from a deserted island in the 20-foot duct tape outrigger canoe, that also had bamboo as its structural medium. And so it is in this case of our trebuchet that pine here is our structural member, but duct tape is our only binder. No screws, no nothing, just duct tape.
Now, this cut list is basically this scaled up times 6.
The first cut.
And I've done it using the same lengths of wood, so this right here is our blueprint.
With the cuts complete, the building begins with the 4 triangles that make up the stand. By exactly following Jamie's 3D blueprint, the main challenge is to ensure the giant jigsaw sticks together. How much they need is a guessing game, so their strategy is simple.
10 wraps.
They're going to spread the load and err on the side of caution by using as much duct tape as they possibly can.
This bit in the middle here, this is the business end of what's going on in the structure.
I'm getting kind of psyched to see this thing go.
The weight of the actual swing arm is pushing down on that area, and all that load's going right to that center piece.
Yeah, like Egyptians.
So without the tape,
there you go,
everything falls apart.
Got another roll for me?
To help hold the load-bearing triangles in place,
thank you,
they're using the tape in all its versatile forms.
Recognize this? It's our duct tape rope. It's made of 7 strands of duct tape all twisted together into one solid rope. And, you know, it'll easily suspend a person, kind of like a climbing rope.
Woo! Ho, ho, ho. Oh, ha!
What it gives us here is the ability to tie it and twist it, because we don't want this stuff to move very much. With the tape, while it grips, it doesn't really have a lot of squeeze, and we want some squeeze. That's what this is going to give us.
What I love about this kind of engineering is trying to physically understand all the forces you're going to be dealing with. The force is coming this way, and it's going to want to jump out of here. So the most critical point of failure is right here. where the tension's gonna be, where things are gonna wanna fail, where they're gonna leap out, and trying to run those off at the pass ain't going nowhere. It's a deeply pleasurable experience to think through the device and all the weight and force and torque it's gonna be under and to try and make an end run pass around that. 3, 2, 1, up, and here we go. Watch your feet there, and down.
With the first 2 triangles tied and taped into submission, and then raised into position,
Good. Yes.
the giant scale of this build comes into perspective.
This is by far the heaviest thing we have ever made out of duct tape.
My way.
Keep coming, good, okay?
And with the second stand standing, it's even more impressive.
Look, I recognize you might be watching this thinking that we're going a little overboard on the wrapping. But let me run you through a thought experiment. Picture this trebuchet firing. Picture the force of it firing, rattling the entire structure. It's cool, right? But it's also a problem. The rattling of the structure is energy that's being expended doing something other than hurling our projectile. We want this machine to be efficient. That means we want to take all the energy of the gravitational pull on the weight, hurling the sling, going towards the projectile's ultimate distance, not in the rattling of the structure itself. And because we're holding this whole thing together with duct tape, rattling means that it could actually start to fall apart, and that's another problem. So the tighter we make it, the more efficient we make it. That's the theory, and we're sticking to it.
But will it stand up to the incredible force of a full-scale medieval weapon of war?
Kind of curious about that myself. With the main structure of our trebuchet completed, it's time for Jamie and I to move on to the axle and the throwing arm, which is quite literally the business end of a trebuchet. Critical little bit of engineering. The amount of stress on that joint is massive.
The technique used to secure the machine's major moving parts is crucial. The energy transfer and torque through the pivot will be enormous. And the key to success will be duct tape's ability to stick them together, the smooth rotation of a soon-to-be rounded axle.
This adze is a tool I made myself.
And the sling.
While Jamie works on the axle, I'm going to start working on the basket. This is the thing that flings. It's going to be made out of duct tape, and it's going to be made out of duct tape rope. The energy of the trebuchet is distributed to that load and has to throw it. So this basket has to be very, 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 did I say very? Very robust. Duct tape is particularly fantastic, as we've learned over the years, for making very strong cloth and tarps, especially when you put one side up and then stick one side down on top of it.
With the sling suitably secure and the axle rounded and ready to roll, it's time to join them to the swing arm.
Are they going in?
That is. It's seated nicely.
It's here that the trebuchet will exert the most strain. To contain it, the guys continue their duct tape tactic.
Lots of duct tape!
When in doubt, tape it down.
If you're going to make a trebuchet, you're going to need a big weight. We've got just the thing.
The counterweight, the trebuchet's engine room. It has to be attached securely enough so that it can be repeatedly raised and dropped, transferring its gravitational potential to the payload.
We've got two things going on that we have to worry about. One is the elasticity of this tape. It stretches. And the other thing is the shock loading.
Oh, yeah.
This engine, once it starts to bounce around from being released, it's going to weigh many times its weight.
Good? You're looking good?
So the fact that there's not a single nail or screw is, well, it's risky. It's anybody's guess whether it's going to work.
With only one less than ideal material to work with.
We've had several lines break. I'm going to need a lot more of this than I thought I would.
Frustration sets in.
That's not sliding at all.
No, it's not. What the hell?
Normally, when we're building something, we get to choose the right materials for the job. In this case, they're not exactly ideal. The duct tape is so stretchy and soft. It cuts really easily, and we've got all these different attachment points that we have to go to. A lot of them have sharp edges, and so some lines pull taut and they break, others just stretch, and it's just this kind of gooey mess that is problematic to work with.
So we're looking at a new way of holding the engine to our structure in a way that distributes the engine's load more gracefully across the whole structure. That's the idea anyway. Problem right now is that these are too long.
If we start to load this, it is going to stretch.
As they say, no plan survives first contact with implementation. The problem with that to me is that this thing could then twist against them. And that's what's happening here.
Eventually, with 8 more lengths of rope to further spread the load, they think they have a working solution. But will it hold?
This might actually be happening.
Finally, with 73 rolls of the sticky stuff, we have liftoff. But with the light fading, it's over to Seatbelt Central, where it's make or break for the tape.
Duct tape's made of a thin layer of polyethylene, a layer of lightweight cloth, and adhesive. I'm ready. Now, the manufacturers want you to be able to rip it like so. It makes it handy. That also makes it weak.
It's beautiful.
He's dead. That is, unless you use it in the right way. If you have an adhesive on something, it means you can put it everywhere. And the cumulative tensile strength of the tape can be strong enough to do some amazing things. Will it be strong enough to hold Buster in a car crash? Well, that remains to be seen.
Yep, contrary to the myth, it wasn't strong enough as a like-for-like seatbelt replacement. But in a new car, Buster and his partner are set for take 2.
One crash test down, one broken seatbelt. But this is only one way to use duct tape to hold Buster in this car safely. I'm about to explore another way. All right, here is the new plan. Clearly, because the seatbelt buckle only fits 9 layers, that design is totally out. I'm now thinking of taping our driver directly to his seat. Let's call it a body belt. 2 points of contact across the chest, across the pelvis. Double the layers, at least 18 layers. Also, I'm not convinced the seat mounts of the seat are strong enough to hold the whole driver, so I'm also gonna anchor him to the body, the frame of the car. I get another roll. Is this going to keep our driver in the seat in a car accident? After seeing how quickly it snapped the 9 layers, I'm not sure, but there's no way to find out but trying. Look, I'm aware that you might see footage like this and conclude that I don't care about Buster's well-being, that I delight in watching him be hurt. Nice work, Buster! Nice work! But would someone who didn't care about Buster go to all this length to protect him? I think not.
And speaking of getting hurt...
Please, 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 please. If this turns out to work, don't try it at home. Really, seriously, don't. All right, Mr. Hyneman, are you ready?
Set to go.
All right, sir, on your mark. This is the ultimate duct tape seatbelt 25-mile-per-hour crash, commencing in 3, 2, 1, go crash. Car is moving. All right, that's good. I hear the cable going through the keeper there, moving forward. Looks like it's going to work beautifully. Here we go. Awesome. Better than that, it looks like Buster might have survived in there. I didn't see him hit the steering wheel. Here comes the moment of truth. Woohoo! Yeah! He made it. Look at, oh my God, it broke the, wow! It broke the wrapping around his belly, but not around his chest. That is a tremendous amount of force.
Well, yet again, we've totaled the car. The duct tape seatbelt did restrain Buster, just. Now we have to look at the data and see whether he would have survived.
Let's recap the G-loads sustained by Buster and his passenger in crash number 1. And you can see the comparisons pretty directly. The passenger survives, as you'd expect with a seatbelt, and Buster dies. Now let's look at the passenger for crash number 2. Those numbers are almost identical to crash number 1, which is what we'd expect from a control. That's awesome. Now let's look at Buster's number, and we see, oh, it is confirmed by the accelerometers that the seatbelt made of duct tape saved Buster's life in that car accident. That is pretty remarkable and awesome. That's duct tape.
But this tall tale of the tape is far from finished. To conclusively prove its crash-proof credentials, there's a need for more speed.
Come on, baby!
For this last test, we're going to really up the ante by bringing the car up to 40 miles per hour, which is the industry standard for this kind of thing. Now, it doesn't sound like that much. It's only 15 miles per hour faster than what we did before. But the formula force equals mass times acceleration dictates that we're going to actually more than double that impact, and that's going to make a dramatic difference to Buster and his seatbelt.
So last time, I localized the belts into 2 main straps, and both of them failed. The first one completely, the second one about 85%. I don't think I'm gonna make the same mistake on this one.
Yep, this time Adam's going for a full torso wrap. And in line with the crash energy increase, he's using 40 layers, more than twice as much as last time.
I think it's gonna be enough.
Personally, I'm not so sure.
There they go, the Busters, off to risk life and fake limbs for science. Makes me a little misty. All right, sir, on my mark, this is duct tape, seatbelt, 40 mile per hour crash in 3, 2, 1, drive. Jamie's moving. Cable's tensioned up, car's moving. All right, Jamie's going. He's giving it some gas. Oh man, this is exciting. 40 miles an hour. Come on, baby! A perfect hit. Beautiful. Our barrier stayed. The car is crashed. Doesn't look like we broke anything. Let's go see how we did. Dude.
Duct tape held.
It looks like it held. It doesn't look like it's broken on either side. He did not hit the steering wheel.
And this was a more severe impact, clearly.
During this collision, more than twice as much force was required to stop Buster from flying through the windshield. And the duct tape held. Great news for the Myth? Well, according to the accelerometers, not so much.
So Buster's duct tape seatbelt held in a 40 mile per hour collision. It is a miracle material. Does that mean that we should all be driving around with duct tape seatbelts? Well, no. Here's the thing about a seatbelt. A seatbelt gives a little in a car accident. It actually allows you to move a little bit. And that is one of the ways it keeps you alive. Unfortunately, I tied Buster to this chair and to the body of this car with so much rigidity that a tremendous amount of the force of the accident was transferred right to Buster's torso. And unfortunately, we have to say that Buster here is totally dead.
Yep, the duct tape worked too well. There was no give, and Buster's instant deceleration was catastrophic. As versatile as it is, it simply cannot replicate a real seatbelt. Speaking of which, the control seatbelt turned out to be faulty.
That right there is where Control Buster hit his head. Unfortunately, the seatbelt didn't hold, and he experienced 475 Gs, which is entirely lethal. Just goes to show, even a 40-mile-an-hour crash, it's going to kill you without some form of restraint.
You know, it's funny, when we started this, I didn't expect we'd end up at a point where duct tape actually worked and yet still killed him.
Maybe we should have made duct tape airbags.
In this ultimate test of its abilities, duct tape has one last chance at glory.
Right, here's where we currently stand. 2,600 pounds of pine board, 78 rolls of duct tape. Our stands are up. The axle is properly attached.
It's working beautifully.
And it also has a 750-pound engine block hanging from the backside.
I can't see any reason this won't work.
Nice and easy, no jerking.
At this point, the only thing left to do,
It's bending, but it's not splitting. That is scary.
is attach the sling and try this thing out for the first time.
A little more, 1 more inch. We're clipped in.
I've never built a weapon of war this capable before.
Let go slowly and back away. This may snap.
Especially one out of duct tape.
The closer we get, the scarier it gets.
I'm in this point where I'm getting very excited. Can you tell?
With the trebuchet locked into firing position, it's clear that this is the duct tape build to end all duct tape builds. In size, engineering complexity, and sheer ambition, it tops the lot.
Sir, there's nothing left to do but fire it. You ready?
Let's load the gun.
Okay.
First up, a test with that most medieval of ammo,
Our first ammo.
a melon.
Ay, I do not like being here. Okay,
Looks good.
that's loaded. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Safety is out. Let's retreat to a safe distance.
First firing of the duct tape trebuchet. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh! Yeah!
The fears of a catastrophic failure dispelled
Boy, it was so sort of gentle watching it do its thing.
in the elegant, effortless action of the trebuchet and flight of a watermelon.
It went a good ways.
It did! 171 feet. That's a successful firing of a duct tape trebuchet. And nothing fell apart.
On closer inspection,
Hey, Adam, we've lost one line.
What?
the strain did tell on the tape.
Right there.
But all in all, the test fire was a success.
Now, as for what we're going to hurl next, careful watchers of Mythbusters should remember that Jamie is a 7th-generation moonshiner, and we're going to add a little bit of color to the situation. Back during Prohibition, he used to get jugs of moonshine to his suppliers by hurling them through the air. Oh, yeah. Looks like I killed a Smurf. So that's what we're going to do. Except, instead of moonshine, we're going to use water. Loading the weapon.
Safety is clear.
We are hot, ladies and gentlemen.
Duct tape trebuchet in 3, 2, 1.
Oh!
Well, it broke nicely.
It flew true, but it wouldn't exactly intimidate an oncoming army. Jamie?
So I'm about to put together a jumbo version of a Molotov cocktail. This jug is going to be filled about 3/4 of the way up with gasoline, and it'll be corked with a burning rag. When this lands, the rag will ignite the gasoline, which by then will have sprayed everywhere, and we'll have ourselves a nice fire to frighten the enemy with.
This is it, the final fling. To fully test this tape trebuchet, held together without a single screw or bolt, they need to prove it's fully operational, capable of serving up a cocktail of death and destruction.
We're very happy with how the trebuchet is going. And I love duct tape but I have to admit to you, it is not the ideal material to build a trebuchet out of.
Trebuchet is hot. You want to set the bottle?
And this device is still very, very dangerous, even standing still.
Beauty.
And now that we're adding flaming gasoline Molotov cocktails to the mix.
Jamie, you ready? All right, here we go. Hold the safety.
The danger quotient is going up exponentially.
Trebuchet is hot.
And it is the very reason why I am dressed for success in a proximity suit.
Lighting the fuse.
I will be zipped up to light the Molotov cocktail, but I will also be standing at the ready to put out anything that's burning.
We're lit.
Back to the trigger. Well, more specifically, anything that's burning that we didn't intend to burn. Stuff we want to burn, we're just gonna go get some marshmallows and watch it.
All right. Duct tape trebuchet. Flaming ball of awesome. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Well,
I held on to it a little long.
yeah.
Well, that was a nice conflagration and a rig's nut on fire.
Which is good. Well, that was a bit of a letdown. The trebuchet basically just hurled the cocktail right into the ground. Everything was working perfectly. It was burning well. The launch was perfect except for one thing, and that was that the lines that hold on to the bottle got tangled, and they didn't release quickly enough. So we're gonna do the same exact thing again.
Another launch.
And pay very careful attention to the placement of the line so that doesn't happen.
Jamie's prepping the fuse of our little cocktail there. This is where it's time to move slowly, but methodically, purposefully, and also strangely quickly so that we're done as fast as we can be. I don't like working with gasoline, especially don't like hurling it long distances.
We are lit. Count it in, sir.
Flaming trebuchet out of duct tape in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Woo! That was a good one.
A medieval weapon of war held together by duct tape spreads fire and fury. Surely a world first.
Now we need something to burn to the ground.
Now we can use the trebuchet to hit something. Yeah, the fire was never an end in and of itself. We always intended to set something on fire.
Bring it in over here.
All right, perfect. It's a weapon of war. We've got to use it to destroy something. And oh boy, did we find something fun to destroy.
Yeah! My crew hasn't told me what this looks like. They just said it's not a castle. Oh, yeah! What the hell is this thing? Wow! Some giant slide. What the hell? Woo! Is this possible that we got a giant inflatable shark? That's freaking awesome. Woo! Whoa! Whoa! Woo! Woo! Woo!
Well, it's a little random, but it definitely deserves to be destroyed.
In a couple minutes, we're going to finally answer the question, can a duct tape trebuchet be a viable weapon of war?
Lighting her up. There we go.
Can it actually take out a target?
We're lit. We are hot.
In a moment, we're going to find out just how good a weapon of war it actually is.
Okay, here we go. Duct tape trebuchet, the final warmongering blast in 3, 2, 1, pull.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah! We hit it! It's burning! She burns!
Wow. That's going up in a hurry.
Oh, yeah. That is the last inflatable shark that will with us.
It's actually pretty impressive because here's thousands of pounds of wood, a throwing arm that's moving violently that weighs hundreds of pounds, and it's holding on to an engine block, and yet there's not a single screw, no pins, there's nothing but tape holding this machine together.
Best day ever!
And so, as far as I'm concerned, for what it is, it's darn near perfect.
Hey, nice work there, sir.
And I can't think of a more dramatic way of demonstrating just how strong something as simple as tape can actually be if it's applied in the right way.
We're starting without you, Jamie. Jamie, I'm gonna get right to the point. The goal of this episode is for you and I to destroy two cars in a way that we've never done before.
So what's your pick?
There is a story that's been on our list for a long time. I've always wanted to test it. The myth is that a standard household vacuum cleaner has enough suction to lift a car.
Come on, baby!
Well, I'm dubious, but sounds like fun.
What are you going to do?
Well, you know, I've always wanted to do something that I call pancaking a car. It involves using explosives to perfectly flatten a car.
So using the power of explosives to do work rather than just gratuitously.
That's always floated my boat in the past.
Well, have at it.
Explosions. Detonations.
Here comes the shockwave.
Or just blowing crap up. It's the science of C4 that gets Jamie jazzed. But can you really harness the brawn of a boom to completely crush a car? Well, in this Gloves Are Off special, Jamie's starting his story in scale, but not with this.
So if we're going to do a scaled-down attempt at crushing a car, we could use a nice little model like this one. This is die-cast zinc, and it's 1/12 scale. The problem is, if you measure the thinnest parts of it, you get about a 1/16 of an inch. And 1/12 scale, 1/16 of an inch times 12, you get 3/4 of an inch. I don't know any passenger vehicles that have 3/4 inch thick steel walls on them. So what we're going to do instead is use something like this can here, which has very thin sheet steel, and we'll make something that may not look as good, but it'll crush a lot more realistically.
If this was Adam's story, his scale cars would be captivating.
I think that's great.
But Jamie's always preferred a more practical approach, where substance surpasses style.
This is actually working.
And in this case, by using simple steel cans for the body,
sure,
and steel piping for the wheels and engine, he is able to scale a car's strength surprisingly well.
Well, there you have it. I've got a sort of unibody sheet metal structure. I've got 4 wheels, and I've got an engine block. Now, all of these things will crush differently, the sheet metal being the weakest, the wheels being next, and then the engine block being the sturdiest. Hopefully, we'll be able to overcome the differences in those things and still end up with a flat thing.
Well, to find out, the guys head once again to their home away from home.
This is the Alameda County Sheriff's Department bomb range in Dublin, California. It is the most important location in Mythbusters history. I've spent literal months on this location when you tally up all the location days. I've spent more time on this location than I spent learning typing in high school, and typing's the most important thing I learned in high school. And so it's fitting that our last explosion, our last experiment here, should be Jamie's choice to do work with explosives instead of just destructing.
And to do just that,
time to level out our work area.
Jamie's starting with some pre-proof of concept preparation.
Look at him, a man in his element.
He's building a kind of car sandwich. A steel plate as the base, then his small-scale car, then more steel on top. But what's the next ingredient?
This is next. It's called data sheet. It's a high explosive in sheet form. We put this on top of our steel plate. Okay, that ought to work. And it goes kaboom.
Yep, by adding a 4 mil layer of data sheet, Jamie's hoping to force the upper steel plate down to completely crush his scale car.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
Here we go.
Okay, single layer of data sheet in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. That's aggressive.
That's got a real ring to it. I felt the walls of this thing vibrate.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
All right.
The data sheet sure packed a punch. But has it created a small-scale crush?
That looks like a positive result there, Mr. Hyneman.
That's like one of the wheels right there.
Yeah.
And
there's the engine.
The engine.
Did you expect such a spectacular result on the first try?
No, actually. I'm actually a little speechless.
At a little under an inch thick, the car's been crushed to 1/5 its original size. So, is it already time to go full scale?
Jamie came here with a goal to flatten a car. And for my money, it looks like he achieved it on the very first try. But he's here at the bomb range, and he's got a bunch of analogs. My guess is, I don't know, maybe he's going to start stacking them and trying to see optimal relationships between weight and explosives. Or maybe we're all just going to go home. I'm actually not sure at this point.
Oh, we're not going home, I can tell you that much.
Oh, come on!
This was a lovely first attempt, but when we scale this up to a full-size car, it's going to be a lot bigger of an experiment, a lot more time and difficulty. So I want to learn everything I can about the dynamics of what happened here before we go there.
In other words, small scale's not over yet.
Whoa! I don't think they've landed yet.
But first, it's time for Adam's destructive denouement.
It's a nice little bit of symmetry in this episode. In your half, you're trying to make a car as low to the ground as possible, and in my half...
You're trying to lift a car up as high as possible.
Exactly.
With a vacuum.
Yes. Now, I figured that the trick to this is to make the mother of all attachments, to increase the surface area of the vacuum cleaner's input so that the amount of suction I create exceeds the weight of the car, and thus I can get it off the ground.
So what you're trying to say is that as far as the attachment goes, size matters.
Indeed it does.
Throughout Mythbusters history,
Fire in the hole!
Vacuum cleaners have been blown up, turned into jet engines,
Didn't really jet across the room.
And had the chance to bite back.
I got bit.
He got his tongue bleeding.
But can a single vacuum really have enough suck to lift a car? To find out if this impossible-sounding tall tale can be true, the guys are starting small, with a standard vacuum and hose trying to lift a 5-pound weight. Which, eventually, it does.
Okay, so that's just barely enough to hold on to that 5 pounds.
It is.
We've just shown that this common vacuum cleaner is able to lift a 5-pound weight on the end of its hose. Now, the surface area on the end of the hose is 1.75 inches. So doing the math, that means that it's pulling about 2.8 pounds per square inch. So how are we going to lift a car that weighs 2,600 pounds? Well, all you need is more square inches. In fact, if we have up to about 1,000 square inches of suction area on the car, we should be able to lift it, in theory.
The Mythbusters are banking on the idea that the relationship between lift and surface area is linear, meaning if 1 square inch can lift 2.8 pounds, a single vacuum with a 1,000 square inch footprint should be able to lift a car. But to test that crazy concept, the guys must next up the ante by building a larger-than-life vacuum attachment.
This is one of the stranger things we've built.
At 8 inches in diameter, it should put their previous test in the shade.
I hope that works.
But so that it still fits the vacuum cleaner, Jamie is building a manifold.
There we go.
That will link the cleaner to the cup with no loss of suction.
Do it.
The question is, will it work?
All right, so here is a proof of concept. This is the PVC pipe cap that we put a gasket on, and here is the hose through which we'll be pulling our vacuum. The vacuum. Here is the household vacuum that we are going to use. In order to adapt from this to this, Jamie has built a manifold. So the manifold is gonna go in there, and then that goes in there. And I've got a 50-pound weight to try and lift. Let's see if this works. Hey! Nice!
In theory, I think this should be able to hold more than twice that.
That's a lot of force. No, feel it.
Incredibly, their vacuum rig is lifting the 50 pounds with room to spare.
That is awesome!
At least until they pull the plug. So what's next?
So, Jamie and I did a proof of concept 8-inch PVC cup, and it works so well, this is gonna be our method for lifting the car. Why reinvent the wheel? So graphics, help me out. First up, give me a car. So our plan is to build 40 more suction cups just like the one we just made. We'll position them on the roof, the trunk, and the hood. From each one will come a tube that will join to a kind of mega manifold that will be attached directly to our single vacuum cleaner. Also from each cup will be a piece of threaded steel rod that will link to a support structure we'll hang above it. We'll turn the vacuum on, then we'll lift up the steel structure with the crane, and either the car will lift up or pop, 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 pop. The suction cups will all decouple, and the car will not get off the ground. The one thing I can tell you for sure is that this ain't gonna suck. Get it? Ain't gonna suck.
Since 2002, the Mythbusters have become connoisseurs of car crashes. A concept Jamie's about to take to the max.
What can you say?
He's testing whether full-on explosives can ever flatten a full-sized car. But after a stellar small-scale start...
Mr. Hyneman is laughing. That's a good thing.
Jamie's not ramping up right away.
A little speechless.
Because he wants to try to compress a second small-scale car even more.
For this next shot, we're going to have a sheet of steel underneath the car like we did before. The car, another sheet of steel like we did before with the data sheet on top, but then 3 sheets of steel on top of the explosive. And so we'll see whether we get any more aggressive compression of the car. Looks good to me.
The theory is that the top layers of steel will provide extra resistance that will force more of the blast wave into the car. But there's an added risk to this test.
On this blast, we're likely to get some plates of steel flying very, very high in the sky, hopefully straight up.
Okay, 3 plates of steel on top, and 3, 2, 1. Whoa! I don't think they've landed yet. There, one just landed.
Oh my gosh.
It landed up on the hill there.
With all the steel safely returned to Earth, the guys go in for a closer look to find a car that is flatter, but isn't what the Hyneman had hoped for.
That right there is the engine. That used to be about a 3-inch long, heavy-walled aluminum tube, and now it's not just been flattened, it's been melted. I gotta say, I think it's too much. It's almost like it burned it.
Test 2's extra downforce did crush the car more than Test 1. But because it also caused more breakage, Jamie's not satisfied.
Hey, Jamie, I found the plates. They're right here.
Cool. So our first test was not quite strong enough. The second test was a little too much. This time around, what we want is the Goldilocks zone, and how we're going to get there, hopefully, is by positioning the car in the ground with the plate on either side. Let's see how it fits. With the explosives, like we had it on the first test. There we go. And that dirt is a little bit softer, and it's going to give more than those steel plates did. Hopefully, that's going to be a little bit gentler on our car.
Now it's time for a literal fire in the hole.
Third test in the ground in 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
I don't see a lot of stuff that went straight up in the air. It looks like that went pretty well.
Yeah.
From the bunker, things look hopeful. But as the guys go in for a closer look, those hopes are soon dashed.
Looks like you made another lace curtain.
Yeah. The fact that it's over here and in pieces is not really what we want.
Once again, the explosives have ripped the car apart instead of crushing it. So next, Jamie sets up his sandwich with data sheet on both sides of the steel to pancake it in both directions.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, going for the glory. Double-sided shot in 3, 2, 1. Whoa.
Whoa is right. As this test gives the worst result of all, with the car neither flat nor whole.
Pretty interesting sort of a shape, but that wasn't a successful shot at all.
So, what's next?
Well, sometimes simpler is better, and the very first shot that we did was the simplest. It just had the car, the plate on top of it, and explosives on top of that. And the way I see it, we can run the test again. When we put a little more explosives on the top, we should get a little bit more crush. Maybe.
Yep, Jamie's coming full circle with a repeat of Test 1, but with 50% more explosive.
How's that look?
Will this finally give him the crush he's craving?
6 mil on top of the plate in 3, 2, 1. Yeah. Let's go see what we got.
It's the biggest thud of the day. But did it work?
I'm kind of liking this. It certainly got squashed a lot more aggressively than the first shot. It has completely collapsed the engine block of the car, but then it's in place, which I like. It's kind of fused that to the rest of the body. So I think it's going to work.
It's been a blast, but finally we have not just a happy Hyneman, but a plan for full scale. A real car sandwich with a monster load of explosives on top.
Well, that was fun. Have you got all the information you need?
Yeah, I think we're ready to scale it up.
Let's go to the big time.
What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, back at Car Lift HQ, Adam and Jamie are halfway through one of the strangest builds in their history.
That ought to work nicely.
They're constructing a Dr. Octopus-style vacuum cleaner to find out if a single household vacuum with 48-inch suction cups
cruising right along
can suck enough to lift a car clean off the ground. And while it's not all been plain sailing,
that one looks... Oh! We're okay.
It's not long before they're ready to head for the hills.
Nice. This is where we are going to raise our car with a vacuum, theoretically. I'm standing on Treasure Island in San Francisco Bay. We have done many myths out here. We've jumped off of buildings. We've driven through glass.
Oh, it's about to happen. Yeah!
Heck, we've even sailed a duct tape boat right out here.
Yeehaw!
Today, we're gonna attach a whole bunch of suction cups to a car and try and lift it with a single vacuum cleaner.
To do that, the guys must first reassemble their rig.
This is gonna take a while.
Step one
down
is for Adam to attach the 40 suction cups to the steel frame.
Yeah, like that. That's gonna be great.
Then they secure the vacuum cleaner itself.
That's what you had in mind?
Yeah, something like that.
Before wiring in 400 feet of hosing.
It's spaghetti, man.
Next comes the midpoint recap.
This vacuum cleaner right here, powered by 110 volts of AC, is the nerve center of our operation. It starts out by distributing its suck through this hose,
which connects to this manifold
and distributes out through these yellow spaghetti hoses to all 40 of our cups, hopefully distributing enough vacuum power to lift our car.
What could possibly go wrong?
But there's one more thing to highlight that's different from their shop tests.
You may be noticing that this vacuum is different than the one we were using in the shop. That's because it is, and it's because we broke the one in the shop. This is why we can't have nice things. But it's an off-the-shelf product. It's got the same amount of power, same amount of suction, and well spotted, by the way.
Next, the guys bring in their 2,600-pound car.
Never has Mythbusters attempted to suck so hard.
And lower the suction cup system directly on top.
Can we have some dramatic music, please? That was much better, thank you. Yeah, a little bit more. Stop.
Last but not least is the crane. And then it's go time.
So the plan is to turn the vacuum on, make sure all of these are secured and attached to the car. Then we're gonna try to lift it 6 inches to a foot off the ground.
Yep. These circles are all really nicely aligned, so.
If we're successful at doing that, then that means it's looking pretty good for this story. Beyond that, sky's the limit.
All right, you ready to turn it on and do this thing for real?
There we go.
All right, let's get them all socked down.
Remember, it's the crane that will be lifting the steel cradle.
Roof's all good. Trunk's good.
But it's the vacuum that will be sucking the cradle to the car.
Gently up, let's go. Come on, baby. Come on, come on. Ah! Rats, rats, rats.
So near, yet so far. It looked like they were going to get lift until a conscious uncoupling occurred. And Adam knows why.
All right, we've run into a snag, and it seems to be that our hood is buckling too much for our suction cups to maintain their hold. So we're going to reduce the number of suction cups on the hood. We have great suction on all 15 on the top of the car and all 9 on the rear of the car. With those plus 4 or 5 on the hood, we're still in the zone of liftability. We're gonna keep going.
To find out if a humble vacuum cleaner really has enough suck to lift a car, Adam and Jamie have created a 40 suction cup contraption.
Come on.
Which completely failed to fly.
Rats, rats, rats.
So for test 2, they're realigning the cups on the hood.
Okay, so 4 across this part of the hood.
To hopefully give them a better seal and more lift.
Moment of truth again. Let's do it.
Go, 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 go. Looking good.
Come on, baby. Oh!
It's that hood.
The hood is boning us.
Yep, like last time, the thin sheet metal of the hood is buckling under the pressure. And that movement causes the cups to break their seal. But the guys have a plan C.
So far, it seems to be the hood that is our biggest problem because it buckles. So we're trying a different arrangement. We've secured it with a couple of welds up top, and we're trying 4 main suction cups right down the center of the hood, which might hopefully be the strongest part of it. See if that works.
By concentrating the sucking power down the reinforced center, will test 3 get airborne.
Go, 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 go. Go, go.
Oh!
That was so close!
It's clear we're getting awfully close. The wheels are lowering on their suspension. I swear they're just barely kissing the ground. We just need to get a couple more cups, a little bit more tweaking just so, and I think we'll get it.
The guys reset for test 4, trying again to get the tightest seals they can. But like last time, failure is the only option.
All right, here's the problem. We have what we think is enough suction in our vacuum cup machine, but we don't have enough structural integrity in the flimsy sheet metal hood of our car. Our solution, cut that hood out and replace it with a piece of sheet steel. Wait a minute, I hear you saying, that's cheating, you're changing the structure of the car. But I remind you that the myth is that there's enough power within a normal single vacuum to lift a car, and that is still the myth we're testing. We're just adding a little bit of structure.
So it's out with the old.
All right, let's take it over here to this piece of steel.
And in with the new. A buckle-proof hood that should allow for a super seal.
That ought to do it.
Once lined up with the rig, first impressions are good.
Look, I don't want to get overly confident here, but right away, the replacement of the hood with a flat piece of sheet steel is working magnificently. I've got grab on 15 suction cups up here, man. That's a lot.
Confidence has been raised, but will the car follow suit?
Dude, are you ready?
Yeah.
How many tries have we had at this?
I don't know, I lost count.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's take it up.
Okay.
For hopefully the last time, a single vacuum lifting an entire car. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Oh, rats! What? Oh, what happened?
The good news is that the hood held firm. The bad news is that the car lifted rear end first, which put too much pressure on the trunk cups, and this time they let go.
All right, in the spirit of trying something a little bit different every single time, Jamie's throwing about 90 pounds of sandbags on the back rail to hopefully balance the car so it doesn't lift unevenly. Now it's time. All right, here we go. Attempt number bazillion, lifting a car with a vacuum. Gently up, let's go. Hey, I think it's off the ground.
Here it comes.
This is gonna work. It's gonna work. Come on, baby. Come on, yes! Ah! What?
It was an inch.
It was an inch?
On the front wheel.
On the front wheel before failure. Yes, ish, yes, ish.
I'm calling it. I'm like, it lifted the car off the ground.
1 inch.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe not stably, but yeah. Come on, yes! Ah!
Our last attempt with the octopus was the one that Jamie and I felt strongest, had the highest chance for success. We know from our math that we have enough suction to lift this car. In theory, it's possible. In practice, it turned out not to be possible. Nope, I think that the octopus is dead. We have proven that this cannot work. We need to implement some other solution to distribute the vacuum's power and lift this car.
We were quite pleased with our octopus concept here, but one of the things inherent to it is that there are a lot of points of potential failure because there are a lot of these cups. And all we need is one little error, like maybe this gasket material wasn't ideal. It's coming off of the glue quite easily. So I think we need to go back and rethink it. I did see it come off the ground, but I think we can do better.
After some spectacular small-scale tests, Pancake Car is going supersized.
Absolutely beautiful. For pancaking a car, we're gonna need a lot of explosives. I mean, a lot, and that's where this place comes in. I'm standing up on the mountain at New Mexico Tech, one of our all-time favorite Mythbuster partnerships. They have everything we need. This is our Pancake Car one-stop shop.
When it comes to spectacular destruction, NMT is second to none.
In 3, 2, 1. Wow!
But to see if explosives can crush a car, Jamie's got his wheels ready to go.
This is the car we're going to use. Now, normally, I appreciate and respect Russian engineering because it tends to be simple, rugged, and dependable. This is not an example of that kind of engineering. Quite possibly one of the worst cars ever manufactured. It's going to be with a certain amount of glee that I remove this car permanently from the road.
The car may look decrepit, but it is in full working order. All it lacks is a Mythbusters paint job.
Look, I recognize it's not pretty, but then nothing that's about to happen to this car is gonna be pretty.
Now, the goal here is to turn our car into a perfectly flat plate, just like we did in our small-scale experiments. And to do that, we've got two massive steel plates, one that's embedded in the ground, one that is suspended overhead off of this gantry. It weighs 7,000 pounds, and we're gonna put explosives on top of that. It's gonna come down on our unsuspecting car like a freight train.
That's the theory. And before long, the 7,000-pound plate is up and running.
It's a beautiful thing.
Secured to the gantry courtesy of 6 breakaway straps.
Okay, now you can sort of see how this is all coming together. We've got our plate in place. We've got the car that's going to go underneath. Explosives on top. Bob's your uncle.
With that, it's time to position the car. First, with a forklift.
Like a surgeon. Now, don't scratch it.
And then, by hand.
How's that?
A little bit more.
All right.
There we go. Cool.
That just leaves the explosives. All 1,000 pounds of it.
That is a lot of boom. Gently up, let's go.
At Treasure Island,
Come on, baby.
Adam and Jamie's lift-a-car suction rig has sucked.
Rats! What happened?
So it's back to the shop and back to the drawing board.
So, just to recap, and you saw this, our previous method was what we call the octopus arm method and involved many different caps distributed across the whole of the car. And that turned out to be completely 100% wrong. So now we are going with a method we call the box method. I don't know how do we come up with these names, but it's just a gift we have.
Instead of 40 points of failure, we now have 3. 3 big, sturdy wooden boxes made out of plywood, sealed with a gasket between them and the car. We pull a vacuum from them with the manifolds. I think this is gonna work. We're gonna build some boxes. We're gonna lift this car.
So it's out with the octopus and in with 3 boxes that will still be powered by a single vacuum cleaner.
This plywood right here is one of my favorite building materials. We refer to it as Fin ply because it's made in Finland, and it's a birch ply that has many more laminations than normal plywood. It's about twice as heavy and twice as strong.
To give this design the best chance, Jamie's making each box as big as possible.
To start,
he's also contouring them to precisely fit the car's shape.
Looks good.
And last but not least, he's laying in a rubber gasket that should form a leak-proof seal.
That all looks just about perfect.
And once the seal is set, the guys double-check the fit.
Lovely.
And their confidence is back with a bang.
These boxes are best to be thought of as the workers we are using to lift the car. So far here, all 3 boxes are saying, hell yeah, I can lift that car. But we've been here before. All 40 of our suction cups were all like, totally easy, man, we can lift that car. And they totally couldn't. So even though the math says that these are working beautifully and they should lift the car, I still see many ways in which this could go south.
Well, to find out, it's back to Treasure Island for some predictable preparation.
Looks really nice.
First, the guys position the steel cradle above the car.
I think that looks good. It's right over the rearview mirror.
Then they add the boxes to the trunk.
A little more, a little top. Perfect.
Roof.
Yeah, that's tight.
And hood.
Nice.
Next, they secure the boxes to the cradle.
I think we're good.
With that, the guys bring in the crane.
That's good.
Before Adam adds the vital ingredient, the vacuum cleaner.
It's time to bring the vacuum back into this equation. I think that's a lovely place for it, don't you?
The boxes are the crucial change to this test.
I think we're really close.
But to help see if they're working, the guys have added pressure gauges to assess the suction before the crane starts to lift.
Okay, we are moments away. The boxes are done. They're sitting on our car. Our rack has been re-welded with new cross struts and new uprights, and the vacuum is sitting in the place of pride. When we turn this vacuum on, it's going to start to evacuate air from each of the 3 boxes. The hood, the roof, and the trunk. But you don't need to know all that. What you need to know is that we're moments away.
So is this going to work? Well, our 3 boxes have a total surface area of 4,000 square inches, and we've shown that the vacuum cleaner can lift 2.8 pounds with 1 square inch. Now, that gives us a total theoretical lifting capability of 11,000 pounds. That's over 4 times the weight of our car. But as we showed earlier, it may not all be just about the math.
No, it's also about the rig, the seals, and the crumpling metal of the car.
Starting the vacuum in 3, 2, 1.
But with the vacuum on, the news is good.
It's climbing.
It's climbing?
Yeah.
Yes! Oh, yeah, baby!
All gauges show the boxes are sucking down with a vacuum pressure greater than 6 inches of mercury. And that means it's time to try to raise the roof.
Let's do this.
All right, let's take it up 18 inches.
Okay.
Oh.
That was the hood popping. That's good. That's cool. We got pressure.
It's a bumpy start, but as the crane takes up the slack...
Come on, baby. Hold on to this car.
The car does start to rise.
Yes, it's off the ground. This freaking car is off the ground. Oh, man. That is freaking awesome. This is amazing. Oh, dude. We are lifting a car with nothing but a single vacuum.
But the Mythbusters ain't gonna leave it there.
Dude, I hear squealing, but I say, let this puppy squeal. He's going up whether he likes it or not.
Because they're taking the car to the top.
I know, this is freaking me out.
Remember, the crane is lifting the steel cradle.
Holy balls. There you go. That's about how we're feeling here.
But it's the vacuum cleaner on its own
This is every bit as satisfying as I was hoping it would be.
that's sucking the cradle to the car.
That is freaking awesome!
And to prove just that, once the car's maxed out, Jamie's going to pull the plug on the cleaner, which should result in the car destruction this episode needs.
3, 2, 1.
Oh!
That was very satisfying.
Oh, that was awesome. Woo! So, if anyone needs to lift a car with a vacuum, don't call us. We've done it once. We don't want to do it again.
Yep, once the vacuum cleaner was switched off, gravity brought this myth back to Earth.
This time around, it was like clockwork. The boxes held, their seals held.
The simple fact was that, doing the math, there was over 11,000 pounds of suction on that car.
So it was going up, at least until we pulled the plug.
Something that you should know about me is that I love the car myths on Mythbusters. But this is my all-time favorite Mythbuster car myth. We actually lifted this thing with nothing but the power of a single vacuum cleaner. Next time someone tells you that Mythbusters sucks, tell them damn straight.
That was beautiful. Nice work, sir.
You too.
Let's get out of here.
Who would think a vacuum cleaner was hiding so much suction power?
I know. Cool story.
Thanks.
Deep in the heart of the New Mexican desert, a dud of a car is about to get bombed. But will it go pancake flat?
In our small-scale testing, we showed that a single piece of data sheet gave us the best results. I'm kind of liking this. Now, we're going to take a similar approach here, but instead of data sheet, we're going to be using AMFO. The reason we're using AMFO is it's actually better for performing this kind of task. It's a slower-moving explosive, and it pushes things better instead of breaking them apart, which is what we want.
ANFO is definitely the best choice of a boom. And to accurately scale up,
That is a lot of boom.
Jamie's using 1,000 pounds of it.
Currently, Jamie is arranging 1,000 pounds of AMFO. That's 20 bags that weigh 50 pounds each on top of the trench plate. Now, the pattern that he's using is one that is invented so that the pulse from the explosion provides a totally universal push on that trench plate into the car.
That's the theory. And with the last bag in place, this one-shot deal is ready to rumble.
You know those little bags of ketchup that you step on the sidewalk and they just go... That's what's going to happen here.
Yep, it's going to be some kind of catastrophe. But to find out what kind, the guys head underground into a bomb-proof bunker. And then it's go time.
Normally with our explosions, we've got line of sight, even if it's a long line of sight. But this one is only happening a few hundred feet from where we're standing. So it's lucky that where I'm standing is deep underground in a concrete and steel bunker covered with dirt. That's where I want to be.
Okay, this is Pancake Car. Full-scale test. Flattening a terrible car in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoa!
That was very intense.
That was energetic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a piece of the frame. Wow,
Yeah.
Stuff is still falling.
Without doubt, the ANFO packed a serious punch, sending the 3-ton steel gantry over 500 feet in the air. Something that's worth seeing again and again and again. But amidst the stupendous spectacle, what's happened to the car? Well, before hitting ground zero, Adam first cues up the high speed.
I'm not exactly sure where this file is, but we're gonna find out. I'm gonna watch the explosion here. Everything looks really calm. Whoa, whoa. Okay, hold on. It is like an atomic blast. Wow. Look at that, oh my gosh. The distorted shockwave coming off of the fireball is one of the loveliest things I have ever seen. But holy cow, what a powerful impulse. Look at that. Like you see in an atomic blast, there's actually a convection current pulling dust in at the bottom. That's amazing. And giant chunks of steel flying out of the debris cloud. Oh, now I can see the shockwave has hit the camera because the camera is starting to vibrate.
The high speed is clearly something special, but to really understand what's going on, the guys head on in.
No way.
The car is gone.
The car is gone, but that is the exact pattern in which you laid out the Ampho.
Yeah.
So it went through the top plate, through the car, and made a car-sized dent in the bottom.
Well, I guess it's back to the drawing board.
You knocked yourself out, champ. So we rushed up to ground zero hoping to find a pancake car and instead found no car whatsoever. What seems to have happened is when we pushed the button, the Ampho didn't cleanly push our steel plate down and into the car. It punched a perfect hole through that steel plate, sending chunks flying hundreds of feet and effectively vaporizing the car. The one thing it did not do was flatten the car.
Yep, instead of being a flat piece of furniture, the car was blown to kingdom come. Ripped apart by the immense blast pressure and the top steel plate, which itself turned to lethal shrapnel. So much so that their Yugo wasn't the only car that took a hit.
Now, this is one of our rental cars, and it was parked behind our bunker, which is under a mountain of dirt. And the shock wave was enough to crack this windshield just from that. It was too much.
This window, however, was not broken by a shockwave. It was broken by shrapnel. Ooh, specifically this, like, 40-pound piece of 1.5-inch thick steel, which flew probably 750, 800 feet to get here and cause this destruction.
Clearly, there's carnage inside and out as the power of the boom took everyone by surprise. So how does that leave Jamie's car destruction dossier?
Now, we could have used a thicker plate, let's say a 12-inch thick one. But here's the thing, a plate that size is going to weigh 84,000 pounds. Just dropping that on the car by itself would crush the car really nicely, but that's not the point. The point was to do it with explosives. Now, somewhere out there, there might be the right combination of steel thickness and quantity of explosives that would do it right, but at this point, our best guess just didn't work at all. Well, I tell you what, this is without a doubt the most impressive piece of shrapnel we've ever made.
Yep, and to boot, we never have to look at that car again. It is done.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
They can cut to the montage after
Exactly.
that line.
You good? Are we good? Ready?
Set.
Yeah, the time we were making Mythbusters, I mean, it was a difficult job. We did it full time for 14 years, but it was amazing. Showing up every week, doing a different kind of problem solving every single day, it doesn't get much better than that. Whoa, jeez. I didn't see you there.
What's up?
Not much. Just, oh, yeah, could I? Thank you. What have you been working on the last few months?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Fair enough. How's that supposed to attach? Thank you for that. I love duct tape.
What's not to love?
Hey. For well over a decade, viewers around the world watched in glee as Adam and Jamie busted or confirmed myth after myth after myth.
Nice work, man.
The groundbreaking series
This is what I want you guys to test.
had more than its share of famous fans.
Welcome to the White House.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It is a thrill to have you here.
Now the dynamite duo reunite
Good to see you.
to revisit, reevaluate,
Oh, no.
and rejoice
That is pretty darn good. Hey.
in an all-time classic episode.
Let's do a whole hour on duct tape.
Okay.
Their very first adhesive adventure into the miraculous world of duct tape.
Oh, this is a life, eh?
The great thing here is that we've got this stunning visual record
I don't mind saying I'm hyperventilating.
of all the episodes
I got the chicken!
and all the things that we built with duct tape. And today we are revisiting our very, very first duct tape special. And not only are we going to take the viewers behind the scenes of how they were made, but they're going to get to see some clips that you have not seen in the original episodes.
And that's not the half of it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They'll also be answering fans' questions on all things duct tape and all things Mythbusters.
Now, Jamie, I have a very good viewer question here, and it's kind of, oh, that's what I'm supposed to read.
And for the first time ever, Adam and Jamie will finally reveal which of their many duct tape builds was their all-time #1.
That is a really good question.
On this sticky episode of Mythbusters,
Relax. This one hurt a bit.
the team tackle a trio of duct tape tall tales.
Fun for the whole family.
First, Adam and Jamie strength test the mythical material in car lift.
Why, you ask? Because secretly you've always wondered, and that's why we're here.
Then they ask, can it keep your boat afloat?
Going in.
One that's already sinking,
I think we're gonna need some help from the camera crew.
and one made of nothing but the tacky tape.
You can keep your duct tape prom tucks. We got a boat!
Meanwhile, Carrie, Grant, and Tori
Say hello to our little friend.
find out if it can stretch to sticking a cannon together.
Run!
Who are the Mythbusters? Adam Savage
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Bye-bye.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Carrie Byron,
Look, Ma, no hands!
Grant Imahara, and Tori Belleci.
We're popping popcorn with lasers.
They don't just tell the myths,
Here comes chaos.
they put them to the test.
Well, as this was our very first duct tape episode, we were literally venturing into unknown waters, and we thought it would be good to start by measuring duct tape's two key properties.
Tensile strength and adhesive properties.
Exactly, so we could eventually hang a car.
And I thought it'd be a good idea to tape you to a board first for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh, no, I thought that was a good idea too, and luckily, it worked.
Relax. This one hurt a bit.
Channeling his dark side, Jamie Dexter Hyneman goes to work securing his victim. And he's enjoying it a bit too much.
So, Adam, this is 20 pieces of tape. You holding up?
I'm doing good. It's actually strangely comforting. It feels like a really nice blankie.
Hey, bud.
This is cool. It's like I am the plywood.
Well, so far, you're not going anywhere.
No, I'm not going anywhere. Although I tell you, I can feel myself settling in here quite, whoa. Wow, really, I'm almost weightless. Perhaps I should point towards the mat? I'm just suggesting. There we go. Oh, whoa, hey. Oh, that was just the rigging settling, right?
Yeah.
Dude, this is actually quite comfortable. 2 rolls of tape equals a whole afternoon of fun.
Fun for the whole family.
Here is a viewer question. How come Adam got taped to the ceiling, not Jamie? Did you toss a coin, or did Jamie plain refuse?
I think that's just a classic Adam stunt.
That is a total classic Adam stunt. I think I was going to be funnier being uncomfortable taped to the ceiling than you were.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that was a pretty straight call. That didn't require a lot of discussion.
Of course, it goes without saying, but we're going to anyway. Please don't try this at home. Adam and Jamie are trained duct tape strength test professionals.
Lest you think that I am foolhardy or reckless for allowing my 180 pounds to be held up by 2 rolls of duct tape, this is actually quite a safe system. I feel quite comfortable. It's a distributed system, which means it has many points of failure, a lot of redundancy built in by all the different pieces of duct tape stuck to the plywood. So I could hang out here all day.
And in the meantime, Cary Grant and Tori had to build something which we had never got to build, a working potato cannon, but they had to do it using only duct tape.
This may look like a pretty random bunch of materials I have here. I mean, we're talking piping, duct tape, potatoes. But to me, this looks like the glorious beginnings of a good old-fashioned potato cannon. And that's exactly what I'm gonna build. Basically, a potato cannon is like any cannon. You have an explosion happening in the combustion chamber. Okay, that is my combustion chamber held together with duct tape. Gases are expanding and they need to escape, so they look for the path of least resistance. Now, that should be the potato. That's why the potato launches across the field.
Baked potato.
Now, the big question is, can the duct tape hold up as well as the actual cement that you use to put these pipes together? Now, we know that we can launch a potato with this guy. Can we do it with this guy without it exploding at the bottom instead of just launching a potato?
So with the cannons complete, the team makes its way to its detonation destination.
So we got us some potato cannons, and we can't fire them in the shop. So we've come to the Alameda runway where we have a big expanse of space right here. We can shoot off into the distance and explore whether duct tape is as strong as a traditional glue that holds together a potato cannon.
He's just relaxing on his porch, shooting off his potato gun.
Yeah. You trying to hit San Francisco?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let me introduce you to the latest items in the Cary Byron line of home destruction. This is a spud chucker made entirely out of PVC tubing with actual PVC glue. And this is the duct tape tater tosser, but this has duct tape fastening. This is a setup for a control test. We'll have Buster in the chair.
And load her up.
We've got a scale to tell us how fast the potatoes come out of the barrel, and just for laps, we'll be measuring exactly how far they go. This is gonna be great.
So great, the team feel it needs an audience.
Okay, instead of the peanut gallery this time, we have our potato gallery. We got like little Spud Grant, giant Spud Carey. For some reason, I picked out a huge potato for myself. And little Spud Tori. You can watch.
We ready?
With a couple of squirts of the classified propellant, the control cannon is good to blow.
All right, light it up.
Okay, we got the Spud Chucker, AKA Spudzuka, in 3, 2, 1. Woohoo!
All right, should we go see how far that potato went?
Absolutely. Where's Splash Zone?
All right, what do we get?
267 feet.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good. Sure, but they want a pretty good data set. And for that, they'll need multiple shots.
Woohoo! 397.
And more bad puns.
All right, in the next Spudnik.
Before they get the all-important distance average.
375.
So, can duct tape contain an explosion capable of sending a spud over 300 feet at a speed of 179 miles an hour?
Duct tape tater tosser in 3, 2, 1.
Oh! It worked! The duct tape held together.
Yeah, it didn't explode.
Not only did it not explode, the first shot from the duct tape tater tosser was right in the slot.
387.
That is right in the range.
That's almost exact. And it didn't blow up.
Which is really what counts. But just to make sure, I think we might have to fire maybe a few more off, right?
Right, because although they know it works,
Whoa!
The question is, does it match the regular cannon's reliability?
Our spud chucker, held together by PVC cement, had an average range of 346 feet and an average speed of 179 miles per hour. Our duct tape tater tosser, which is a potato cannon held together entirely by duct tape, had an average range of 336 feet and an average speed of 160 miles per hour. That's a difference of 3% on the range and 11% on the speed. Now, given varying winds, differences in the masses of the potatoes, and different amounts of propellant, I'd say that's enough to call their performance identical.
See, now that surprised me because duct tape was invented primarily for sealing ammunition boxes, not for containing explosions.
A way that was never intended.
Exactly, up to and including lifting a car.
What could possibly go wrong?
Indeed.
Okay, I can see it starting to come up.
Come on!
Oh, it's almost painful to watch. Ah!
Stay glued for the answer, or just stick around.
It's only a matter of time.
Think Mythbusters, and one phrase that readily springs to mind is car carnage, which prompted this pertinent piece of fan mail.
Here is a pretty cool viewer question. What is the most difficult myth that we ever did with a car?
I would guess that would be the fireman's lift, wouldn't it?
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
That was the one that I was the least sure was going to work in any way.
All right, all pumps up 10 PSI.
And yeah, it took a tremendous amount of engineering to get that to actually go. The fact that we started with 8 jets, and that was using more water than the city of Oakland could provide us. Remember that?
Yeah.
Come on, baby! 1, 3!
Yeah! Nice landing!
Well, that was spectacular.
But it was a very small car, and we had to remove the engine.
This is true, but we were tasked with hanging a full family sedan engine at all using only duct tape. So we did some tests to determine the breaking strength of a single strand.
Wow. We figured out pretty much the exact weight threshold on the first try.
Yep.
And I think we came up with about 70 pounds.
Well, let's pick it up on the Alameda runway.
So all they need now is some wide open space and a car they don't mind dropping. Dead car driving.
Let's get started.
Okay.
It'll be a simple setup. A crane like this one, and a hook, shackle, and single crossbar.
This thing right here is what we're going to attach the tape to. Now, we could run all the tape strips to the crane hook, but we'd end up with a big, messy blob. If we're going to get the most out of each strip of tape, we need to be neat and clean with it, and this will allow us to do that.
And hanging from the other end of the myth-inspiring sticky stuff will be the car, which weighs...
The car weighs about 5,000 pounds. Now, each strip of tape will hold about 70 pounds. So that means we'd get away with lifting the car with around 80 strips of tape, I think. We'll call it 100 just to be safe.
Jamie, this is your conscience. It's time to start working.
There are a lot of different things you can do with duct tape. You can bind things together, you can seal things up like ducts and so on, but what we're looking for here is how sticky it is.
I think I've got it down to a reasonable pattern.
If we do our job right, and we actually are able to lift the car off the ground, that cloth in the tape is going to give way before the adhesive does.
It's starting to look like a cathedral of duct tape. That makes sense. I mean, duct tape's almost a religion with some people. Why, you ask?
Because secretly, you've always wondered, and that's why we're here.
We've used 99 separate strands. All right, here it is, last one. Used up 5.5 rolls of duct tape, and by our measurement, this ought to be just enough to lift this car. I think it's gonna.
It's a thing of beauty, and despite the fact the guys have done the math and know it should work, it somehow seems improbable. Duct tape lifting a car? Well, we're about to find out for real.
Let's get it off the ground.
Let's start up the crane.
The crane winch cranks into action.
This is it.
And millimeter by millimeter, it gently pulls the car skywards.
Okay, I can see it starting to come up.
Come on! It's got a very loose relationship with the ground right now.
Oh, it's almost painful to watch. Ah!
It still gives me the willies to watch that.
Yeah, I can still hear the tape creaking.
Meanwhile, Cary Grant and Tori had to upgrade their potato cannon to build a real cannon using only duct tape.
Of course they did.
But they did do some tests to make sure that they had some chance of success.
A cannon, a regular one, works a bit like this. The black powder explodes in the combustion chamber, and the expanding gases throw the cannonball along the barrel. So first up, to find out how much duct tape is required to withstand those pressures, the guys are going to replace the back end of the combustion chamber with inch-thick tiles of tape. However many it takes.
I see injuries in my future. So it's time for me to whip out my cannon. Now let's just say I know a few things about building cannons. However, this time, we're building it out of nothing but duct tape. Now, duct tape is strong, but is it gonna be strong enough to withstand the kind of forces that are exerted by exploding black powder? So I need to make a strength gauge. Let's go to work. That way we can put the duct tape under the same conditions that a cannon would be under, so we can test the limits of this duct tape. I mean, black powder and duct tape? That doesn't sound like science. That sounds like a family reunion.
So this is the strength part of our strength gauge. It's a plastic frame I've cut out for layering duct tape. I'm gonna make a 1-inch thick sheet that I'll then cut down into 1 foot by 1 foot square tiles. They're gonna bolt onto the back of what Tori's making, and when we ignite our black powder, we'll find out how much duct tape it doth take. All right, let's cut it up into tiles. So we've used 37 rolls of duct tape. At 60 yards a roll, that's 2,220 yards of duct tape.
Hey, dude, you got something on your face.
That's 1¼ miles to make all the tiles we need for our strength test.
So with the duct tape tiles and strength gauge complete, it's off to a familiar and favorite location.
So it's time to find out how strong a duct tape is.
That looks nothing like a cannon.
But it does have similarities to a cannon. I mean, it has exploding black powder and a projectile.
And if you're wondering exactly why it's not a cannon, here's the man with the strength gauge.
First, we're not using a cannonball. We're using a piston. It's the same diameter and weight as a cannonball, but it's not a cannonball. Anybody got any duct tape? Second, we're not using a fuse. We're using an electric remote system to light off the gunpowder. And most importantly, there is no steel back at the end of this steel tube. It's gonna be a duct tape panel. Once we load this up and fire it off, what we're looking for is the piston to fly out of the barrel and have the duct tape intact. If that happens, then we know duct tape is strong enough to build a cannon out of. All right, we're hooked in.
For this to be a good, successful test, what we're looking for is that the duct tape tiles, whatever thickness we end up with, will be intact while the piston blows out the other end of the strength gauge.
Okay, so this is 1-inch thick slab of duct tape in the strength gauge.
All right, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Incredibly, it seems to have worked first time out. And it's disbelief all round.
There's no way this test worked on the first go. There's no way.
A 1-inch thick slab of duct tape was enough to withstand the kind of force to launch a cannonball.
Wow! That's perfect, man. It burned the heck out of it, but didn't blow out.
No, it's beautiful.
It just burnt off the wax paper, too. It didn't even go through the first layer of duct tape.
That's
this
amazing.
stuff is incredible.
We got a great result from the duct tape strength test. It looks like duct tape is gonna be strong enough to build a cannon out of it. Now all we need to do is build a cannon.
Just build a cannon. Humans have been improving metals for thousands of years so that cannons don't blow up, and somehow they're gonna do it out of only duct tape.
Why not?
It's also fair to say that cars weren't designed to fly.
Awesome.
It's holding.
But the boys aren't about to let gravity spoil a fun day out.
3, 4.
What are you nostalgic for about your time on Mythbusters? Generic or specific memory?
I would say just the general rapid fire build this, build this, build this, figure this out. I don't think I've ever experienced such an avalanche of pushing through ideas and making them happen.
Yeah. Well, and the viewers can't see this, but it is a good portion of our Mythbusters crew behind the cameras for this very shoot, and that is, I miss our crew. I miss coming to work with these guys every morning.
We miss you.
Rolling.
All right, Jamie, I believe we now have a car fully suspended using only duct tape.
The suspension is killing me.
Oh, I can tell.
Oh, come on, baby.
Adam and Jamie are attempting to lift a car with just 99 strips of duct tape. And they're close. Real close.
He's got one wheel.
That's
It's
it.
off.
It's off the ground. That's almost like a piece of temporary art right there.
That's kind of nuts. Why you need to do this, I don't know, but it's cool. It's holding.
That is awesome. Nice work, sir.
It's holding. And with a flight time of a minute and counting, the result is clear, leaving just one remaining question.
It's only a matter of time before it comes crashing down. It'll be just like a zipper opening up.
Yeah, as with all flights off the ground, taking off is optional, landing is mandatory.
Eric, first one went. That's 2 strips of tape that are gone now.
Oh.
That's 3,
Oh,
4.
oh. Nice.
Exactly like a zipper. Plus, just like Jamie suggested, it wasn't the adhesive that gave way, but the tape itself.
Wow. I love how consistently it broke all the way along that sharp point.
Yeah, I don't see a single piece of tape that lost its adhesion. They all ripped right in the middle of the tape.
It's true.
Yet again, tools and materials used in ways for which they were never intended. In the case of duct tape, if you've got enough of it, you could move the world.
Not a bad way to spend the afternoon.
How did you know that what we did would cause the quote-unquote zipper effect, and how did you know that we'd get it within a few minutes?
First off, anytime you have a collection of fibers and duct tape or rope or anything like that, I've never seen a rope pull and then just immediately sever. It's all like ding, 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 ding,
Right,
ding,
right,
and it
right.
goes. As to whether it was going to take a few minutes or not, you could kind of see that it was straining under the load.
You tended not to like to make predictions, but in this case, you not only made one, but it was absolutely spot on.
I don't know. I generally avoid them.
Okay. So with the car back down on terra firma, it was time for us to hit the water. We had a dinghy with a hole in it that we had to repair using only duct tape.
Yep, just plain old duct tape between us and Davy Jones' locker.
You knew Davy Jones, right? He did.
Well, if we're going to repair a hole in a boat with duct tape, then obviously we're going to need a boat with a hole in it. We've got a boat. It doesn't yet have a hole, but I'm about to remedy that.
It's a sizable hole in the hull, but confidence in the sticky cure is still high and dry.
This is a no-brainer. The tape's going to hold just fine. Under these conditions, this size hole, we could sail all day.
However, Jamie Glass Half Empty Hyneman is prepared for the
If
worst.
you're going to get in a leaky boat, you need to remember a couple of things. The first one is a life preserver,
All right, let's put this puppy on the water.
and the second one is something to bail with, like a bleach bottle or something like that. There we go.
All right, I'll step in.
Okay.
Well, it floats. It successfully supports
Okay, I'm holding
one Mythbuster, two Mythbuster,
I don't see any water. That's always a good sign.
and the dinghy with its duct tape patch is looking good to row. Yeah. Plus, it's also standing the test of time.
Should have brought my fishing pole.
Well, it's been about 25 minutes, and as both Jamie and I predicted, the duct tape repair is holding up beautifully.
Properly applied, the duct tape actually seems to be doing fairly well. I have to say, though, I wouldn't take off across the ocean with that kind of patch. It works, but it scares me a little bit.
And with good reason, because at the 30-minute mark,
where's that water coming in from?
There's a hint that the duct tape isn't a permanent solution.
Yeah, it's pooling in the bottom there. Yeah. That's kind of a bad sign. It clearly works. I mean, we're still afloat, but I'm not too happy with it because we're going to have to start bailing before long.
I would say that it's not waterproof, but it's absolutely water resistant.
I'll buy that.
It's a testament to the tape that after 40 minutes, they're still afloat.
It's just a little wet.
But Adam has a tougher assignment in mind.
So I think our duct tape patch is holding up pretty well, but honestly, when I think boat repair, I don't think of repairing a boat on the dock and then putting in. If you're gonna do it on the dock, you're gonna have all the materials you need. Duct tape means you're in an emergency situation. I would like to create that emergency situation.
You want to get wet, huh?
I do. Rip off the patch, water's pouring through the hole. Duct tape's the only thing we got. We gotta fix that hole.
And water's cold.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Whoa. That's a bona fide emergency we got going on there.
I'll start making a patch.
You start making a patch.
Like the little boy and the dike, Adam is plugging the hole digitally. While Jamie goes to work with the mythical material.
If you have to apply duct tape underwater, you're going to have a hard time because the water forms a film that inhibits the adhesive from really connecting with the surface you're trying to put it on.
All right, going in. Ready?
Okay. It's really frustrating. It's just like the adhesive is not there.
Unsurprisingly, it's not sticking very well, but it is sticking a little bit. All right, take your foot off. I think we start the clock and see how that repair does. What do you say?
Starts now.
Okay. There it is. The clock is ticking on our duct tape boat repair.
Countdown to failure.
And countdown to Adam and Jamie's surprise revelation of what they think was the ultimate duct tape doohickey they ever built.
Yeah!
Reminiscing isn't always a pleasant experience. And here's a viewer question guaranteed to revive some really bad memories.
That was the end of Adam's television career.
No. What was the most dangerous thing you ever did with duct tape, and why?
Well, you know, we rappelled off of a cliff with it.
That was so awful.
Okay, Adam, you got the other end. Don't let go.
I won't.
This is a long way down. Oh, my arms are about giving out. Almost there.
Wait a minute. My nuts are killing me. Oh, ah. Whew. But what about duct tape? Duct tape bridge felt the most dangerous?
And we made a mistake, and that was that the tension on the guidelines needed to be a lot more.
That really is quite hairy.
No, I thought the problem you were going to mention on duct tape bridge was that our yo-yo had a 50-foot throw when we were out at either end of the 100-foot bridge, but our dry dock was only 40 feet deep, which meant if we fell off the bridge for the first 10 feet, we'd swing and hit the bottom of the dry dock. We just realized that just get through that first 10 feet and everything will be okay.
That is absolutely awful.
Well, speaking of all things dangerous, it is now time for Carrie, Tori, and Grant to fire their duct tape cannon.
You want to do the honors?
I will. Here we go.
Imagine this duct tape roll is a slice out of the cannon. Now I'm gonna cut out the little cardboard insert so that way it's just duct tape. And if you look at it, I put pressure on it and it collapses. If this happens when we fire off our cannon and our cannonball gets stuck inside, the whole cannon could explode.
And the team is going to play it safe by making its duct tape cannon barrel 2 inches thick. And to get the perfect shape, it's going to build it around a removable steel form. After a few minutes, the guys settle into a routine.
Oh, yeah.
With almost 20 rolls of tape used and the end in sight,
I think it looks like a giant duct tape zeppelin.
Or a big silver sausage.
Or that.
the team starts thinking through the next stage of the build.
Now, the hard part, getting this off the form.
I don't think it'll be that hard. I think we prepped really well.
Okay.
All right.
Famous last words.
Optimism, guys, optimism.
Exuding the confident glow of the well-prepared, Carrie has no doubts it's going to work.
Yeah.
The boys, not so much.
That's slipping right off.
Oh, there it goes. Coming off.
Yeah!
Yeah! We got it. Yes! Say hello to our little friend.
Nice!
Oh, that is a beautiful thing.
Now all we need is gunpowder and cannonballs.
Adam and Jamie are kings of the world. But inevitably, just like Kate and Leo, they're going under. Because while testing the myth that duct tape can keep you afloat, their emergency wet repair is leaking. And leaking fast.
I'd say we're at like 6-7 inches. Well, it's not looking so good for duct tape repair of a boat in situ. Here, I think we can still get back to shore. And the craziest part of this is we get back to the dock and someone, if I remember correctly, offered us money for the boat.
Yeah, $100. You guys want this afterwards?
Taken.
Are you serious? If you want this afterwards, I mean, we're just going to throw it away.
I'll double check the folks, yeah. Even for us, it'd be borderline, but I'll double check.
It's a cautionary tale is what it is.
Yeah, for some reason it was worth more after we put a hole in it.
The next challenge was a little more involved.
Yeah, this time we actually had to build an entire boat using duct tape.
And only duct tape. And in that regard, I think it could be stated that we cheated a little bit.
Maybe. Let's go ahead and run the tape.
A boat made out of duct tape? But it won't be just duct tape, surely.
Now, because it'd be a little floppy if it was all duct tape, we're gonna use steel wire to make a grid to hang the duct tape on.
Ah, it's pretty.
Next, the mast, which is raised and welded into position.
Ahoy!
Followed by the keel and rudder.
Oh, yeah.
Which just leaves the key ingredient.
You may see 100 rolls of duct tape. I see a boat.
If you're gonna build a boat out of duct tape, you need to think about the duct tape as cloth or like an animal hide. It's kind of like weaving.
With the second layer being applied, the cornerstone of their design should be noted. It'll be sticky side to sticky side.
That's the last one. The hull is done.
The double adhesive layer forming what the guys hope will be a waterproof bond. But they're not quite done yet. They need a sail. And in a classic Mythbusters moment, we reduce the next hour of hard work and problem solving to a crisp 10-second montage.
Yeah, baby. You can keep your duct tape prom tucks. We got a boat!
It went over 500 yards.
Tori, Grant, and Carrie's real steel cannon can.
Now we have a target for our duct tape cannon. Now I'm hoping we get the same sort of distance out of this because this would be a really nice addition to our arsenal.
All right, the fuse is lit. It looks good.
So this is it. Can a duct tape cannon withstand and brace the force required to throw an 18.5-pound cannonball 500 yards? Or will the soft and malleable barrel grip the ball and cause it to bomb?
Okay, it's gonna be soon.
It worked.
It's gorgeous. Look at that. There's no deformation. Everything is still pretty much intact.
And we launched the ball pretty far.
You know what that looks like to me? Confirmed.
Yeah, absolutely. It didn't go as far as the regular cannon, but it did work.
That's right. No explosion, and it went the distance. Confirmed.
More duct tape.
So what, did you think it was gonna work?
No. There is a reason, and a good one, why they make cannon barrels out of thick, heavy-walled steel and iron and not duct tape. But how did you like our boat?
Well, I was pretty confident it was gonna work, although I was prepared to get wet. Little did I know that it was gonna be because we were going so fast that it was splashing all over the place.
That was awesome.
But awesome enough to be Adam's ultimate ulterior use for duct tape? We're just about to reveal all.
What
is your all-time, hands-down, favorite thing you built on the show with duct tape?
Duct tape, that most miraculous of engineering marvels, has not only been the focus of 24 stories, it's been crucial to virtually every myth the team has tackled. It's built 5 boats, 1 bridge, and several hats. Almost 5,000 rolls, more than 83 miles of the sticky stuff have been pressed into service for science.
Cheers!
Duct tape, we salute you. Every once in a while, Adam and Jamie put their lives on the line to test a myth,
That really is quite hairy.
causing one viewer to wonder how carefully they prepare.
That is absolutely awful.
Okay, here's another one. How much R&D goes into your builds, or do you just show up and wing it? Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, it depends on the build. Some things are technically very difficult and require a lot of research before we get into it.
I mean, that was one of the things you got, is you got the ability to smell the tough stories coming down the pike, like swimming in syrup.
This stuff feels completely bizarre.
1862.
That was respectably close.
We started working on that months before we shot because we knew that how complex it was going to be.
Yeah.
But then there were others, like trying to engineer the trebuchet, where we had a rough idea, but we showed up with as little of a plan as possible in order to just like wing it during the day.
That's a successful firing of a duct tape trebuchet. And nothing fell apart.
Sometimes we wing it, sometimes we'd show up with tons of research being done. But the goal was always to let something happen interesting on camera. All right, Mr. Hyneman, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the high watermark of this episode. Our boat is built, and now it's time to find out if it is seaworthy. To set the scene, we are on San Francisco Bay. It is an average afternoon. The water is medium choppy, and our only goal is to stay afloat and keep our boat from failing.
Whatever floats your boat.
Indeed.
As unlikely as it seems, and surely in a world first, Adam and Jamie are attempting to sail
Let me get out of the way. There we go.
in a boat made out of duct tape. And despite the chaotic start, it appears the boat really does float.
You got the tiller on the rudder?
Yep.
You see any water down there?
Not a drop.
Preliminary report so that it's seaworthy. Permission to climb aboard?
Come on in.
All right, here we go. I'm in. And we're away. Oh, this is a life, eh?
So far.
Understandable skepticism.
We don't have much wind.
But even glass half empty Hyneman
Try not to put your feet through the bottom.
relaxes as they catch a draft and get underway.
This thing's holding water, man. I don't see a drop of water.
Yeehaw! This is actually working. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Hey, give me some skin there.
Ow.
Ow!
So much happens in a typical Mythbusters shoot that not everything makes it into the final show.
I think I want to head for the Golden Gate.
But we're squeezing in this all too rare bonding moment between two old salts, for old time's sake.
And we are just about to see some unaired footage of you unexpectedly showing concern for my welfare.
Well, you were starting to look a little green.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
You feeling seasick yet?
No, I don't get seasick in little boats.
We'll see about that.
Oh, you want to try and make me seasick? Oh! You doing that on purpose?
No.
Fear not, there have been many, many times throughout the course of making Mythbusters that my weak stomach has figured into our story.
Well, that's great. Adam's doing his best right now to help us attract more sharks.
Scotty, I need more power.
I'm giving it all we got, Captain, but I just can't push it any further.
They've managed to make a sailing boat out of duct tape.
I think the key to it is making one nice piece of fabric out of the whole skin. Adhesive to adhesive was miles ahead of just putting tape on any which way.
So with a couple of days and a couple dozen rolls of duct tape, we set ourselves the task of making a viable, seaworthy vessel. And while it's true that failure is always an option, I have to say success is pretty sweet.
Well, Adam, you know what they say.
Yeah?
Whatever floats your boat. I somehow didn't think it was going to be duct tape, though.
And so, to the question that so many fans want an answer to, which one of these crazy contraptions remains nearest and dearest to the hearts of our middle-aged daredevils?
What is your all-time, hands-down, favorite thing you built on the show with duct tape? Honestly, my favorite was the last boat we built, was my last duct tape raft for the level 5 rapids. It was also like riding kind of like a stuffed animal on the water.
Oh, yeah! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Woo!
I would say it was the duct tape sailboat. I was proud of that boat.
So was I. It not only looked the part, but it was super, super seaworthy.
That was actually pretty durable.
It really was.
We had that hanging in the shop, you know, for 5-8 years or better, and it still would have sailed us right out of the bay.
Right off the bat. And that was the first boat we built.
But it wasn't to be our last one, was it?
No, it was not. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We hope you enjoyed that as much as we did.
So it's that way, is it? Eat shrimp, savage.
Okay, stop! Stop.
Shall we put some of this chaos to work?
Sounds tasty. Let's get cooking.
So you're wearing a chef's hat because...
Well, because we're about to do an entire episode of Myths devoted to cooking food in weird ways. We're calling it Cooking Chaos.
Like what?
Well, later we're going to be creating some fruit juice using nothing but fruit and explosives.
We just blew up a tomato, and now we're trying to have a drink.
But first up, we have a viral video. Two women are seen loading raw shrimp into what looks like an air cannon. They then fire it through clouds of flour, egg, breadcrumbs, and eventually a fireball where the shrimp hit a target, land on a plate, and seem to be perfectly cooked.
Instant tempura.
Exactly, and I think we should try doing it.
Yum.
For 14 years, the Mythbusters have dined,
You want to try some? Oh, you can't.
devoured, and feasted
You can't hold it anymore.
on some fantastically far-fetched
Oh!
food fables.
Red meat and high explosives.
But in this tasty duo of tall tales, they're going to crank up the cooking chaos to the max with a classic Mythbuster medley.
Like some sort of jet engine.
First up, is it really possible to coordinate 4 explosive ingredients and a fireball to fry on the fly? To test it, they have to copy the video's crazy contraption. It's going to be a challenge.
All right, let's start by listing the components. What do we got?
We have some sort of pneumatic cannon.
A flour cannon.
Then we've got the egg wash.
And then a breadcrumb cannon.
And then, of course, there's fire.
And then the target. The flour cannon and the breadcrumb cannon are effectively the same device. I can jump on that.
Okay, well, I'll take care of the egg wash and the cannon. I think I have just the thing.
Awesome!
This launcher's been on the show several times before. The last one was testing whether rocks coming out of a lawnmower could be lethal or not.
Wow.
Now, the benefit of using a pneumatic launcher like this is that we can shoot just about anything that we can fit in the barrel. And because it has a regulator, we can precisely adjust the speed. Now, in the case of shrimp, that's doubly important because we want to fire the whole shrimp intact. We don't want to shoot a cloud of shrimp bits at our target. And with a little modification here and there, I think this might just do the trick.
That's the shrimp launcher. Next comes the cannon for the dry ingredients. First, the breadcrumbs.
All right, allow me to walk you through the components. First and foremost, we have the cones that will shoot out the breadcrumbs. Those horns are being powered by air, which is blasted up through these tubes to this T coming out of this large pneumatic valve. It's actually an electromagnetic valve, so when I apply a little power to it under pressure, it will release air and hopefully send the breadcrumbs flying. Jamie's gonna be like, why does my shop smell like an Italian restaurant? If I wanted an Italian restaurant, I'd open one.
To keep the mess to a minimum, Adam fills half of the cones for a quick systems check.
This is breadcrumb horn test. 3, 2, 1. Ah! That's lovely. Oh, Jamie's gonna be so mad. It's so itchy. It worked beautifully. I have no idea how well it worked for the experiment, but it threw breadcrumbs into a cloud magnificently.
That works. And while Adam knocks up an identical system for the flour, Jamie's getting eggy with it.
I've got to figure out how to shoot egg wash down. This is a solenoid valve. It's an electronic valve that opens and closes a stream of air. Oops, wrong end. And that's fine, but I'm using egg, and I don't want to clog it up. What I'm going to use is this puppy right here, which has a similar solenoid valve here and a piston with a rack and pinion on it that rotates a ball valve. And I can send anything I want through here and not gum anything up. You know, I could fill this thing with that animal birthing lubricant and spray Adam down. I can completely coat him with one shot. It's done.
To test that it matches the spray in the video,
It's gonna be hard to make it with this camera in there. Hold on. Mmm. Delicious.
Adam whips up some egg-like liquid.
Oh, yummy. Look at that.
Rigs Jamie's hose to its compressed air power source.
3, 2, 1.
And lets loose.
Ha! Beautiful.
And the flour thrower also gets a systems check.
Here, you can run that sound effect right over the high speed. Hey, this is fun to scrub through this.
You could also run that sound effect across it. I guess we better get back to making a TV show.
That just leaves the fireball, but that will be assembled on location because the team has a dubious safety record at M5.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
So before things heat up, it's time to tackle another classic Mythbusters conundrum. Juicing the inside of fruit with an explosion.
So tell me about creating smoothies inside fruits and vegetables using explosives.
Well, you pretty much outlined the whole thing right there. It is in a viral video we found where apparently the shockwave of an explosion can be tuned perfectly enough to not destroy the outside of the fruit, but turn the inside into juice such that you can stick a straw in and have a refreshing drink.
Well, I'm dubious, but sounds like fun.
I agree. Let's do it.
It's a deadly fruit cocktail only the Mythbusters could tackle, and they've got just the place to do it.
When you want to investigate the power of an explosion, we have a place we like to go. Actually, we have a lot of places we go. But our home away from home and the place we go more than any other is right here at the Alameda County Sheriff's Department. We've been coming here for more than a decade, and we have blown up thousands of things on this property.
It's like a clown's head exploded.
Today, however, we're doing things just a little bit differently.
Okay. Yep, this time they won't be destroying so much as creating and containing.
Okay.
To test the premise of the video and its use of surgically precise high explosives,
I love filling waterproof tanks.
They have to accurately recreate all of the elements, starting with the water-filled blast-proof box.
We've gone above and beyond to make this tank really robust. Because water doesn't compress, you're effectively delivering a hammer blow to that structure.
That worked beautifully.
In this case, the ballistic material is probably the weak point. It's made to stop a bullet, but what it'll do with an explosive, it's anybody's guess. I can tell you one thing for sure, I'm gonna be standing well back.
Now to position the fruit and explosive as per the video.
Now that our tank is set up and filled with water, let's talk about the parameters for this experiment. First and foremost is the explosive. Now in the video, they show that the explosive is 17.5 centimeters from the fruit. That's the radius of the explosion. And the explosion goes to about 2.5 centimeters or 1 inch away from the fruit. If you double that, calculate the diameter, it comes to about a 12 or 13 inch cavitation that the explosive creates.
So we're gonna be using one of these things. It's a blasting cap, and it's what we saw them use in the video.
Nice. Right.
It's easily set off by applying a small amount of electric current to these wires.
That's about as dead center as we can get. Oh, look at this beautiful thing. Oh, so pretty. That's an explosion in style right there.
Mind if I take the first plunge?
Not at all.
I'm using a plunger and we've got a plastic cap in water. Plunge puns abound. All right, fire in the hole. Blasting cap test. 3, 2, 1.
It was an energetic mini boom. The incompressible water transfers the blast energy in a hammer blow to the armored box. But it holds.
Makes a beautiful bubble that looks almost exactly like 12 inches in diameter.
I don't know. I thought it was going to immediately be too large, but that might be perfect.
They got it right first time.
Yeah.
The blast wave expands rapidly, creating the 12-inch bubble they were looking for, before the blast wind pulls back and it collapses.
The blasting cap made exactly the size of cavitation in our tank that we were looking for. So now we're going to put some fruit in there and see if we actually can make a smoothie.
But wait. Before we begin blowing fruit up willy-nilly, we need to answer a couple of questions first. Let me put it this way. There's one of two outcomes to this experiment. The explosives might not work at all in juicing the inside of a fruit, but they also might work. And how much juice can you actually get out of a tomato? That's what I'm going to determine with the experimental setup in front of me. First, I need some tomatoes. Here's some I grew earlier. Then I'm gonna juice them and figure out how much juice I get out of each one. So I can come up with an average percentage of juice per tomato that we can compare against the results of the explosives in case the explosives actually work.
While Adam gets busy terminating tomatoes,
Yeah, very satisfying.
Jamie's looking at the other end of the scale for a control comparison. What happens if the explosive doesn't work?
I am getting little bubbles of a fluid that's coming through there, but it's precious little. It's effectively only a drop, barely enough to wet your lips with. So just sticking the tip of the syringe into the tomato, even with a lot of probing around, about all I'm getting is a drop.
But if an explosion does mulch the interior of the tomato, how much juice is it possible to extract?
Hey, I'm back from doing the math. It went great. No one got hurt. More importantly, I got some numbers. For instance, I averaged out the amount of juice per tomato I got, and it was 62%. That means I got 62% of the weight of the tomato out in delicious tomato juice. I also was able to get an average of 108 milliliters of juice per tomato. Those are great numbers against which we can compare the effectiveness of explosives.
Yeah. Meaning it's back to the bomb range, where we know the blasting cap has 3,640 joules of energy and should match the explosive bubble in the video. Now, for the shrink-wrapped tomato.
This is a polyolefin bag, and I can shrink it. There you go.
Oh, that's beautiful. Do you think this will float?
I think it will. What are we gonna do about that?
I've got a magnet with a string on it. I figure I'll attach it to the bottom and we'll hang the blasting cap from the top.
The fruit is suspended according to the reference, 7 inches from the blasting cap. And the setup is complete.
That is so weird that just that thin amount of plastic film makes it look like it's encased in like an inch of lucite from up here.
Yeah.
It's like that air refraction that happens when you have a tiny little bit of air in the water. That is pretty cool looking.
Will the blast wave leave the exterior surface intact and juice the interior cellular structure? Or is it just another far-fetched fake film? They're all set to take the plunge.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Fire the hole! Fire the hole! Fire the hole! The whole thing jumped. That was awesome. 1!
Just how awesome is illustrated on the high-speed camera.
Whoa, look at that beautiful bubble.
Wow!
We have this perfect 12-inch cavitation.
As per the video, the tomato skin is intact, but has it been juiced?
I've got some straws. Now, if the video is to be believed, I should get tomato juice out of this. Here, do you want to try it? All right. Oh, what? Hey! You're kind of getting some juice there.
Jamie manages to suck up a decent mouthful of juice.
I did.
And Adam, comparing it to an unexploded raw control with zero liquid uptake,
I'm getting nothing.
Thinks they may be onto something.
This is so ludicrous. We just blew up a tomato, and now we're trying to have a drink. What else? No big.
Question is, where to now?
Okay, did you see what I see there? Yeah, exactly. Our tomato was just a little too far from the bubble. I'd say about 2 inches away, and we needed to be 1 inch away, like we see in the video. That is our next test.
Oh, damn, the sneeze didn't come. Ugh, what a buzzkill. Tenderizing meat.
For more than a decade, the Mythbusters have put kitchen catastrophes to the test.
You should never do this at home.
And this rich tradition continues with a classic calorific series of big bangs.
Here's
Here's what just happened. We detonated a blasting cap 7 inches away from a tomato, and it seems we made a difference in how much juice we were able to get out of that tomato.
Hey, you're kind of getting some juice there.
I did.
So we're gonna do it again, except next time we're gonna move the tomato a little bit closer.
And there it is, exactly 6 inches. 1 inch closer than last time.
Because that might get even more of a definitive result.
Fire the hole! That doesn't get old.
The skin once again survived a blast wave measuring more than 27,000 feet per second. And thanks to advances in camera tech, we can see the positioning perfectly matched the clip.
We're not messing around when it comes to the high-speed footage. This camera is state-of-the-art, and it films at a maximum frame rate of 28,000 frames per second in HD.
But what about the all-important taste test?
That looks like a lot of juice.
That was almost a mouthful.
Really?
Yeah.
We're a lot farther along on this than I thought we would be. I thought this was that realm of almost total fantasy.
I have to admit on this one, you have to color me totally surprised. I was sure our explosive was going to rip apart the outside of our fruit. And even if it didn't, there was no way it was going to yield actual juice. Now, we will compare the juice we get from the explosive to an industrial juicer later, but right now we are going to start looking for the sweet spot.
4.5.
There you go.
Fire the hole!
And that is how close we can get the explosive to the fruit before we start to destroy the skin. That's where we'll get maximum juice.
This is our cooking show. 3, 2, 1.
Yep, they want to get as close as they can without rupturing the tomato
Fruit is still intact.
to get the highest juice yield possible.
That looks amazing. He's getting juice out of it.
At 4.5 inches, the tomato is intact and tenderized.
Oh, it's much softer. I wish you were watching this in Philo-Vision. That's a significant difference.
It's the same story at 3 inches.
1!
Still there.
I don't know that we breached the outer skin. This is amazing.
And even at 1.5 inches. And most importantly, Jamie seems to be getting more juice each time.
Look at that. Dude. That looks like the best one yet. When Jamie's people come and invade the Earth, this is what they're going to do to our planet.
I feel like a mosquito.
Until half an inch proves too close for comfort.
1! Yep, finally. We figured out how close you can get and actually hurt a tomato.
Before they quantify just how much juice they're detonating and deliberate on the result, it's back to the shrimp course.
One of the great things about shooting the show in the Bay Area is that we have such a wonderful array of places to run our experiments at. This one, in particular, is going to be perfect for us to run an experiment that involves shrimp, guns, air cannons, and fireballs.
The engineering challenge they're facing to even test this viral video is as tough as it gets. A ballistic ballet of perfectly choreographed explosive ingredients.
We have watched this video dozens of times and looked at every single shot of the rig.
Oh, beauty.
And we have measured as best we can the distances between each of the stations and replicated exactly the journey of the shrimp from gun to plate.
I love color.
With the system laid out according to the video reference, Jamie hooks up the power source.
Given that this whole thing is driven by air, we don't want any... Oh! We don't want any leaks.
While Jamie springs into action, unspringing any leaks,
Leak number 3.
Adam attempts to avoid product placement.
In the video, the target seems to be a pillow of bubble. So, am I allowed to say bubble? The world. In the video, the target seems to be a pillow of this bubble packaging stuff. You know what it's called. I'm gonna make a pillow of the same stuff.
With their trademark target taped into place,
time for shooting,
and the firing squad peeled and prepped, they're all set to test the first cog in their multi-part machine, the shrimp cannon.
After all of our prep work, what remains to be done is to fire shrimp from this gun and see, well, just how accurately it fires. Oh, look at those. This whole machine depends upon this shrimp firing accurately. The shrimp gun is locked and loaded. I, for one, think that there may be a little adjustment after the first time we fire it. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1. I got shrimp up my nose. What happened?
Well, Adam called it. A few minor adjustments are clearly required.
Later on Crustacean Crime Scene Investigators. Clearly, this shrimp was fired out of a cannon. Yeah.
The first test, well, my face got covered with shrimp guts. And that's the best I can say about that test. It was pretty much a total failure. But we're gonna hold down the shrimp cartridge so it doesn't jump like it did last time. Okay, so I'm gonna hold on to that and see if we can't get the shrimps to hit the target. Shrimp cannon test fire number 2. That's the first task. Then the second one is to make sure they hit it consistently. In 3, 2, 1. we might have a problem on our hands.
Shrimp nil.
Nice. 1. Shrapnel. Let's go collect the shrapnel.
Well, right out of the gate, it's not looking too good for this story because we didn't even get to the target and our shrimp basically disintegrated.
Ooh, I grabbed it by its eyeball.
There's little bits everywhere. And we can't just add more pressure, it's just gonna disintegrate them more. And that means that we've got to do something to doctor this a little bit. And what it would take is what is known as a sabot, which is behind the shrimp and takes the brunt of the force of the air blast, pushing the shrimp out of the cannon without destroying them.
Things we turn out to get good at that will never be useful again.
And then that sabot or wadding falls away before it reaches the target.
Test number 3. 3, 2, 1.
That was a little better.
That was a lot better. All 3 of them hit the back target, and if I'm not incorrect, at the same time.
The sabot was successful. The shrimp stayed intact, and with a small adjustment to the aim,
that was perfect. That was perfect. I was going to say almost perfect, but that was perfect.
The guys seem happy.
Spank right into the pillow.
Couldn't be better.
That success means they can go again, this time to measure the flight time.
For the record, the last one took 392 milliseconds to reach from the end of the barrel to the target.
And with that, they're ready to coordinate the launch of the shrimp with each ingredient and the final fiery piece of the puzzle.
Nice! This is the coolest toy ever. We have been attempting to cook a shrimp in mid-air. So far, we've got the shrimp flying consistently into a target, spank right into the pillow. And now
we need to set off each of those elements at precisely the right time. For that, we're going to be using these timers, which will allow us to tune everything the way we need it to within milliseconds.
That's the key to this complicated cooking method, the launch sequence.
All right.
Each element has its own trigger, delayed depending on how fast that ingredient reaches its optimum spread. And they have to be wired together to fire in sync.
I love these situations when we've set this stuff up like a house of cards. All we have to do is take off one of these and run it to our AC line. There's all these switches and solenoids and a bunch of other stuff that are activating.
all at once, and it's almost too much to comprehend.
I don't think you're right. You only have one, the switch only activates one of two legs.
It's cool.
Question is, will it work?
Things are about to get messy. So, if this all works, we should end up with 3 raw shrimp that are beautifully floured, egged, and breaded sitting on this plate. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think there's gonna be a little bit of niggling and figuring and finagling. All right, here we go. 90% operations test shrimp cannon in 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, man.
Are you covered with egg?
Yeah.
I've heard of egg on one's face, but not on one's pants.
Question is, are the shrimp coated as well as Jamie's pants?
Okay, so it's going through a beautiful cloud of flour. Flour's perfectly timed. Egg, way too late. Breadcrumbs were good, but I mean, they need more fantails of breadcrumbs.
Yep, the egg fired late and the breadcrumb cloud underwhelmed, leaving the shrimp underdressed. So, some adjustments.
Oh, yeah. So I'm adding in a second set of 4 fantails.
They double down on that crunchy coating.
If this doesn't coat it with breadcrumbs, why, nothing will.
And tweak the egg shower timing. Cue a 500-degree Fahrenheit fireball.
Yes, this is what you've been waiting for. Like this, cooked shrimp might be next.
Hopefully, this will keep the shrimp from ricocheting off the plate. And it's got a little shock absorption, too.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this might be the weirdest machine we've built on the shop.
It's right up there, certainly.
This one's for the money. I'm gonna try cooking shrimp in midair. In 3, 2, 1. Dude! That was beautiful. Shrimp are leaving. It's going through the flour. Awesome! Goes to the egg. And the breadcrumbs. Oh my God. And the fire! It worked! That is awesome.
It's an astonishing ballet of edible ballistics. Each ingredient timed with millisecond accuracy. And if the video is to be believed, that means we have a plate full of cooked shrimp, right?
Here's one here. He's not coated or cooked.
Wrong.
What? Our machine works beautifully. The shrimp is flying through clouds of flour, breadcrumbs, egg, and fire. But it's not getting coated, it's not getting covered, and it's definitely not getting cooked.
This guy does have what appear to be some breadcrumbs on it, but...
But like 3.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need like hundreds more.
After timing the flight of the shrimp with millisecond accuracy, it turns out time was never on their side.
The problem is that if we slow the shrimp down long enough to allow these processes time to work, the shrimp are going to fall short of the target. We could make the clouds larger and shoot over a longer distance, but that would require more air pressure, which most likely is going to blow the shrimp apart.
It's a classic catch-22. To coat the shrimp requires a much longer flight time, but that would destroy them. So that part of the video was clearly faked.
And then there's the fire. For the same reason that flicking your hand through a candle flame doesn't burn you, the shrimp just doesn't spend enough time in the fire to get cooked. And we can't, for all the reasons Jamie just stated, let it spend more time in the fire, but we can make the fire hotter. This is a 5-burner sword forge running propane. It runs about 4 times as hot as our flame bar, 2,000 degrees. And because it's a sword forge, it's open on either end. That means we're gonna shoot our shrimp right through the middle of this baby. If that doesn't cook our shrimp in midair, I don't know what would.
Before the shrimp fly through the forge, go! Jamie and Adam are facing the far-fetched fact that fruit can be juiced using an explosion.
All right,
Once we figured out that we had the right explosive, that putting it 7 inches away from our tomato did not destroy it and gave us juice, then we figured out that putting it ever closer still didn't destroy the tomato but got us more juice each time. The question was, how close can you get to get the maximum amount of juice without destroying the tomato? And that distance turns out to be 1.5 inches. But now it's time to figure out exactly how much juice we can get out of that to actually quantify it.
How? Well, earlier, back at the shop, we quantified the amount of juice that we got from a tomato using an industrial juicer.
And it was 62%. That means I got 62% of the weight of the tomato out in delicious tomato juice.
Now we're going to compare that to what we get from a tomato detonated at our sweet spot of 1.5 inches.
All right, so here's how this is gonna work. I've got a vacuum pump, a containment vessel, and a straw at the end of a tube. The vacuum pump will pull air out of this, which will then come through this straw. We stick the straw into the tomato, and it acts just like Jamie's mouth, sucking the tomato juice out.
Oh.
That's vigorous.
That's actually pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's coming.
All right. I think that's more than a human could get out, which we then weigh in this cup and determine exactly what percentage of juice we got out by detonating a blasting cap near the tomato. 60. This works out beautifully. 180-gram tomato, we got 60 grams of juice. That's exactly 1/3. That is 30% of the tomato in juice. That's half of what you get out of an industrial juicer, but that's a lot more than I thought we'd get. I actually believe that we are drifting dangerously into plausible territory here. In fact, after all this blasting, I'm not sure where we could go from here.
Yes, using a precisely calibrated explosive charge, it's possible to juice the inside of a tomato. And there really is only one place to go from here. In patented Mythbusters style, is bigger, better.
I think we need more explosives. All episode long, we've been attempting to replicate a viral video we found, which seems to show that a small amount of explosives can turn a tomato into a tomato juice dispenser. That is, that it can turn the inside of a tomato to liquid you can drink while not damaging the outside. And astonishingly, we seem to have determined that this is actually true. Now, of course, it's Mythbusters, so where a small amount of explosives seems to work pretty well, a large amount of explosives ought to work a lot better.
This time around, we're going to be using 20 pounds of TNT. Nice. Nice and peaceful out here. At least right now it is. And that's going to create a much larger and more powerful pressure wave. So in theory, that should do a better job of creating more juice.
The blasting cap yield was 30%. To attempt to maximize the juice, they're scaling up the explosion energy by a factor of 10,000.
Scientifically speaking, when we scale things up, we need to scale everything up to be consistent. Now, our prior test used a small tank, and in this case, we're out in the open in a lake. And so we're introducing all sorts of variables that will have unknown consequences. That's why we have to test it. We honestly don't know what kind of result we're going to get.
All right, let's double check our supplies. We got mesh bags, check. Oranges, check. Cucumbers, check. Tomatoes, wrapped, check. Pineapples, check. 20 pounds of TNT. Let's make some fruit juice.
While Adam and Jamie know a tomato works, the video also shows a variety of fruit and veg being satisfactorily slurped. So, to find out if this juicing technique really is that flexible, they're covering their bases.
Let's start attaching them to the buoys.
Finally, without knowing the ideal distance for this sized explosion,
that's the 2-footer.
Each bag is placed under the surface.
There's the 5-footer.
At staggered intervals.
There's the 10.
The blasting cap has an explosive energy of 3,640 joules. 20 pounds of TNT has 37 megajoules. Will the larger amplitude blast wave be more effective? We're about to find out.
Doesn't it look beautiful?
Yeah, it's perfect.
All right, Captain, back to shore. Let me explain our methodology, although I think it's
pretty straightforward. At the 3 orange buoys at the end of that line, we are going to hang 20 pounds of explosives 10 feet down. At each of the numbered markers is hanging a bag of fruit about 5 feet down.
Okay, large-scale fruit smoothie.
We're going to set off those explosives.
In 3.
Retrieve what fruit we can.
2.
And find out how juicy the explosives made it.
1.
Whoa!
Uh-oh. Yeah, that was a little more energetic than I thought.
More energetic, and at 8,000 frames per second, it's also beautiful.
You can see the original impulse of the explosive starting to expand, and then you can see a set of different speed shock waves emanating out from that center. Then you can also see some of the reflected waves, which are bouncing off the bottom of the lake, also interrupting and creating secondary artifacts around the primary shock wave. This is one of the loveliest shots of an explosion I think that we have ever gotten.
Extraordinary footage.
That's 40.
But did they get any juice?
That's 30. This is actually pretty darn cool. We were afraid when we first saw the explosion go off that we'd lost like most of our fruit. But it turns out it seems that we have lost our 2, 5, and 10-foot bags, which we kind of expected because they're so close to the explosion. We got them from 15. Awesome. But we have 15, 20, 25, 30, and 40. Now it's time to inspect and see just how juicy our bouquets of fruit and vegetables are.
The initial signs,
oh man,
are not great.
Okay, I'm just gonna go on a limb and say cucumbers do not like explosives.
Searching through the debris, many of the victims are ruptured, but luckily not all.
This one's been compromised.
There is evidence of tenderization.
It's definitely softer.
At 40 feet,
No, so I'd say that orange is not a fruit juice dispenser.
30,
No, no.
25, and 20.
Tomatoes, that one's dead. The kind of carnage that can only be yielded by an episode of Mythbusters.
But by the time all survivors have been examined, the results are definitive.
No, it's the same thing as before.
Not juice.
Not juice.
Tender.
Tender, but not juice.
So, seems like bigger is not better in this case, huh?
No. We found at least one thing for which more explosives do not get a better result.
But why didn't it scale up?
Whoa!
We know that blast pressures can bounce off of surfaces. They can reflect. And so that small container caused the blast pressure to go back and forth through the fruit a bunch of times, each time breaking the cell walls a little bit more. So that may actually have been the ideal situation, even though the amount of explosive was very small.
If you remember, we started out with a viral video that seemed to imply that with a little boom in a box, you could generate sweet juice out of something like a tomato. In that scale, we actually succeeded in getting some lovely gulps of juice out of a tomato. Now, it didn't work when we scaled it up, but I have to say, given how well it worked in the scale that the video shows, I think that we're gonna have to call this one plausible. We've been trying to cook shrimp in midair, and so far, we've got buckus.
We were able to exactly replicate the processes we saw in that video, but the problem is we weren't able to replicate any of the results. And when you think about it, it's not really surprising because all of these activities are occurring in the course of milliseconds. So there's not really any time for coding or cooking anything. We have no choice, therefore, but to conclude that those results were faked. Of course, we're not done yet.
Yep, in this finely seasoned food challenge.
Yeah, I like it further away.
Me too.
They have to exhaust all reasonable possibilities. With the ingredient clouds busted as a possibility, it boils down to heat.
It's gonna get hot in here.
A sword forge
Welcome to Jamie's Tempura Kitchen.
versus a single pre-prepared shrimp.
Watashi wa shrimpu no gakusei desu ne.
Science is often about refining questions and removing variables, and we have done both of those here.
I'll turn on the gas.
Shrimp, gun, furnace.
It's gonna take a few minutes to get hot.
Hopefully, cooked shrimp on the other side. We are soon to find out.
I'm getting about 2,100 degrees. That's 5 times hotter than we were getting in our fireball.
Yeah.
750,000 British thermal units of heat energy are generated by this propane-powered forge.
It's like some sort of jet engine.
Each of those BTUs can raise the temperature of 1 pound of water by 1 degree Fahrenheit.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Dude, that is one hot oven. Here we go.
But is there enough time for that energy to cook the pre-prepped shrimp?
I'm feeling good about this. Here we go, fire and shrimp through a forge. And 3, 2, 1, go!
The shrimp fired through the forge accurately. But did it fry?
Does it seem at all cooked to you? Are the breadcrumbs crispy at all?
No.
We upped our fire game significantly in this last experiment, where formerly we had a fireball that was about as hot as a consumer oven, 500 degrees. This forge was 2,000 degrees. We fired the shrimp through it, and we ended up with a room temperature shrimp.
And I can feel this is cold.
It's cold. Oh, great. 67 degrees.
Yeah, room temperature.
Room temperature. That's not a cooked shrimp. Go.
Despite trying several times,
It hit the plate!
the flying shrimp shows no sign of warming to the occasion.
Dun, dun, dun. Stop right there. 66 degrees.
Most people would give up at this point, but come on, we're not most people. We're gonna continue. How about instead of 3 feet of sword forge, 12 feet of sword forge? Yeah, evil laugh. We're gonna set this up and try it again.
Using all of their 14 years of experience, this is the very cutting edge of ramping it up.
For reference, a typical kitchen burner is putting out 10 to 15,000 BTUs. This setup right here, 3 million BTUs, all encased in one long square tube. That's pretty extreme heat. You ready to fire it up?
Let's do it.
This is it.
It's looking pretty good.
One final fry-on-the-fly try.
Whoa!
One last chance
I'm gonna love the shrimp.
Okay.
to cook a cannon-fired shrimp.
Man, I've never seen anything like that before.
No, no, no. This is an insane, insane thing. We have 12 feet of sword forge putting out 3 million BTUs of heat. If this doesn't cook it, nothing will. Nothing. Okay, maybe something, but not something we can build here. Are you ready?
Ready to fire.
Firing a shrimp in midair. 3 million BTUs. 3, 2, 1, fire! It made it through! Ha-ha! You hit the plate! Fire!
The shrimp flew successfully through all 4 sword forges
Okay, here we go.
and hit the target ready to be served up and eaten, right?
Still raw. That is still a raw shrimp. That is not cooked. The breading has not been set. It's room temperature.
Well, there you go.
There you go. No shrimp for you tonight.
Well, you can't fault us for not trying. You can have all the heat you want, but if there's not enough time, you're not cooking.
looking at it from a physics perspective, the limiting factor is not the amount of heat or even necessarily how long the meat is exposed to the heat. It's how fast the heat can move through the meat. You can't cook a shrimp until you've got the outside hot and the inside not raw. This was just not enough time. This was on the order of milliseconds, and you need at least a couple of minutes. No, I'm not eating this at the end of this take. It's disgusting. What is that?
Just setting the scene.
Well, allow me to translate. What Mr. Hyneman means with this bucket is welcome to the throwback episode Duct Tape Island with all new behind-the-scenes clips and hilarious commentary.
Sure.
Over 13 years and 282 episodes, Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Sometimes you just need a little extra lubrication.
Brought science explosively to life for millions of viewers.
You know, if someone says it's impossible, we just take it as a challenge.
Along the way, they've lost facial hair.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Their lunch, and even their dignity.
Oh, yeah.
They squeak when I walk.
But now, they're back together again. In this special throwback edition of Duct Tape Island,
I got it, Jimmy!
You'll be regaled with previously unseen footage and see Adam and Jamie face up to a flurry of fan mail.
Okay.
And finally learn how they really rate the mythical tape as a survival tool.
Knowing what you know now, would duct tape be your first choice if you could have one thing when stranded on a deserted island? That is a really good question.
I'm ready.
I love duct tape. Over the years, we have built, fixed, and MacGyvered just about anything you can imagine out of this stuff.
From airplanes.
You flew a duct tape plane and survived.
You betcha.
Alive.
And I'm still here.
To bridges.
That really is quite hairy. Woo!
To enough boats to build our own small navy.
Woo! This is actually working.
Yep, and we mostly managed to stay afloat.
Whoa!
Adam!
But now, it's time for one of the most gripping duct tape fables of all. Duct Tape Island.
Save us.
Jamie and I attempt to survive on a deserted island with nothing but a pallet of duct tape.
That's right, it's duct tape versus wild in the most extraordinary survival challenge in history.
Well, it's been almost a full day without water. It's hard.
As Adam and Jamie take on Mother Nature using nothing but duct tape.
Ow. Back hurts, my stomach growls, and I'm thirsty.
Can they use it to collect water?
Why does everything have to be so difficult?
Can it stop them from starving?
Hey, oh, no! He got away!
And will it be sink or swim in the ultimate great escape?
There we go.
How will this mythical material manage in this mother of all trials by tape?
Can two grown men get by on a deserted island without driving each other crazy?
For Adam and Jamie, it's Survival 101 and the ultimate test of the durability and versatility of the legendary tape.
This time, we're castaways on a desert island with nothing but 225 rolls of duct tape to help us survive.
Yeah, and as useful as this stuff is, you can't really eat it.
Well, you could, but I don't think it'd be a good idea.
No. So after setting out a really large SOS sign on the beach, our primary task was obtaining some fresh water.
We need fresh water, and we need it soon. Ow. Fan's hot. That means that we've either got to make it or we got to find it. Ow. One way or another, we've got to be able to move around well to do that. And that means that we need shoes.
Here's the thing. This ground is really not very friendly. And if I were to puncture my feet, I could get an infection, I could get a parasite that would put me way out of commission and compromise my survival significantly.
Despite being tremendously thirsty, making shoes is another safety-first approach.
This looks like a good spot.
After all, going lame before finding water would be very bad news indeed.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I am making each step up as I go along, hoping that eventually this will be a wearable pair of feet protectors. But quite honestly, I have no idea.
Because of the tape's leather-like qualities, the sandals take shape fast.
Well, my shoes are completed. They're light, they're comfy. I'm not sure exactly how well they're gonna hold up, but the best part about their being made of duct tape is it doesn't matter. They're infinitely repairable.
Meanwhile, Jimmy Hyneman's no Jimmy Choo, but his shoes are also good enough for this catwalk. In fact, so successful were the boys' sticky sandals that one fan was prompted to ask, well, the obvious question.
Assuming you were stranded for much longer, would it have been possible to make all your clothes from duct tape? Yeah. I mean, certainly.
A little sweaty.
You'd get a little sweaty and you could get some blisters. You might want to learn to line it in some sort of moss or lichen to get something that doesn't
I think there's a reason
stick
that
into your skin.
Some of the first clothing was a loincloth,
right?
Which probably makes the most sense. You would get the least amount of chafing and
then we don't have to see each other naked, so that's a bonus right there.
With their footwear finished, the guys can finally begin the hunt for some H2O.
Water's essential to life. A person can go for about 3 weeks without food, but they can go only about 3 days without water. Water is our #1 priority. There's got to be water around here somewhere.
I really hope so.
It's been hours since their last drink. And staying positive ain't easy.
Not only am I thirsty, I'm cranky.
But Adam at last thinks he's struck gold.
Oh, thank God.
Hold on there, cowboy. I wouldn't even touch that.
Why?
This is stagnant water. You'll get sick.
With how thirsty I am, we can't drink any of this?
Nah, we got to do it right.
Crap.
But there's still a whole island to explore, so Adam strikes out on his own.
Clearly these plants are all getting their water from somewhere. I just need to find it.
By following the lusher vegetation, he hopes to increase his chances of finding a water source. But it's still no walk in the park.
I've been walking around for a while, and I still haven't found any water. And what we have here is a classic catch-22. I need water, and I'm burning through a lot of it just to try and find water. If I don't find it soon, it's gonna be bad.
So let's hope Jamie can do better.
It's hot out here and I'm thirsty. I got water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Except I can make fresh water out of this salt water with the sun's help and some duct tape.
It may sound as though Jamie's been in the sun too long.
It's already getting moist.
But his freshwater from saltwater idea is rooted in reality.
I found water.
He's going to build a device called a solar still, which is considerably more complicated than finding salty water in a sandy hole.
A solar still uses the sun's rays and condensation to collect water.
And here's how. The hole I've dug is deep enough that it's wet with salt water. Now at the bottom, I'll place a collection cup that I've made from duct tape. Then above the hole, I'm going to put some clear plastic sheeting. The hot sun shines through that and evaporates the water from the sand, leaving the salt behind. The water vapor then condenses on the cool inside of the plastic surface and drips down into the cup as pure drinkable water.
That's the theory, at least. Let's see how well it works.
Well, having made his well...
That's a big wet hole.
And taped up a collection cup...
Well, there it is. Guarantee it's waterproof.
All that's missing is the clear plastic oversheet. And for that, Jamie is bending the duct tape rules.
I'm making a duct tape spider web as a framework with which to hold together this stuff, shrink wrap. Now, I know what you're saying, it's not duct tape, so why are we using it? Well, it did come on the duct tape pallet. I don't know what I'm gonna use this stuff for, but I bet you it's gonna come in real handy. And, you know, it's survival. We've got to use everything at our disposal. The thing is that all these little pieces don't really help us so much, but once they're held together into one big sheet, we're golden.
There we go. Hopefully I didn't use more water making it than it'll make for me.
The last step is to carefully position the sheet over the hole.
There we go, that's the ticket.
And almost immediately, there are encouraging signs.
All that fog that you can already see forming on the underside of the plastic is what this is all about. It's picking up the moisture from the damp sand, which is evaporating, collecting on the plastic, and eventually those will form larger and larger droplets, which will run downhill into my collection container.
It's the moment of truth. 2 hours cooking in the midday sun. What's the verdict?
Well, there it is. That's pure water, but that's like a quarter of a cup.
With less than 5% of their daily watery needs, it's a disappointing result.
Why does everything have to be so difficult?
But back at the rumble in the jungle, Adam's welling up with excitement.
It's fresh. All right, water bottles. Half my task is done. I have found fresh water, no small feat, and that's really important for our survival. Now, I simply have to get it back.
The only way to do that is to make a 10-pint tubular water flask from, you guessed it, duct tape.
I would kill for a workbench right about now.
It's a painstaking operation, but eventually there's only one thing left to do.
Oh, 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 it's cold.
Fill it up.
Fill up, baby, come on. Please hold up.
First impressions are good.
It's working.
And second impressions are even better.
It seems to be holding. So we had rainwater, but we did not have fire. We had nothing except the clothes on our backs, the sandals on our feet, and a pallet full of this stuff, duct tape.
Yep.
And in hindsight, would the boys even pick duct tape as their best bet for island survival? We'll pull the pin on that grenade a little later.
Aw, I'm not leaving here without dinner.
And Jamie reveals an unexpected personal highlight from his time as a castaway.
Jamie, honest answer, what's your favorite part about this episode? And you can't say going home.
Okay.
Washed up as castaways, Adam and Jamie struggle to survive on their wits and a shipload of duct tape.
Well, that ought to be enough.
So far, so good. But one fan wonders if they think they got their survival priorities right.
Looking back, is there anything you would have done differently on the island? That is a really good question.
I think we should have spent more time building tables.
It's true. Having a workbench would have made life so much easier, at least to keep the sticky stuff out of the sand and grass.
My knees were killing me at the end of every single day because of all that working on the ground and hunched over just the brush making stuff on the ground.
Ah, that's nasty.
Yeah, and at this point, the most important thing was getting food.
Yeah, and for some reason, we bypassed entirely the nuts and berries aspect and went right to the hunt. I was on land and you were on the water.
Yeah, which in my experience is not the best thing to do because the berries and the nuts, they just sort of sit there and you can go get them.
Yeah.
With animals, it's a whole different thing.
Totally.
Without doubt, tropical islands can be the very epitome of paradise on Earth. Yet for the Mythbusters, it's been more a case of paradise lost.
Save us.
But having finally quenched their thirst,
Cheers.
their duct tape survival is improving.
Well, now that we've got fresh water, it's time to figure out how to get food. Adam's going to tackle the land, and I'm going to tackle the sea.
In other words, it's time to stop starving. But Jamie's first sea scheme to build a duct tape fishing net,
it's not bad,
ends with him literally tied up in knots.
I swear this is going to be doing permanent psychological damage to me.
With the hunger clock ticking, Jamie decides there's only one solution: spear fishing.
There we go.
And while Mother Nature does provide the main component,
give it up, tree. You're gonna lose.
Duct tape is an integral part.
I might be able to do something with that.
There are 3 things that I can do with the duct tape to help make a spear. First, it'll allow me to attach and easily replace multiple points on the tip. Perfect.
I dare say any little fish or critter wouldn't really want to get stuck by that.
Then I can also use it to mark the balance point of the shaft, which will help with accuracy.
There we go.
And finally, the line on the end will help me retrieve it once I've thrown it.
I'm gonna go catch me some fish.
Meanwhile, in the forest, Adam's on a wild chicken run. Literally.
I'm really hungry, and I saw some chickens out here. Wild chickens are good eating.
Perhaps overcome with hunger,
I think I see one right over there.
Adam first tries to catch one by simply chasing it.
Oh!
Flies? Nobody told me chickens could fly.
You seriously didn't know chickens can fly?
I knew they could flap their wings. I did not know that they could get aloft that way.
Judging by Adam's chicken hunting skills, the boys could starve to death. At least Jamie's confidence remains unshaken.
Well, what I've got to do is pretty straightforward. Spot a fish and spear it.
Like snaring a chicken, it sounds easy in theory.
Okay, fish. Hold still. Oh.
But in practice,
yeah,
it's a beach.
Oh, I'm not leaving here without dinner.
On the plus side, though, the duct tape spear's holding up well.
I like my little string. Worked like a treat. Now if I can just get the fish to hold still. Just like fishing with a rod and reel, spear fishing is all about patience. It's not like they're gonna sit there like ducks and wait for you to spear them. You've gotta just hang out, wait for the right time, and then throw.
And there's no time like the present.
Ah! Yeah! It's about time.
At last, he's nailed it.
Oh, yeah, baby. Sushi for dinner.
It's a great result.
Sorry, little buddy, it's for a good cause. Yeah, I know.
Spearing anything small and fast-moving is tricky business, even on dryish land.
So here's some footage you hadn't seen before. Oh, crab, gonna eat some crab.
When Adam got his paws on Jamie's paleo fish fork, he did his best to catch what, admittedly, would have been a skimpy appetizer.
God, he doesn't stop moving, does he? Come on,
It's harder than it looks, isn't it?
It really is, and when push comes to shove, I'm not sure I could kill something.
You just weren't hungry enough yet.
Maybe.
Having been unable to coax a bird into my snare, I've changed direction, and I'm not actually building a duct tape spiderweb here. I'm building a net that'll lay across the forest floor, and when a chicken walks across it, I'll snatch him up, kind of like the Ewoks from Star Wars.
Aye, because if anyone knows about hunting in forests, it's the Ewoks.
Getting close. Now it's time to conceal it.
So surely this is a home run.
The net is concealed on the forest floor here. I'm hoping to chase a chicken through from this direction. And I can be as far back as 15 feet behind him. And I gotta just lean on this line, and all of these sidelines go up, along with the net, along with the chicken. And that's dinner.
Moments later, Adam carefully corrals some passing poultry into the danger zone. Until...
Hey! Oh, no! He got away! Hey! Squirted right out the side.
The force is strong with this one.
There he is, taunting me. Taunting me. He's like, in your face, Mythbuster! I'm here to tell you that catching a chicken with only duct tape is not easy.
Well, you needed a professional chicken wrangler, I guess.
And the chicken wrangler is a tale in and of itself about this episode. This is something you both did and didn't see.
Yeah, we're rolling. Yeah.
Are you ready, Adam?
I'm ready.
Release the chicken.
Yes, Adam did have a chicken wrangler on hand. But as he was testing the principle of small game duct tape trapping, we'll give him a pass.
Catch his fence up. Catch the chicken.
The real problem was that every frame showing the wrangler had to be painstakingly recomposed to get him out of the picture.
He got away!
Regardless of wranglers, Adam persevered, reset his net, and finally, the Mythbusters stunt chicken stepped straight into the trap.
I got it! I got the chicken! Look! Look! My net! My net caught the chicken! How you doing there, buddy? We're gonna eat good tonight. Okay, so we did eat chicken that night on the island, but it came from a fast food joint, not from the chicken we were chasing.
I think we actually gained weight on that episode.
I think you're right, but I think that was the frozen margaritas back at the hotel.
Adam and Jamie are putting that ultimate fix-all duct tape to the ultimate test on their castaway island. So far, it's actually helped them get food and water.
Oh, that's good.
But long-term survival means stretching their one sticky resource to the limit.
What is hands down your favorite use for duct tape?
I'm kind of over duct tape.
Well, look, duct tape was always ever a stand-in for how versatile a seemingly singular object could be. I personally like it for repairing car bumpers.
I suppose my favorite use for it, unfortunately, it leaves a residue when you do it, but I can go to, like, the steel warehouse and buy a large piece of steel and attach it to my personal car just by hanging it on the side with duct tape.
So, back to the island, and I'm having trouble remembering what we were doing right at this point.
I think you were trying to start a fire.
Right, what a nightmare, yes. It took me a while to start a fire using duct tape. It's time to do the most primordial of human inventions. It's time to build a fire. How is this gonna work? Jeez, I'm crow. Come on. It's gonna work by friction, specifically the friction between this piece of wood and a base piece of wood, created by what's called a friction bow. I have a duct tape string stretched on a piece of bamboo, and I will roll it back and forth, which will cause this stick to spin very rapidly, hopefully creating enough friction to create an ember, which will be the germ of my fire.
The so-called bow drill is one of the most traditional ways to start a flame.
Oh, I don't want to get optimistic yet.
It's also one of the hardest.
Oh, no.
But Adam tries, and tries again, until at last his duct tape bow goes ballistic.
I got it, Jamie! I got it! It took for freaking ever!
And once the fire really takes hold,
now we're cooking.
It's not long before dinner is served.
Not bad living here on the deserted island.
Yep, nothing beats home cooking.
Nope.
With food and fire now sorted, the real life and death hurdles have been cleared comfortably. But there's a lot more to taming an island paradise than that. And next, it's time to better their abode.
Let's just make some mats so we don't have to lay on the bare ground.
Where it's fair to say that there is room for improvement.
Ah, that's nasty.
So as a new day dawns, Adam's searching for some respectable real estate. And this'll do.
Ah, look at that. It's beautiful. It's like a cathedral. I love it. One of the reasons this place is perfect is I can string a couple of hammocks. Hammocks are great, not just because they're comfy. Thank you. But in an unfamiliar place, you don't really want to sleep on the ground. You don't want to give yourself such easy access to things like, I don't know,
centipedes and scorpions and other things I don't want to think about.
Adam, how come you used up all our good duct tape rope on those hammocks?
Jamie, I'm stranded on a deserted island for weeks. I want to be comfortable when I sleep.
Oh, I don't really care how I sleep. I could sleep on a pile of rocks and millipedes. I wouldn't care.
All right, there goes nothing. Wow, this is seriously comfortable. Like, I'm not even kidding, for television comfortable.
As home renovations go, it's a solid start. But there's much more to this castaway crib than good hang time.
Oh, hello. I'm so glad you've stopped by. Welcome to Banyan Estates. Can I give you the grand tour? This is the master accommodations with the master bed and shelter and rain catcher all in one, with a nice foot mat so one can get in and out of bed without having to wear shoes. The guest accommodations are almost as nice, with the guest rain catcher and roof, along with extra rope for anything that needs rope. It's all the comforts of home on your own deserted island.
And if that weren't enough,
I can't tell you how good it is to sit after all this time.
Adam goes the extra Mythbusters mile by building a table and chairs.
Now for the pieces.
And a chess set.
Hey!
Ah! Meanwhile, Jamie's been taking an experimental tangent.
These waves make me wonder. Maybe I could make a surfboard out of duct tape.
Yep, with hunger and thirst no longer an issue, Jamie's decided to get gnarly.
So why surfing? Well, what's the point in surviving if you can't have any fun?
And fun in this case comes courtesy of some duct tape pontoons.
That's the last one.
Each stuffed with bamboo for support and reeds for buoyancy.
The surfboard came together pretty much the way that I had planned. It's 4 pontoons that are all taped together into one big thing that is the size and shape of a surfboard, more or less, and I imagine it'll work like one. Time to go surfing.
Despite the optimism, there is a major drawback.
Oh, look at that.
Jamie's never surfed in his life. And learning on a slightly leaky duct tape surfboard was never going to be plain sailing.
Hey. Here we go.
Well, that was exhausting. But I'm actually kind of happy with it because I learned that while duct tape is okay at sealing things up, it's not perfect, and eventually stuff can leak. So if you build something that's relying on sealed pontoon, then you're screwed because you've got no ability to bail it or empty it out in any way, and it's going to sink. So failure as a surfboard, yes, but success as an experiment.
You know, that surfboard I built took more duct tape to make than the boat did that we built later.
I did know that, and spoiler alert, we built a boat later on in this episode.
Also later, we'll get the definitive answer on whether or not duct tape really was the bee's knees for our bereft beachcombers.
I think you missed it.
Oh, and here's the answer to a fan question that Adam anticipated before anyone actually asked it.
Why didn't you try wiping your butts with duct tape? And to that I say, really, give me a break.
Over the years, the Mythbusters have built their fair share of unlikely contraptions from duct tape, which got one viewer wondering.
Of all the things you've built or repaired from duct tape before or since, which would have been the most useful in getting you off the island?
Well, I'd go back to that duct tape sailboat.
Yeehaw!
It actually was durable. It had a sail.
It's certainly the most practical, but for impractical and exciting, I'm gonna go for airplane. Duct tape airplane. I don't know how we get it off the ground, but...
Sure.
Although Adam and Jamie's island survival's not gone quite this well,
This is gonna be a cinch.
It has been a resounding success. Because after 4 days as duct tape castaways, they're physically fresh. Mentally focused.
Oh, quack, I'm in check.
And so well fed that a nosy chicken is more pet than picnic. So with their short-term survival sorted, the Mythbusters are dreaming of one final thing: escape.
We've made ourselves a nice little home on this island. Duct tape's provided us everything we need: food, fire, water. We can stay here as long as we like, but rescue's not coming. It's time for us to get ourselves off this island.
In other words, it's time to build a boat. So, cue the banyan tree brainstorm.
So, we gotta make a duct tape boat, and it's gotta be ocean-worthy for probably a significant distance. We're gonna have to have a couple weeks worth of water, a couple weeks worth of food.
Bailers.
Bailers, yeah.
It's gonna have to be pretty good sized, like 20 feet or so.
What about a canoe design where we paddle it?
Yeah, a canoe design's pretty efficient, but if we do that, we're gonna have to make outriggers.
You mean like one of those pontoon things off to the side?
Yeah, for stability.
We'll make it all out of duct tape and bamboo.
It's light and it's strong.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Our boat design is pretty straightforward. It's basically going to be a canoe. It's going to be about 20 feet long. This should be plenty of room for both me and Jamie and all the provisions we're going to need for our ocean journey. The canoe will also have an outrigger for stability. Its frame will be made out of bamboo, and it's going to be skinned in several layers of duct tape.
Said like that, it sounds easy.
Bamboo! We can totally use this.
Yeah.
But this project will put all of their other island innovations firmly in the shade.
We're no strangers to building duct tape boats, but for the first one, we had steel and a welder to make the frame.
Ah, it's pretty.
Out here, all we've got is this stuff and duct tape, and that's a whole different kettle of fish. And so you kind of have to build your own work table, your own jig, because otherwise you end up with this stuff full of dirt and pine needles and everything's all sloppy. We can't have that, especially when we're talking about a waterproof boat.
So having jerry-rigged a jig,
perfect.
Adam and Jamie first focus on the canoe's bamboo mainframe, starting with the sides.
Look at that. That's already feeling like a boat. One in front, one in back, paddling.
Yeah, this is just wide enough to sit inside there.
Next, the guys turn their attention to the hull's base.
That's gonna be awesome.
Then they position a myriad of internal cross struts for maximum strength.
Ta-da!
Everything, of course, bound together with duct tape.
The degree to which the stickiness of duct tape precludes the need for knots is one of my favorite qualities of it.
Except that knots you can untie.
Yes, this is true.
It's a fine enough piece of work to make one fan wonder if this beach build was really on the up and up.
Row, row, rotate your boat. That's awesome. Did you really only use readily available material like bamboo and duct tape to build the outrigger? Did we cheat with extra materials, is what they're asking. No, I think it was just bamboo. That was real. That was an awesome build. One thing, the pads of our fingers were bruised from tearing duct tape.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
The boat design we have here is basically a canoe. And that's fine if you're on a lake, but we're not. We're on the ocean, and we need a lot more stability so we don't tip over in the waves. Now, the traditional way of dealing with that is with an outrigger. And so that's what we're going to put on this.
The outrigger is like the canoe's baby brother. It, too, has a bamboo frame.
That ought to work.
And it, too, needs a duct tape skin.
We're going to skin this boat once with the tape facing out. Attention to detail means the boat doesn't leak. Then we're going to skin it again with the tape facing in. My fingers are raw from being stuck to tape repeatedly. Ow! This should give us a really secure, leathery duct tape skin. Hopefully keeps the water out and gets us home.
You know, Adam, I sure hope this works.
You and me both, man.
It's a time-consuming,
getting closer.
and somewhat painful process.
Ow. All this sticky stuff is giving me nightmares.
But after a full 6 hours, their rescue raft is as good as done.
Look at that!
I think this is going to work great.
That is really, really pretty. Well, a couple dozen rolls of duct tape, a couple 100 feet of bamboo, and some ingenuity. I am super pleased with how this boat has turned out. My fingers are raw from tearing so many thousands of pieces of tape, and I think it might just be seaworthy.
Ready to carry it out?
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right.
Let's do it.
You know, I feel quite nostalgic about all the stuff we built on these episodes. And when we wrapped up the shop, I kept as many of the duct tape props as I could fit into my storage space.
I guess I'm a little less sentimental.
Shocker.
But just how sentimental are they about that pallet of tape? Was it the answer to a castaway's prayers? In a few short minutes, Adam and Jamie reveal all.
Knowing what you know now, would duct tape be your first choice if you could have one thing when stranded on a deserted island?
Mental stimulation
You know, I don't think we've ever actually played a game of chess together before.
is critical for our castaways' well-being.
There's a bug on my bishop.
It is actually a proven fact that keeping yourself mentally acute with something like a game of chess makes you better at problem solving. And surviving in a situation like this is all about problem solving.
Checkmate.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
It also helps to have a companion, or two.
By the way, what's with the chicken?
Oh, well, that's Wilson. He's my new friend.
And if resources run low, it doesn't hurt to have a pal you can throw into the pot. As attentive viewers will have noted, Adam and Jamie never hid the fact that they spent their nights in relative luxury just a stone's throw from their desert island. But just for the record,
You know, for all the talk about the fact that we weren't on a deserted island, and that's true, we were staying in hotel rooms each night, I want to point out that we did, in fact, build everything that you saw us build on camera on that show.
Yeah, we straight up built that duct tape outrigger with our own hands. But the thing is that how are we supposed to know that it's actually going to float? We just sort of said, oh, that looks about right.
Yep, there's nothing to do once we were done but try it out.
We've built ourselves a boat. We have provisioned it for at least a few weeks at sea, and soon we're about to head out into the great blue yonder to try and get ourselves home.
And when Adam says they provisioned it for a few weeks, he's not exaggerating.
Here's what we're taking on our journey. We got rope, we got fishing line, we got bailers, oars, duct tape, we have tarps, we have water bags, food bags, and a fishing spear. That doesn't help us make it. We weren't meant to.
I think we're ready to put it in, huh?
Let's carry it down.
All right. At this point, we've found that duct tape is not a perfect solution for anything. But with some creativity and a pinch, it's an adequate solution for just about everything. Now, whether it'll hold up to a boat that has to get us across the ocean, there's only one way to find out. Okay. And it was the wave.
As the guys clamber in, it's worth highlighting that the one thing they don't have is a map.
It's working.
Oh, yeah, baby!
Like real castaways, they're simply going to paddle until they find land or sink.
Pontoon's looking great.
But with the breaking waves approaching, sinking is a very real possibility.
Oh, no, here we go. Whoa! Hey, it took it. It's another one coming. It's bigger.
Uh-oh, dude! Oh.
There we go.
There's no two ways about it, but those breakers were intense. Remember, we're sitting there in a canoe made of duct tape, paddling towards waves that are like 3 or 4 feet higher than the prow of our boat.
Yeah!
That's what I'm talking about.
It was absolutely terrifying, but once we made it past, totally knew we had passed one of the worst hurdles we could, and the boat was going to be okay.
2 hours in, and with their island now a distant memory.
I can't see the shore anymore.
We're in open water now. You know, dude, this boat, strongest case yet. The duct tape is a frickin' miracle material.
Yep, there's no underestimating the power of duct tape.
With neither a leak nor a tear, you might say it's been plain sailing. And what's more,
Dude, land!
I see it. I can't believe this boat actually held up.
I know!
Our little duct tape boat did great. Held up through the breakers.
There we go.
It held up in the open water, and it held up in the sun.
Yeah!
And it did that despite only weighing about 100 pounds,
Okay, I'm out.
I'm out!
which for a boat that size is incredibly lightweight. I've got to say, I'm pretty impressed with the duct tape right now.
Excellent.
Well, duct tape's the stuff. Not only did it help us survive on the island, it helped us get off the island, and ultimately, it helped us find civilization.
Adam, it's the same island.
All right, Jamie, honest answer. What's your favorite part about this episode? And you can't say going home.
Okay, then I think it was the poke in the restaurant. I never had poke before.
That dish, tuna poke that we ate almost every single night.
With seaweed on it.
It was delicious. My favorite was our encampment around that banyan tree. It really did have all the comforts of home, and I was very relaxed. Relaxed enough, you know, I actually took a nap in the hammock on our campsite.
well, we've skirted the issue long enough. Time to find out if the fabled tape really would be their desert island MVP.
This is seriously comfortable. Knowing what you know now, would duct tape be your first choice if you could have one thing when stranded on a deserted island?
No.
No, not really. Not really. You know, one thing I remember, because it's here on the table, the smell, it's not very appetizing.
Yeah, I gotta say, duct tape in general, it's useful, but I think it could stand a lot of improvement, actually.
Certainly. Jamie Hyneman coming out with his new brand of duct tape at some point in your future.
Let's be honest, duct tape, not our favorite stuff.
No, it's not. What it is an excellent tool for telling stories about ingenuity and invention with limited time and limited materials.
And that is one of our favorite things.